1957.
Generate the thoughts which will make the future much more brighter and capable for the Indian Armed Forces and for the nation as such.
The person who formalized and evolved the strategy in East Pakistan was a Baghdadi Jew.
Good morning and welcome once again to all our esteemed guests. I would request everyone, if I can, my voice can reach outside, everyone is requested to please come and be seated. We're going to start with our session. I would also request the panelists of the first session, which is going to take place just now, if they're around, I'll just name them. Admiral Arun Prakash, PVSM, AVSM, then Air Marshal Vikram Singh, who's the author of the book, Major General AJS Sandhu, VSM, and Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani. If they're there, please, we'll just take just a few minutes to start the session. Good morning, namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries and delegates present here. I am Preeti Prakash, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you here. As we start the day, I would just request everyone to be kindly seated and put your phones on silent mode. So we gather here today to not just ponder on what we can do for the nation, in whichever role we choose to play as citizens of India, but to also delve on how can we take our lofty ideas of nation building ahead with the aim of increasing public awareness of India's military tradition and strategic priorities. This annual event, organized by United Service Institute, popularly known as USI, which is the second in the series, aims to create an international platform to further military engagement and diplomacy by creating communication channels on the lines of Raisina dialogue. Also promote literature on Indian military history and the art and science of warfare. Preserving our legacy is not just about honoring the past, it's also about guiding the future with lessons learned from history. The Indian Military Heritage Festival aims to explore and showcase this rich legacy to the world. Within the framework of the festival today, the first day, we delve on issues like the new age warfare, wars and fiction, post-independence conflicts, soldiers and society, and among many other issues too, which are so relevant to nation building. We would like to use this platform of this festival for discussions on a host of contemporary issues relating to India and the world in a vertical dealing with security, strategy, and international relations. Once again, I extend a very, very warm welcome of this two-day festival. As we await the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable CDS, Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan, who has generously agreed to inaugurate this festival of endless stories and experiences of courage and valor, we would like to start with our special session by talking about the book called Because of This, A History of the Indo-Pak Air Warfare, written by Air Marshal Vikram Singh, PVSM, AVSM, VSM. And that book will be released by the chief guest. This session is under the topic, The Air Warfare of 1971, A Critical Analysis. And I would like to invite on the dais Admiral Arun Prakash, PVSM, AVSM, VRC, VSM. Air Marshal Vikram Singh, who's the author of the book, Major General AJS Sandhu, VSM, and Air Marshal Anil Gulani. Please, please, please. Just to give you an idea, as the name of the book suggests, this distinguished panel will take us through the decisive air operations that took place during 1971 Indo-Pak War, which is known as one of the most critical air campaigns in South Asian military history. They will delve on the key operational, strategic, and tactical aspects of air warfare. In the book, the author has done a deep dive into the classified mission reports. A little bit about our esteemed panelist. Admiral Arun Prakash has helmed the Indian Navy as the 20th Naval Chief. A distinguished aviator, he was awarded Veer Chakra for his role in the 1971 war. Air Marshal Vikram Singh, the author of the book, has been a former fighter pilot, and interestingly, one of his air combat paintings has been used as a postage stamp. Major General AJS Sandhu, VSM, is the third generation Army veteran and an author. Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani is one of the few who has served in both joint services commands and is an avid aviator. I think a huge round of applause for our very, very esteemed panel. Over to you, Vice Marshal Gilani.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank USI for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. And I am actually privileged and humbled to be sitting amongst luminaries like Admiral Arun Prakash, who we've known from our cadet days in the academy. And of course, I also happen to serve in the Andaman Nicobar Command, which he founded. But I know we're running short of time, so we'll just get straight into the facts and the business. And actually, the 71 war, as it happened, was the last traditional war between two countries deploying second generation weapon systems and aircraft with no technological asymmetry except for limited, like the Pakistani Air Force had the Matra R550 missiles and all. And this war actually was a watershed moment for the Indian Air Force as such, because after the 65 war, the lessons that the Indian Air Force learned actually got implemented in this war. And it was also the first clear victory of Soviet military hardware against American equipment, after the failures that they experienced in the Suez Crisis, Korea, Vietnam, and the Arab-Israeli wars. It was also an operation where the Indian Air Force carried out copybook planning of, counter-air operations and other operations to prosecute this campaign. Now, I think hats off to, Air Marshal Vikram Singh for having written this book. It is actually one of the most detailed appreciations of the subject I know, because I happen to be mentor to one of the youngsters who wrote a book on the 71 war, which just got released about a month ago. I mean, though I have not gone through the entire book, but it was a pleasure reading, and it is so nice to see that, the way the events, including to the details of the person who drove the vehicle to the aircraft which crashed, and accounts from both the sides. It's like a forensic examination of the events of the 71 war, and I think, in my opinion, the authors risen to international standards, which no other historian has so far been able to do on the analysis of the 71 war. So I will not take much time. I will over to Air Marshal Vikram Singh, basically to ask him what prompted him to write this book, and how did he get about doing it, and what was the reason why he did this.
Thanks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So why did I want to write this book? I think, first of all, my father was in the Air Force as well, and he unfortunately was too senior to have taken part in the war. He had just handed over the squadron in 1970. And in 1971, I used to, hide behind the drawing room curtains and listen to all these 1971 war, pilots who used to come home and, talk about the battles and what they did in the war. And that has remained in my mind. And many years later, I also found that although a large number of books have been written on the 1971 war, especially because it was an outstanding success, it was a spectacular success, there have been a large number of books from the Army, some from the Navy, and very, very, very few from the Air Force. Now, primarily, this is simply because I think some of the data in the documents were not declassified in the last few years. They've just been declassified after the 50 years of the war. And many of the Army books have completely ignored what the Air Force did. And especially in this war, the Air Force has done a lot. And the name of the book, because of this, comes from the fact that when General Niazi finally surrendered in Dhaka, they were at a tea, and one of the foreign journalists asked him that you had some 73,000 troops, you had enough ordnance and food and supplies to last out for at least 6 more months. And all the troops were intact in their garrisons. So why did you surrender? So he looked around and he saw an Air Force officer, one group captain, and he pointed at his wings. And he said, because of this, you the Air Force. And that is why the name of the book is because of this. And I said, nobody's heard of what the Air Force really did. So I was fortunate to find 6,000 reports, handwritten pilot reports. The moment you land from the mission, you write a report, a first-hand account of what happened. And these were all bound and lying on the floor in a hangar in Palam, and they were intact. And I was extremely lucky to find them, and that is what forms the basis of this book. Of course, much more research went into it. I was lucky that the Pakistani side has also written many books of the air war, fairly balanced and very highly detailed. So that also let me, sort of put things into the book from both sides. So I would suspect that this is the first time that somebody has written a book on the war focused more on the Air Force than the rest of it. The other problem was that, that Pakistan has always been seen as the underdog in all the wars, although actually they are the guys who have started the wars. And so most of the Western journalists have been very, partial to them and their accounts. And the Indian side has always been shown as if, we did a very mediocre job. So that was also one of the reasons why I wanted to set the record straight. So I hope this book will do that. And it will also show that a very large part of the victory was because of the Air Force, although I say it myself. But those are the facts, that the Air Force did play a very large part in the victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Air Marshal Vikram Singh. Admiral Arun Prakash, you were there, you took part in the war with the Air Force, flying the Hunters with 20 Squadron, and I'm sure you've gone through it, Air Marshal Vikram Singh's book. What are your first impressions on having gone through the book and having seen the war as it happened while you were there in the squadron?
Thank you, Anil. Let me start by thanking the USI for having invited someone like me, an outsider from the Navy, to participate here. So, Anil, I'm afraid I'll have to give you a slightly lengthy answer to your question. I'm glad that a lot of National Cadet Corps young people are here this morning, because history is something that we have been guilty of ignoring, neither reading nor writing history properly. An account of the 1971 war was actually written by the Ministry of Defense historian, a person called S.N. Prasad. The Defense Secretary then, Mr. Vora, actually wrote a preface to that history, but for some strange reason the MOD decided not to publish it. So today there is no official history of the 1971 war. So the absence of a detailed and authoritative account creates room for many controversies. And to take one example, Brigadier General Chuck Yeager, famous flyer who was head of the US Military Advisory Group in Islamabad there and then in 71, in his autobiography he writes this. He says, "The Pakistanis whipped the Indians' asses in the sky." His language, not mine. The Pakistanis scored a 3-to-1 kill ratio, knocking out 102 Russian-made Indian jets, losing only 34 aeroplanes of their own. So, if you read something like this, where do you go for a counter or a clarification? There are many such misinterpretations. There is a very respected Pakistani Air Commodore, Kaiser Tufail. In his book, he counters the Indian claim of 46 PF aircraft destroyed, and he says only 27 were destroyed. So, as the Air Marshal pointed out, the Pakistanis gave access to Western historians and so on, and therefore they came out of this war as the underdogs or the smaller Air Force which managed to score a big victory over the Indian Air Force. So against this backdrop, we must view Air Marshal Vikram Singh's forthcoming book because of this This is the background against which you must consider it. I've only had the opportunity of skimming through a very voluminous soft copy of 650 pages, but whatever I've read, I've been deeply impressed. As he mentioned, he is the scion of a distinguished Air Force family with a distinguished career himself. And as he says, he took up this magnum opus because he felt that the accounts which had been written were either too jingoistic and one-sided, or they did not cover both wings of the war with East and West. So even a cursory glance at his manuscript indicates that this monumental work is the outcome of Herculean labor, as he told us himself, many years of intense historical research. As far as air operations are concerned, he's extracted credible facts and figures from examination of air headquarters records, squadron diaries, record books, thousands of mission reports, and so on. His quest for authentic information regarding ground operations has been equally meticulous. He's interviewed people who actually in the field, people who planned the operations, and so on. The book is replete with first-hand accounts and graphic descriptions of aerial engagements as well as ground encounters. Each account speaks of the author's passion for minute detail and his vivid imagination. An example, this is an extract. He says, Sukrut Raj picked up this saber coming head-on and both pitched up into a reversal. As Raj ruddered behind the saber, he fired a single K-13 vertically downwards. Clearly there was no chance of a kill and Raj pulled out of the dive and did not make contact with the saber again. This is like reading commando comics. You won't find this kind of description in a history book. The author has not hesitated to access literature and accounts written by Pakistani historians, most of them retired, respected, senior PAF officers. And this enables him to present a two-dimensional picture of events and encounters, both in the air and on the ground. Now, as Air Marshal Gulani pointed out, such is his quest for objectivity that one often gets the impression that he's placing more reliance on the Pakistani version than on the Indian one. And here again, one can't help noticing is what I can only call obsession with the minutiae relating to unit designations, personal details, even aircraft frame numbers. Again, let me read a passage. He says, 45 Air Defense Regiment responded and shot down one F-6 flown by 26-year-old Flight Lieutenant Syed Shahid Raza of Calcutta from 25 Squadron PAF. The gunner, Havildar Mahalakshmi Kichrala, was awarded the VRC. The pilot was killed and awarded a Tagma-e-Jurat posthumously. Again, rich detail which you won't find in many history books. Thank you. One of the author's major concerns, which he pointed out, has been to drive home the significant role played by air power in India's final victory on the ground. He has taken every opportunity to link and match actions in the air with events on the ground, which is an approach which not many historians have taken. It takes a lot of hard work, research, and linking up actions. I was very impressed by this. He says, his words are, he says, Indian Army veterans have put out a plethora of literature on their victories, yet not one cared to acknowledge the IAF's role in the outcomes. This is an age-old failing where air power is not understood or given its due by the protagonist on the ground. His complaint is justified, ladies and gentlemen, because in every war after 9/11, when air power first entered the military domain, apart from fighting the enemy, all militaries have indulged in this internal sniping in which the quest is always the same. As the Air Force, after having beaten the enemy, you turn on your own Air Force, the navies and militaries. The issue of contention is always the same, equitable sharing of air power. And our militaries has been no different. The root of this acrimony lies in the priority which is accorded to battlefield air support vis-a-vis counter-air operations. Air forces worldwide believe that the best way of providing protection to one's army and navy is by achieving and maintaining a degree of control in the air, whether it is air superiority or local air superiority. This, the Air Forces believe, is best done by mounting counter-air operations or operations consisting of airfield attacks, fighter sweeps, targeting enemy air bases, and air defense systems. Once a degree of air superiority is attained, then attention can be turned to battlefield air support. In 1971, prior to commencement of hostilities, the IAF went to great lengths to ensure that air support would be made available to army units at the right time in the right place. This was the intention. Apart from positioning advanced headquarters in army commands, there were tactical air centers or TACs at the corps level, and junior pilots, actual pilots, were farmed out as with combat troops as forward air controllers. Now, it may not be common knowledge, but the IAF commenced battlefield air support operations almost simultaneously with counter-air on 4th of December. And yet, due to fog of war, poor communication and inexperience, there were failures and even fratricide in the BS operations. Now, how do I know all this? Because I happened to be posted in a place called Pathankot, 28 Wing. I was serving with number 20 Squadron of the Indian Air Force on deputation. My squadron mounted both counter-air and battlefield air support operations, and I had a first-hand sort of eyewitness to this. There were two factors why Pathankot came in for special attention from the Pakistan Air Force. Firstly, it was only 12 miles from the international border and defended only by AD artillery. Secondly, it was home to two squadrons which were the prize squadrons of the Indian Air Force, the 20 and 27. And why they were prized was because they were equipped with an aircraft called the Hunter Mark 56A, whose picture you see on the slide. The speciality of this aircraft was that it could carry 4 fuel drop tanks with a huge amount of extra fuel, which enabled it to range about 250 miles into enemy territory. So other than the Canberra, this was the longest range aircraft in the Indian Air Force. The downside was that when you carried 4 drop tanks, you couldn't carry any armament other than 4 30mm guns with 150 rounds each. So there was a limited amount of damage you could inflict with this. The Pakistani so-called preemptive attack took place at 17:43 hours on 3rd December. My squadron commander, Wing Commander Parker, took off next morning at 06:43 hours, and he went for a target which was deep inside Pakistan, PAF base Peshawar. After this first sortie, the squadron engaged targets in Mianwali, Chak Jumra, Chaklala, Walton, Kohat, Murid. In addition, Sakesar Operation Center, Attock Oil Refinery, Mangla, Heidel Dam, interdiction along certain axes. And after 5 days of counter-air operations, we switched roles, and we were placed at the disposal of the army from 9th December to 12th December. Flying with 1,000-pound bombs, 68mm rocket pods and guns, our pilots pounded Pak infantry armor and gun positions on both sides of the Munawar Tawi. Visibility was poor. There was very difficult to identify targets in spite of forward air controllers being positioned there. But we did our best. There were 2 or 3 significant dates. On 5th December, we lost our first pilot over Peshawar, shot down by sabres, flying officer Muralidharan. On 8th December, we lost a second pilot. It was a solo mission over the Sakesar radar. He was shot down by a Mirage. On 10th December, we had our first air-to-air kill, strangely enough, over Chhamb. So that's a very brief account to convince you of why I have been invited to this seminar here. I was witness to all this. So in the West, the IAF flew 190 sorties of counter-air for the loss of 9 pilots killed in action and 3 prisoners of war. The campaign was declared a resounding success, and our Air Force's superior tactics, training, and leadership combined with the courage and dedication of the pilots. So, in writing this voluminous and minutely detailed account of the 71 Air War, Air Marshal Vikram Singh has followed the traditions of Athenian General Thucydides, who, while serving in the Athenian army, actually fighting a war, actually wrote a history of the Peloponnesian Wars. I think Vikram wrote part of it while in service in uniform, possibly keeping it secret. But I think I must place him on par with Thucydides. And thereby he's rendered sterling service to the cause of history and hopefully set a good example for many in uniform to follow. However, in conclusion, some questions may still remain unanswered. Anil, in addition to what you asked. Was the Air Force counter-air campaign worth the cost and attrition suffered? Was there adequate Army-Air cooperation both in planning and in ops? Did inter-service friction and delayed decision-making hinder operations? Could the IAF aircraft serviceability and sortie rates have been better? And finally, are there any enduring lessons in leadership and decision-making that emerge from this war? And I ask this question because it's unlikely that a war like this will ever be fought again in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. I think you've given a very detailed analysis of the operations as they occurred, as also your personal experience having been there in 20 Squadron side. Over to Major General Sandhu, who was there in the war itself and having written a book on the Battle of Chhamb. What are your impressions, sir, after having gone through this book and about the Army and Air Force cooperation as you saw it from the field in this conflict?
Okay, am I audible? Okay, firstly, you must be wondering why there's an army man in air operations here. Admiral touched on it a bit. I'm the oddball because all three are flyers and I am not. But there is a reason why I'm here, and that is because of the Battle of Chhamb. The service personnel here will know that that was the toughest, bloodiest, and the most intensely fought battle of 1971. But the civilians may not know that. In this battle, the per square kilometer concentration of troops in any one sector was over here. The artillery employed by Pakistan, and this was the biggest land offensive of that war, was more than they had in the whole of Bangladesh. They employed more than that just to support this. Their GOC died in combat, the only general to have been killed in any of the Indo-Pakistan wars. The highest ranking prisoner of war in the Western theater was captured here by a cosmate of the Admiral. And that same man shot down a plane, also in full view of the GOC and the corps commander, so much so that the corps commander who was being driven to the forward line was asked the GOC, can I first go to this gun position? He went there, asked for the detachment commander and gave him a Veer Chakra on the spot. And these are some tidbits of the war, but most importantly why I'm here is because the maximum number of air sorties which were flown in support of the ground forces by both sides was here in this sector. And unfortunately, it got mired in controversy. This is something which they've asked me to comment on. It got mired in controversy, which is not yet really resolved in the minds of most people. The controversy, even and this issue of adequacy or lack of adequate air support provided to 10 Infantry Division is the only incident which reached the apex level of the service headquarters and even to the Prime Minister, on which Air Chief Marshal Lal has written extensively on this particular incident in the book also. So I'll cover this part as well. But a word firstly before I come to those questions, I must commend Air Marshal Vikram Singh, because this book, I mean, enough has been said by the two panelists on my right, but this book is an extremely well-researched book. He has gone to such details that I have not seen in any other book so far. He has gone to the mission numbers, the pilots who flew, and the kind of combat they had, all that. And in particular, I was very gratified to see that he has written 35 pages just on the Battle of Chhamb, the air operations in Chhamb, which shows that he is aware of the fact that this needed to be clarified. And much of what he has written will clarify this problem which arose and which still is there. So coming to this the issue, a word before that about the Pakistani Air Force. The PAF in Chhamb sector, I don't think anybody will know here. The PAF had positioned for their air support in the Div headquarters an officer of the rank of Air Commodore. Air Commodore Sayyidullah Khan. He coordinated all the air support of the Pakistanis, which they launched in this 10 Infantry Division sector. Not here. Mine is off. So so they had an air commodore coordinating the air support in a division, out of the box thinking. Just keep in mind that there was an air commodore coordinating the entire PAF operations in the east, Ehsan ul Haq. And in our side, in 15 Corps, which had 5 divisions, of which 1 division was 10 Div in Chhamb, there was a group captain, Chabda. He was coordinating support to 5 divisions. So, and they launched 146 sorties in Chhamb, which was 20% of their entire air effort for ground. 20%. And there 101 such strikes have been noted in the war diary of 10 Infantry Division. The war diary of 10 Infantry Division is 80 odd pages, and there's an appendix on the time and date of each of the wars, their Pakistani strikes. Now coming back to our own side, what happened is that why is it that it has been mired in controversy? And the reason in simple terms is that the army has always felt that the adequate air support was not provided by the Indian Air Force to the ground forces, especially in the first 3-4 critical days of the battle when it could have gone either way, which was being fought across the Manawartavi in the Chhamb salient. Now, to just support this argument first, I will make 5 quick points, give 5 quick examples. Firstly, the frontline CO of 5 Sikh battalion, which was right in front next to the ceasefire line, which bore the brunt of the attack of the Pakistanis. The CO has written in his book that, I'm paraphrasing it, that we saw very heavy activity of the Pakistani Air Force, but our very negligible activity from our side. And number 2, the brigade commander, who later became a Lieutenant General, R.K. Jasbir Singh, he gave a talk in the USI on 28th December 1989, which has been compressed into an article for those who are interested. You can read it in the USI Journal. I'm not opening my notes here because it'll take time. But otherwise, I've got his quote here, where he mentions that in the first 3 days of the battle, whereas Pakistan on his brigade launched 77 strikes, he says our activity was negligible. He uses the word negligible. Now you come to next date. This happened between 3rd and 6th. On 8th, the Pakistanis had attacked across the river, and they had captured a few of the forward localities in the place called Raipur Crossing. On that day, the demands were sent by 10 Infantry Division, which were partially met, to the extent that the Corps Commander, Lieutenant General Sartaj Singh, walked into the GOC because he knew this was a critical moment. He asked for 50 sorties. It's written in this book. I'm quoting directly from the book. 50 sorties he asked only for Chhamb. And he said, don't send any to Punch or to, 26 Div in the Shakargarh sector, which were in the flanking divisions of 10 Div. Of course, they could never have provided for that much. And then on 10th, which was the most critical day of the Battle of Chhamb, that's the time when they had made a bridgehead, 4,000 yards by 1,000 yards, and the tanks of 28th Cavalry of Pakistan had actually come inside. And the air support, unfortunately, and there was a chance of the breaking out and replicating 65 when they reached almost Akhnur. At that time, the air support which was being sent in to help Chhamb was not adequate. So the war diary records that the GOC personally rang up the BGS and asked for more sorties, which were given later. And that too is recorded in the Air Marshal Vikram Singh's book, that the BGS then came into the GOC and asked the OC TAC to provide more sorties, which were provided. The 5th and last example is on 6th, which I partially mentioned. when a complaint, unfortunately, reached Sam Manekshaw, General Sam Manekshaw, that that situation is tenuous and air support is not coming. It was wrongly sent. It did not go from the division, corps or command. It was unfortunately sent by one Brigadier Mathur, who was an additional officer in Tendiv and was working as an LO of Army headquarters. He, in his enthusiasm, said, "Sir, this is what's happening here and no air is coming." It reached General Manekshaw, who told his head of military operations, General Gill, to speak to Deputy Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Chatterjee. He spoke with him, and Air Marshal Chatterjee told him, "We are sending adequate support." Not satisfied, General Sam Manekshaw rang up the Prime Minister, who rang up Air Marshal Lal. Air Marshal Lal writes in his book that I got a call from the Prime Minister. Then Air Marshal Lal says, I rang up the AOC&C, that is Air Marshal Later Chief Engineer, who then told the OC Fortac, Chabra, to send more sorties. More sorties were diverted to Fortac actually first, before Chabra could send them. So, and Air Marshal says this was the only one single point of discord in an otherwise harmonious interaction at that level. And so this part I said because this, and the last point is to sum up the Army's thing, and that is that in the war diary, the Army, in the first 7 days, it is on record that they placed 153 demands, air support demands. And they were given 77, which is just about 50%. So that's why they say we didn't get. Now, this is the Army's refrain. But when you come to the Air Force, and I've studied that and written in my book earlier too, but now it is fortified by what the Air Marshal has written. He has clearly stated that 228 sorties were flown in support of Chhamb. He's named the pilots, he's named the flights, he's named everything. So then where were they going? Why these perceptual differences? Army was saying we're not getting it and these people were flying it. The reason was simple. They were not going, all of them, I would say, all of them were not going to the points requested by the Army. They were being flown in Chhamb. They were dropping them in the rear. In fact, I had the privilege of interviewing the late Air Marshal Denzel Keeler, one of the iconic Air Force officers, and he was shot in Chhamb. So, and he was coming back from a sortie in Chhamb itself. He was on his way back when he was told to go by an FSC. Sir, turn back. We think there's some tanks in the mango orchards behind. So he turned back, and he was unsure. So he made one sweep, came for the second time, and got shot. I won't cover that. It's a very interesting account of his and the man who shot him, the Pakistani. So what was happening? This was the main thing. So actually, the basic reason besides this also of the perceptual difference of opinion on air support is that other than the fact that they were not coming as per the Army's requirement, to compound matters, it was also because of the fact that there was scanty flow of information. If the JOC, where the Fortac was located, had said that we are giving you these many, but there are many more going behind which will impact your bed, then this wouldn't have arisen. But there was scanty flow from JOC. They did not keep the Tendiv headquarters informed. And secondly, the JOC, the Army has to share its blame for this, because Group Captain Chabra has clearly said that, when the support demands come, there's an Army officer in Fortac. He has written that Army officer was too junior a man. He was a major. He was unable to sift or prioritize or give any advice. So what was Chabra doing? He was doing search and strike, the best that he could. So that is, the second thing was that, I think that also Air Marshal Lal has clearly mentioned that FACs, forward air controllers, then they've had a lot of FACs because they were actually to go on the offensive into Pakistan. And as late as 1st December, the offensive was called off and they were put in the defensive. So they had all these FACs, but these FACs who had air support nets, they were in touch with the pilots, they were in touch with so they should have informed the ground They are brigade commanders, and this controversy would never have arisen. And anyway, his book will perhaps put this controversy to rest once and for all. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think Admiral Arun Prakash wants to make a comment.
Can we go back to that slide, please? The next slide. With a map. Okay, the general has given infantryman's view looking from the ground and expecting support from the air. As I mentioned in my brief remarks, the visibility in Chhamb was extremely poor. There was dust haze all over North India in those days. There was total confusion. The forces were so closely engaged with each other that the FSC telling you, oh, there are 2 tanks under that mango tree. When you look down, there were hundreds of mango trees. Now, which mango tree? Smoke was no use. They were using colored smoke. And then you're in a dive with the enemy firing back at you. There is very little time. It's a matter of few seconds to look for the target, to engage it, to open fire at it. So I think you have to give some leeway to the pilots who went into action. The other point is that there were days when we sat on the ground and did nothing because no demands came from the command headquarters. So perhaps at the higher level, there was some miscommunication or lack of prioritization. So I think you have to give a little leeway to the Air Force. Lastly, I want to point out that this map that you see on the slide, one of my claims to fame is that I was given charge of writing the squadron diary. So those remarks which you see are in my handwriting, and that's a million map, I think, or a 1-inch map, which I had drawn, depicting the forces on either side. And you'll see on the remarks, we fired 3,500 rounds of 30 millimeter, 400 and something rockets, 7 tons of bombs, and 1,700 liters of napalm were deployed over Chhamb. Now, if they didn't reach their targets, I'm sorry, apologize in hindsight.
Thank you, Admiral Arun Prakash, for clarifying that, and General Sandhu for busting some of the myths that were prevalent. Of the fog of war will always remain, and I think probably in those days it was much more. And in today's time with artificial intelligence, I think it is only going to increase in the future. But we are running short of time, so Admiral Arun Prakash, I'd just like to ask you 2 questions. And if you can keep your answers short on what were the challenges for the Indian Air Force as far as counter-air ops was concerned, and did the counter-air operations succeed in your opinion?
Okay, the decision to launch counter-air operations was a strategic decision which the Air Force took, that they must undertake counter-air. There were choices. They could have put the whole Air Force into close air support. That choice was there. But they took the decision. Having taken the decision, the instrumentality of deploying counter-air was the 2 hunter squadrons carrying 4 guns each. Now, if you want to destroy enemy air bases, you need to drop bombs, preferably runway penetrator bombs or runway denial bombs. No, those kind of armament we didn't have. We just used 4 guns and inflicted as much damage as we could. Of course, at night, the Canberras went and did their best. So it is up to historians to decide whether the effort put into it, the pilots lost, aircraft destroyed, was worth the results. One voice we have on our left from the army who said they're unsatisfied with what happened. So I think it's an open question which only the historians can decide whether the counter-air operations actually achieved what they were meant to achieve. What was your second question?
Why did it take, the other question is, why did it take 2 days to put down Tezgaon and Karimtola, even against only a squadron?
Yeah, that's in the is the same problem in the east. I think those air bases, as the Air Marshal has described, were well defended. Aircraft were very heavily camouflaged, and again, hunters in the east were only carrying, I think, gun ammunition. So it took a few days to A, locate the targets, and B, to actually destroy them. Pakistanis had made solid pens for protecting their aircraft on the ground. So it took, I think, quite a lot of effort.
Thank you. Coming to you, Air Marshal Vikram Singh, I think you've done extensive research. So what I would like to ask you is that, in the first 3 days of the conflict, the counter-air that the Indian Air Force undertook was only with guns and maybe rockets and all. And later on, I think the Y bomb was used. And if you could just, explain as to why this happened, if you could discover something from your research. And finally, what were the primary lessons that were learned during the air war in this campaign, and if there are any enduring lessons for us.
So as far as the counter-air campaign goes, we also had a DAD, the destruction of enemy air defense, where we were also simultaneously, when the strikes were going to the airfields, we were also trying to put down the radars. So there were a total of 18 airfields that we were striking and about 4 radars. So basically Sakesar, and there was one at Walton just behind Lahore, and there was one on Kirana Hill, and there was one more just north of Miyawali. Now, we had a total of 235 aircraft in the West, as compared to the, say, Pakistan Air Force, which had 215. So in the West, in the air, we were actually evenly matched. Many people don't know this, that they feel that the Indian Air Force was much, much larger. Sometimes the Pakistanis say that they fought a war of 1:3. But actually we were fairly evenly matched. And the Pakistanis only struck Srinagar. 67% of their attacks were against Srinagar, against one airfield, because it was in a valley, there was no advance warning, so the gnats could not scramble in time. So it was a very safe, target for them. Unfortunately, there were only 4 vampires there. So the large part of their, effort, let's say counter effort, was wasted against an airfield that had no meaning to the outcome of the ground war. And they were only attacking airfields which were 5 minutes from the IB, so that they could get away, easily, like Pathankot, which was only 3 minutes from the IB. While the Indian Air Force was going 450 kilometers inside, across on the other side, on the Afghan border. Single aircraft were going because one aircraft didn't start. So the pilot said, okay, I'll go alone. But as a rule, you never go alone. But they still did. Many missions went single aircraft, and they were all shot down and killed. So we were hitting 18 airfields. Now, unfortunately, the weapons at that time were such, and because of the range, you could not carry any external weapons. You couldn't carry bombs. So it was only guns, and you had to look for aircraft in the open. But the Indian Air Force felt that the affront, caused to the Pakistan Air Force was enough to impact in, say the morale at the very least, that a single aircraft at 11 o'clock in bright daylight can come 400 kilometers from his squadron and attack your airfield and go back, was a very big thing for us. Was there anything that we achieved? Well, the Canberras did a lot, because the Canberras were the only ones who could use bombs at night because they flew at medium level. They put Rafiki down for 3 days. The fighters at night who were using bombs also put Sargodha down for 2 days. But generally, I would say that the counter-air operations achieved in a in a very balanced way, I would say, an acceptable level of damage. Because it is not only to put down the runways, but to give them an idea of your resolve. To see aircraft flying in broad daylight deep into your own country shows the people, if not the generals, that the war is already lost. So I think from that point of view, yes, the counter-air war achieved its aims. The second thing was the Y bomb. So DRDO had made a Y bomb, which was Y because the shape Y, there were 3 prongs of steel tetrapod, like in a form of 3 nails, which was in a sort of a liquid, and it was held in a bomb. And the moment the bomb hit the runway, this liquid would go across the runway, and these little tripods would be deployed, and it would harden, and it could not be removed from the surface. So no aircraft could use that runway. Unfortunately, it was important to load that liquid, and that liquid could be in the pod for only something like 35 minutes. So it is important to load it at the right time, get airborne at the right time, and drop it at the right time. So only one bomb was dropped by a famous Wing Commander Gautam, the only Mahavir Chakra in Bar, and he dropped it against Miyawali on the night of the 4th. It had to be dropped at very low level, at 50 feet at night, down the runway. So only very few pilots could achieve it. But it failed mainly because we couldn't get the timing right. Either it was too delayed or it was too early, and the jelly would not harden. So the Pakistanis could remove it easily from the runways. But it worked at Miyawali.
Thank you, Air Marshal Vikram Singh. I think we have about 5-10 minutes left for questions and answers, and I throw it open to the House. If you have any questions, please. Yes, General Cardozo. Do we have a mic? In the audience? Mic in the audience. They're getting.
Thank you, Air Marshal Vikram. Congratulations on your book. A slight matter of dissonance. Firstly, I think the Air Force has been adequately covered Operation 71 war by Jagmohan and Chopra. It is the Navy, the silent service, which has not got adequate credit for what it did in 71, both on the western and the eastern seaboards. Secondly, although Admiral Prakash has made a brief mention about fratricide, this has happened again and again. In Chhamb in 1965, the Indian Air Force strafed, destroyed our only light squadron of armor, destroyed ammunition vehicles, caused a lot of mayhem. And also in 1971, Admiral Prakash would like to tell us or speak about it. But what happened when the Indian Air Force strafed and destroyed Indian naval vessels? So we need to not be in a sense of denial. We need to also look at what are the unfortunate things which happened and what action is being taken to ensure it doesn't happen again.
So, sir, with regard to fratricide, like we said, I mean, as you know, there's something called the fog of war. And in the air, especially in 65, when the Air Force was, called in at the last minute without proper briefing about where the targets were, who the target was, and what to do. So 6 vampires were launched in the late evening. It was dusk. And the tanks, both sides have the same tanks. They had Shermans, we had Shermans. So they could not make out. There was no forward air controller there to say that these are our tanks or those are their tanks. So yes, so this has happened. But the Indian Army shot down our own vampire and then bayoneted the pilot through the chest. Fortunately, he lived and he flew again in 71 war. He lives in Noida right now. So face to face, they have bayoneted an Indian Air Force pilot who's screaming, "I'm Indian Air Force. I'm Skonlida Pathak." So it happens. Fratricide happens in war. I mean, in all the rough and tumble, it will happen. It should not happen. I agree. Now there are procedures laid down on how to prevent it. It happened in Chhamb again. Then there was one other issue. You spoke about the Navy in Bangladesh. Sir. The Indian Air Force and the Navy had agreed that the Navy will not operate beyond 25 degrees, 25 minutes north, which was a line approximately just south of Dhaka in line with Chittagong. No ships were to go north of that. This force, called Force Alpha, consisting of 3 ships with Indian Navy officers and some Mukti Bahini sailors, went up all the way to Khulna, far beyond where they were supposed to be. The Indian Air Force did not know. So when the Nats came overhead, they saw these ships and they said, no Indian Navy ship is supposed to be here. So they strafed them. The coincidental part of this whole thing is the pilot in the Nat and the officer on the ship both got their Veer Chakras 2 minutes apart at the same time in this Rashtrapati Bhavan. But they didn't know that I had strafed him, and he didn't know that he's the guy who had strafed him. So it happens. It should not happen, but it happens, and I'm sure it will happen in the future as well, because people are excited and keen to get the target.
Thank you, Air Marshal Vikram Singh. I think we are running out of time, so we've been told by the organizers to close this session. And I think there is, for Admiral Arun Prakash, reason enough, though he was with the Air Force, to write a book on the part that the Indian Navy played in the 71 war. So probably, General Sharma in the next in the next seminar, we'll have a book by him. And I think all that remains for me now is to thank Air Marshal Vikram Singh for having taken this effort for, it takes a lot to do what he has done. And I'm sure this book is going to become a bestseller. And I would urge you all to read it, and thank General Sandhu and Admiral Arun Prakash for being here with us this morning and discussing this panel. May I request you all to please give a round of applause for all three of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this enriching discussion. A huge round of applause from our audience to the guest. I would also like to request Colonel Gulen to present a token of gratitude and appreciation to our esteemed guests. Group photo. Now, as it's time for our chief guest to arrive, I would now request Colonel Rajesh Jindal to be here on the stage. Colonel Rajesh Jindal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the inaugural session. We are awaiting for our chief guest, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, and other dignitaries who would be amidst us in a short while from now. Thank you. We would also be having the honors to have Ambassador Chhamb, the former Foreign Secretary of India, amidst us, who has also been the President of India International Center. Adorning the dais, we would also be having Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defence Secretary, Government of India, Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani, Vice Chief of Army Staff, Air Marshal Tejendra Singh, AVSM, Vayusena Medal, Deputy Chief of Air Staff, and Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, AVSM, VSM, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. It's indeed heartening to see Jal Sharma sir and Admiral Anup Prakash sir, जिन्होंने हमें फौज में चलना सिखाया. Sir, I had the honor of serving with you in Eastern Naval Command, being an army officer way back, maybe 25 years back. Kindly settle down, our guests outside the hall or those. You may like to put your mobile phones on the silent mode. General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, is an alumnus of National Defense Academy, Khadagwasla. He was commissioned into the 6th Battalion, the 11th Gorkha Rifles in June 1981. The officer has vast experience in operations across a wide spectrum of conflict and terrain profiles. The General Officer commanded an infantry battalion along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, a mountain brigade in Manipur, an infantry division in the valley, and a corps in the northeast. His staff and instructional assignments, ladies and gentlemen, include instructional tenure at headquarters Imtrat, Bhutan, military observer on a UN mission. To Angola, General Staff Officer Operations of the Mountain Division. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, General Anil Chauhan, is amidst us. A warm welcome to General Anil Chauhan, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal. We are also honored to have amidst us the gracious presence of Ambassador Chhamb Saran, former Foreign Secretary of India, who is also the President of India International Center. Honored to have Air Marshal Tejinder Singh, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, Deputy Chief of Air Staff. As I mentioned, General Anil Chauhan, our CDS, he was General Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Command from September 1st, 2019 to 31st May 2021. Post his retirement from active military service, the General served as a military advisor to the National Security Council Secretariat in October 21 to September 2022. We are equally honored to have amidst us Ambassador Chhamb Saran, जिनके बारे में कुछ भी कहना शायद सूरज को दीपक दिखाने जैसा होगा. Sir has served as Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Nuclear Affairs and Climate Changes, has also served as Chairman of National Security Advisory Board under National Security Council, and was awarded Padma Bhushan in 2011 for his illustrious civil services, the third highest award. We also take this opportunity to welcome Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. My sincere apologies, sir. I stand corrected, sir. I think there has been some last-minute changes. Very, very sincere apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are deeply honored to have amidst us Vice Admiral Sopti, sir. We are awaiting the arrival of few more dignitaries who will be adorning the dais today. Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Lieutenant General Raja Subramani, who would be amidst us in a short while from now. let me make a total correction to my folly. We are privileged and deeply honored to have Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, and Vishish Seva Medal. Please join a big round of applause for our dignitaries on the dais. In the meanwhile, we have also been joined by Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, sir. A hearty welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. I think it's time to commence the proceedings, sir. Ma'am, shall we? Okay. It's indeed good fortune, ladies and gentlemen, to be amidst our illustrious veterans among the audience whose vision has shaped the tri-services into a formidable force. We are blessed to be in the midst of this galaxy of luminaries, the distinguished speakers, eminent moderators, officials from other departments of the government. This festival, ladies and gentlemen, is a prominent rendezvous of entire military ecosystem that showcases our glorious military heritage and reinforces India's stature as an ancient civilization with rich military ethos, gallant traditions of soldiering and war fighting. और देवी और सज्जनों, बात अगर पुरातन सभ्यता और सेना की उत्कृष्ट परंपराओं की जाए, जैसा कि मैंने अभी जिक्र किया, ट्रेडिशन, सोल्जरिंग एंड वॉर फाइटिंग, सेना की उत्कृष्ट परंपराओं की, युद्ध कौशल की या फिर विजयश्री के संकल्प की, तो यकीन मानिए तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय, जैसा कि गीता में कहा गया है, तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चय की परपाटी वाले भारत से बेहतर भला इन परंपराओं को कौन समझ सकता है, कौन जान सकता है। जी हाँ, वही भारत जिसे सिंधु घाटी वाला भारत कहा जाता है। याद है, सभ्यता जहां पहले आई पहले जन्मी है, जहां पे कला, अपना भारत वो भारत है जिसके पीछे संसार चला। भारत विजया वीर गति के सैन्य आदर्शों वाला भारत, जिसके शूरवीर सैनिक निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करों के उद्घोष के साथ हमेशा फतेह का नया इतिहास रचते आए हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, ये मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल हमारी इसी समृद्ध सैनिक विरासत को सहेज कर संजो कर रखने का, इसे जन जन तक पहुंचाने का एक अभिनव प्रयास है। मे आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट DG USI फॉर द वेलकम एड्रेस प्लीज।
Respected Chief of Defense Staff, Ambassador Chhamb, who's a very respectable diplomat and is presently the President of India International Center, and it's his kind courtesy that he's provided us this premises. The Deputy Chiefs from the 3 services, veterans, serving officers, families, NCC cadets, ladies and gentlemen, and those diplomats, both military and otherwise, who made it convenient to be with us on this very special occasion. At the outset, I'm grateful to the dignitaries on the stage to spare their valuable time. Their presence here is very, very inspiring for all of us. The Indian Military Heritage Festival is the 2nd edition of our annual flagship program organized by the USI, which is one of the world's oldest think tank, in collaboration with Ministry of Defense, Indian Armed Forces and the DRDO. As we all know, India has come to be recognized as a vibrant ancient civilization that is an amalgamation of profound collective wisdom, customs and traditions. The spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family and one future, has not only inspired the nation but also resonated with the international community. Our motherland Bharat has articulated a lofty vision that is India at 2047, to be a developed country with a 3 trillion economy, to be spearheaded by Amrit PD, which is our youth, and in a period of Amrit Kal, which is the golden period. Now, we know that if we peep into our civilizational past, it reveals that India has a very rich military heritage that is manifest in our ancient scriptures, epic battles, monuments, memorials, museums, and the very moral code of conduct. The essence of India's statecraft is embedded in our ancient scriptures, to name Chanakya Niti, Arthashastra, military systems of Cholas, Palwas, Marathas, Sikhs, Dogras, etc. India's participation in the 2 world wars and post-independence conflicts endows the nation with unique war-fighting experience that adds to our rich military heritage. I can proudly state that the USI of India is the repository of India's military heritage. Therefore, in order to conserve and promote India's military heritage, the USI of India has embarked upon some notable initiatives, such as Veer Gatha project, as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which was launched last year by Raksha Mantri during the first seasons of the festival. Then we have another project going on, that is Project Udbhav, which has been launched by Indian Army. And this was again launched last year by Raksha Mantri, and that is to study our ancient scriptures and convert into a modern strategic vocabulary. We've also undertaken digitization of military history records of the services, organizing military exhibitions, debates, and doing a lot of advocacy in regard to India's military heritage. Today, we are happy to announce that the Chief of Defence Staff is launching another important project, and that is called Shaurya Gatha. This project is being undertaken by Department of Military Affairs in collaboration with the USI, and under this project we want to create an entire ecosystem of conserving and promoting India's military heritage, including visits to some of our forward areas and epic battlefields where our ancestors have made supreme sacrifices and brought glory to the nation. Another hallmark of the current event is an exhibition on Atmanirbhar Bharat organized by the DRDO, wherein they are showcasing the history of the journey of their innovation and research and development. I wish to add here that the USI has established a Cyber Center of Excellence in collaboration with Cyber Peace Foundation. And this is a niche area which is looking at comprehensive cyber security, create an ecosystem to enhance cyber security awareness amongst various stakeholders. Our endeavor is to promote a whole of nation approach to national security. Therefore, this festival provides an interactive platform for historians, strategic thinkers, policy makers, and youth leaders to ideate and cross-fertilize thoughts on military heritage, conflict studies, their resolution, geopolitics, niche and emerging technologies. In this regard, I wish to appeal to the CDS and the other dignitaries to consider our proposal of setting up an Indian Military Heritage Trust or Foundation under the aegis of the USI. This event is open to public and is being live streamed across multiple media platforms to reach out to larger audience. I'm sanguine that the Military Heritage Festival will generate keen interest in our military heritage in the public and promote the spirit of patriotism. At the end, I once again thank Ministry of Defence and the services for their continued support and guidance in the endeavors of United Service Institution of India. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your luminous words. USI, ladies and gentlemen, has majestically grown in size and stature since its inception around 150 years back. Adapting to the changing security landscape, the premier institution has embarked on various historical initiatives with the help of DMA and armed forces from time to time. Department of Military Affairs, Government of India, envisioned a noble project with the aim of preserving and propagating our rich military heritage of valor and sacrifices through tourism and education. The project has been passionately executed by USI, proudly called Shaurigatha. With your permission, sir, can we have the video symbolic of launching of this project? Can we have the video, please? शहीदों की चिताओं पर जुड़ेंगे हर बरस मेले, वतन पे मिटने वालों का यही बाकी निशान होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मिलिट्री अफेयर्स और यूनाइटेड सर्विसेज इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया भारत के सैन्य पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने की दिशा में प्रस्तुत करता है भारत सरकार की एक अद्भुत पहल शौर्य गाथा। आइए शौर्य गाथा के माध्यम से आपको एक ऐसे सफर पर लिए चलते हैं जहां हमारा गौरवशाली इतिहास जीवंत हो उठता है। ये भारत की समृद्ध सैन्य विरासत को संरक्षित रखने और शिक्षा तथा पर्यटन के माध्यम से इसे जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए समर्पित एक ऐतिहासिक पहल है। एक ऐसा मंच जो जनमानस को इन घटनाओं, स्थलों एवं कहानियों को जानने के लिए आमंत्रित करता है, जिन्होंने राष्ट्र को आकार दिया है और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरित किया है। पारंपरिक शिक्षा की परिधि से परे ये विस्तृत अनुभव हमें प्राचीन किलों से लेकर आधुनिक संग्रहालयों तक अतीत के बलिदानों एवं उपलब्धियों से जोड़ता है। दुनिया की प्राचीनतम सभ्यताओं में से एक हमारे भारत का सैन्य इतिहास हजारों सालों से हमारे सैनिकों की बहादुरी एवं बलिदान की गाथाओं से भरा है। देश की सैन्य नैतिकता हमारी परंपराओं में गहराई से निहित है। वो परंपराएं जिनकी नींव निष्काम कर्म और निस्वार्थ सेवा के परम आदर्शों पर स्थापित है। भारत का राजवंशी युद्ध हो या राजपुताना की लड़ाई, चोलों की विजय हो, शक्तिशाली मौर्य साम्राज्य या मुगल काल, हमारा इतिहास अद्भुत है, अनोखा है। हमारे सैनिकों ने हर युग में अपने योगदान से एक स्थायी प्रभाव छोड़ा है। इन्हीं आदर्शों के अनुरूप वर्तमान में हमारी सैन्य क्षमता का उदय एक ऐसी शक्ति के रूप में हुआ है जो सबल है, सक्षम है और जिसका लोहा आज पूरा विश्व मान रहा है। सैन्य विरासत से जुड़े पर्यटन का मतलब सिर्फ ऐतिहासिक स्थलों का भ्रमण ही नहीं, बल्कि बलिदान की उन कहानियों से जुड़ना है जो हमारे इतिहास को परिभाषित करती हैं। हमारी सेना की चुनौतियां, उनके शौर्य एवं विजयश्री की झलक दिखाते इन गंतव्यों में हम सब के लिए कुछ न कुछ जरूर है। फिर चाहे आप इतिहास में रुचि रखते हो या फिर एक उत्सुक पर्यटक हो। सैन्य पर्यटन हमारे विशाल सैन्य इतिहास को संरक्षित करते हुए भावी पीढ़ियों को प्रेरित करने का एक अभिनव प्रयास है, जिसके माध्यम से हमारी दीर्घकालीन सैन्य परंपराओं की जानकारी का विस्तार होगा एवं पर्यटन को नई ऊंचाई मिलेगी। साथ ही सैनिक मूल्यों एवं विश्व शांति के संरक्षक के रूप में हमारे देश की छवि को बल मिलेगा। शौर्यगाथा एक ऐसी अद्भुत पहल है जो ऐतिहासिक युद्ध स्थलों से लेकर श्रद्धा स्मारकों तक आपको इतिहास से रूबरू कराएगी। इस गौरवशाली अतीत को एक नए नजरिए से देखने का, सराहने का अवसर प्रदान करेगी और हमारी सैन्य विरासत को भारत एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दर्शकों के साथ नए अंदाज में साझा करेगी। आइए मिलकर इतिहास पर अतीत की छाप छोड़ने वाले इन महत्वपूर्ण पलों को पुनः जीवंत करें। सैन्य इतिहास की गौरव गाथाओं से प्रेरणा लें। सैन्य विरासत से जुड़ा पर्यटन आपके लिए हृदय से प्रतीक्षारत है। शौर्य गाथा की इस यात्रा पर हम आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन करते हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, CDS महोदय के मार्गदर्शन में ही शौर्यगाथा को परिकल्पित एवं विकसित किया गया. A salute to those brave hearts who gave their tomorrow fair for art today. है नमन उनको की जिनके सामने बौना हिमालय जो धरा पर गिर पड़े और आसमानी हो गए हैं. जी हाँ, इस जहां में शौर्य की जीवित कहानी हो गए हैं. शौर्यगाथा is an initiative that will add a new dimension to battlefield tourism and development of border areas. When we talk about border areas, who would know it better than our CDS, who commanded an infantry battalion along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, a mountain brigade in Manipur, an infantry division in the Kashmir Valley, a corps in the northeast, and then an army on the eastern borders. May I request the General Officer to deliver the keynote address, please, and share his luminous thoughts. General Anil Chauhan.
Director General of the USI, General B.K. Sharma, Ambassador Shyam, General Prateek Sharma, Admiral Tarun Shopti, and Air Marshal Tejinder. Officers, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here over here at ISC and delivering this keynote address for the second edition of the Indian Military Heritage Festival. I must thank the USI for inviting me on this forum and giving me this opportunity in presenting my views towards all of you. A festival, in my view, is a cultural or social event that brings people together. It could be a celebration of religious rituals or expression of cultural experiences. All festivals are associated with faith, joy, and festivities. They also unite like-minded people and communities. To celebrate India's military heritage as a festival is a unique idea, and I must compliment the Director General of USI for conceptualizing it and taking it forward with zeal and passion. Thank you, sir. Most festivals follow a definite timeline. The period between fall and the onset of winters, actually, a festival time in most parts of the world. We are just over with Dashera, Diwali, Bhaiya Dooj, and are looking forward to Christmas, New Year, Makar Sankranti, Pongal. To hold this military heritage festival at this time of the year is another great initiative, and my compliments for that. India, as the DG had said, is one of the oldest civilizations, almost about 7,000 years old. We are talking about the Vedic period, manifesting in the rise of city-states, the Janpadas of the Indian Valley civilization. The need for an armed force to protect the society is a universal phenomenon, and is there in all cultures and civilization. After all, soldiering is one of the oldest professions. Warfare has evolved from violent conflicts between tribes, that was a period when man was actually a hunter-gatherer, to organized and equipped bands of agrarian societies, to armed forces of a feudal order, to modern armies of nation-states. In most civilizations, as in the Indian subcontinent, kings and monarchs, they have been actually temporal heads of the military force also, but they always were accorded a divine kind of a status. However, what is unique to the Indian civilization is that a select lot of people, the Kshatriyas, bore arms on behalf of the society. The martial race theory of the British, expounded in the Indian subcontinent, may be an extension of that particular concept. It may not be relevant today, but the tradition is unique to us. Upholding of the dharma, which is deep-rooted in the ancient Vedic text, was the duty of the kings. Dharma was associated with duty, righteousness, law, and the ethical framework governing individual and social behavior, which is then unique to the Indian culture. The moorings of India's military heritage are based on strong ideas, beliefs, and principles. The heritage is as old as Indian civilization and India's socio-political history. When we talk about heritage, Heritage refers to various ways in which culture, tradition, and history are expressed or transmitted from one generation to the other. It is encapsulated in various forms. Preserving heritage is important for future generations as it keeps to preserve and promote cultural diversity, identity, and continuity. It also provides a sense of belonging and connection with the past. Heritage is like an inheritance. It's like ये धरोहर है हमारे लिए. And the current generation enjoys the respect, at least the military, we in the uniform, because of the deeds of our predecessors actually, and the heritage created by them. Like all inheritances, it's actually free, but it's extremely valuable. We need to contribute towards this inheritance, preserve it, promote it, by measures such as documentation, conservation, education, community engagement, and legislation. It's important for this tradition to continue. We need to add to this inheritance, and that's the job of the present generation. Let me now talk about preserving military heritage. I believe that military heritage can be preserved through military literature, that's one part, and military art. Literature, as we all know, can be prose and poetry, whereas military art could take the form of visual or performing arts. The three strands of visual military arts are in the form of paintings, photographs, and sculptures, whereas performing arts could be songs, films, military tattoos, martial arts, displays, etc. The world of military art, the first world of military art which I want to talk about is photography, then about paintings, and then about sculptures. A military photograph, a war photograph, it actually captures a particular moment in battle, whereas I believe that a painting actually captures or encapsulates what that battle was. And at the end of it, the sculpture carries that spirit of that particular war or that particular campaign. So in their own manner, all these three capture the war effort or the heritage of this in a different kind of a manner, and all are very, very powerful mediums in their own ways. So as a military man, they could be actually capturing the tactical, operational, and the strategic kind of outlook of the battle. As I said, a photograph captures a moment in war. The iconic war photographs, like the raising of the flag over the Reichstag building in Berlin, or the Battle of Iwo Jima, that are part of the heritage of the Russian or the United States, respectively. The surrender of Pakistan forces in 1971, with General A.K. Niazi signing the instrument of surrender, is another iconic photograph in the Indian context. What makes these photographs iconic? That's a question, actually. There are thousands of photographs taken by war photographers, but what makes a particular photograph iconic? It's appreciation by the public, the normal people actually, that makes a photograph iconic. And I think that is important. These photographs have been famous because citizens have appreciated them. We need to do more to capture and preserve our military heritage through war photography, and we must appreciate that. I believe that unlike a photo which captures a moment, as I said earlier, a war painting captures the battle and its outcome. Military paintings offer a larger playground to the painter to portray battles and multiple engagements within the same frame, since they are not instantaneous and real-time like the photograph. A painting made after the event offers a high level of abstraction to its creator and can be used for a higher degree of symbolism and to convey one particular kind of a message. In case one Googles through various wars like the Afghan war or the Anglo-Maratha war or the Anglo-Sikh war, you'll find the Google actually littered with number of war paintings. But there are very few actually of Indian war paintings. Some of these are actually iconic, and I just wanted to share one of these paintings. This is the remnants of an army made by Elizabeth Thompson during the Second Anglo-Afghan War. And actually, this is about William Braden, who was a surgeon actually, and he was the last person to enter this Jalalabad fort, or the first and the last person. So that captures the whole spirit of what happened during the Second Afghan campaign. So Such kind of paintings, at least in the Indian context, are few, but we need to do more on this. As I said earlier, a sculpture carries the whole spirit of the war. It's a powerful medium to preserve military heritage. Military sculptures, being three-dimensional in nature, can offer novel perspectives and nuances since they convey the spirit of war rather than the tangible ground realities of warfare. They offer the highest degree of artistic freedom and abstraction to the creator, since they can be imbued with traits and characteristics rather than being constrained by physical aspects of warfare. As far as the Indian context is concerned, we have sculptures, but they're mostly restricted to busts and statues of military heroes, and most of them have emerged after the Second World War. So I believe that there is a need to evolve the paintings and sculpture as far as the Indian context is concerned. To evolve it, we'll need the patronage of civilians and military officials alike, and great participation of the citizens. You know, the British came to India at a time that camera and photography had not been invented. To satisfy the taste of the British, a school of painting known as company art or the company school was formed. And this was due to the patronage of people like Colonel James Skinner, William Fraser, and Thomas Metcalfe. And the military heritage of that era was preserved through kind of paintings, which are now known as company art. In World War I and World War II, the British government commissioned famous artists like Paul Nash, Sir Stanley Spencer, John Piper, and Henry Moore to produce works of art. The Brits not only practiced the art of war, but also patronized artwork related to war. Sir Stanley Spencer, for example, served as an official war artist during World War I and World War II. His works depict the daily life of soldiers and emotional toil of the war. India is not bereft of this idea of military art or paintings. In ancient India, much before this British era, this war paintings were basically captured through paintings of the Rajput, Pahadi, and Mughal miniatures depicting mythological as well as actual battles. In fact, inspiration for this company art rose from the Indian miniatures. Like, as we have seen, so an enthusiasm is required actually to keep all this alive. There may have been a few omissions to this general rule as far as Indian traditions of capturing military art is concerned, and some of these exceptions I can name. One is Colonel Arul Raj is one of them. The military art created by him in terms of battle scenes, portraits, and caricatures is scattered all across South Block, Battle Honours Base, NDC, and Manekshaw Center. Maybe there's a need to catalogue them, and or maybe there's a need to organize a kind of an exhibition, a retrospective of paintings, famous artists like Arul Raj, so that his artwork is known to all of us. Talking about performing arts, Indian traditions are replete with various forms of performing military arts, dances, and drama. The Kalariya Pattu dance of Kerala is a dance drama that focuses on warriors' physical and spiritual discipline. On the other hand, Yakshagana, dance form of Karnataka, emphasizes battles and the virtues of warriors. The Kukri dance, Gatka are examples of martial art displays that celebrate bravery and valor. Apart from this, let's talk about military literature now. In addition to military art, military literature plays a significant role in preserving, interpreting the experiences, values, and ethos of the military life. This genre can be broadly classified into poetry and prose, each offering a unique insight into military experience. Military poetry captures the valor, sacrifice, and emotional relevance of warfare in a concentrated and evocative form. It not only celebrates heroism, but also reflects the emotive and psychological dimension of battlefield in India. In India, military poetry often venerates iconic figures who symbolize courage and resilience. For example, I would like to read out a few lines from the poem of Subhadra Kumari Chauhan on the exploits of Maharani Lakshmi Bai. सिंहासन हिल उठे, राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी तानी थी, बूढ़े भारत में भी आई फिर से नई जवानी थी. गुम हुई आज़ादी की कीमत सबने पहचानी थी. दूर फिरंगी को करने की सबने मन में ठानी थी, चमक उठी सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी, बुंदेले हर बेलों के मुंह हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. So in India, poetry has always followed some kind of an oral tradition. And military oral tradition, in our case, there are Veer Gathas, that is heroic ballads sung to honor warriors like Prithviraj Chauhan, Maharana Pratap, while Sangam era poetry, such as Puram poems, details the lives of warriors, their virtues, and their tragic fates. In terms of abstract concepts, there are many traditions in various parts of the country. For example, Dharma Yudh doctrine calls for a moral conduct of warfare, and Kshatriya Dharma valorizes bravery, loyalty, and self-sacrifice, laying the moral foundation for the conduct of war. Prose in military literature, that's the second part, offers to a more detailed and immersive exploitation of military life, capturing both historical and fictional narratives. Military history provides an essential foundation, documenting events, strategies, and figures that shape the course of warfare. Official works on India's military history, written and compiled by Ministry of Defence Historical Division, are complemented by written accounts of various battles and conflicts by a large number of authors, and there is a plethora of literature on this particular part. What I think is missing is the military fiction or the art fiction part of it, which when I was very young, I would remember an author like Manohar Malgaonkar and his books like Distant Drums, Combat of the Shadows, Bandicoot Run, Spy and the Amber. So where he combines historical events, military historical events, along with fiction to make it easily readable for the normal audience or the citizens. That, I think, is missing in the Indian context, and that we need to do more about it. Indian military heritage encompasses not just historical events, but also cultural practices that have evolved over centuries. The principles of dharma, that is righteousness, and seva, that is service, are integral to India's military culture. These values guide us to our commitment to protect not only just our borders, but also uphold peace and security for all. Our armed forces today embody these principles in their operations and interactions with communities. They are not merely defenders of the territory, but also custodians of peace and stability in a diverse nation. As we reflect on these values, we remember that true valor is measured not only by acts of gallantry, but also by the integrity with which we serve our nation. In order to achieve the kind of preservation, documentation, and proliferation that I just spoken about, it's imperative that all stakeholders must take initiative and ownership in institutionalizing these measures to preserve our heritage. Some of the important players could be, MOD's historical division could be one. Services, I think they need to maintain their war diaries, operational records, and initiate battle honor works. Think tanks, societies, NGOs, something what the USI is doing. Authors, writers, they all need to promote a culture to write, document records. And above all, I think it's the duty of the normal citizens of the country to either contribute to it by writing or painting, or if not, at least appreciating what has been done. At times, we see much of the general public remains unaware of nation's military heritage. In that manner, the Indian Military Heritage Festival enhances understanding of India's military traditions, contemporary security, and strategic issues. We in the armed forces, with the intent of spreading awareness of our glorious history and heritage, have initiated a project of e-linking of our military museums. So we already e-linked about 8 or 10 of these military museums, and shortly we are going to e-link all the 47, 48 museums. So they'll be available to you at one site. You need not have to go there. We are also thinking of e-linking all the war museums to the National War Museum site. So that would be available to you, anyone. So you could pay homage to a particular war memorial which has been fought in an e-manner. Similarly, in order to familiarize people with military valor, a hybrid model has been adopted for something about battlefield tourism, which the DG USI mentioned in the beginning. This will include online links of various battlefields where Indian armed forces have fought. Actual physical tours of that battlefield will also be organized for those wanting further information on the exploits of Indian armed forces in these theaters of war. Today's event will also witness, as brought out, the launch of Project Shaurya, for the short video of which you just saw. That's again an initiative by Department of Military Affairs and the USI, and that's also in collaboration with other ministries like Tourism, Culture, Education and Home Affairs. This project aims to conserve and promote India's military heritage through education and tourism. I am confident this major initiative, which highlights our rich military heritage and culture of our country, will achieve the desired goals both nationally and internationally. I am happy to see that the India Military Heritage Festival is emerging as a platform that serves a bridge between old and the new and the past with present, and carves a way forward for a futuristic growth that is deep-rooted and has a character of its own. I am also delighted to see the participation of young NCC cadets and students from schools and colleges. I am confident that you will gain immensely from being part of this event. In the future contribute to nation building in your own manner. The various informative stalls from the three services will showcase their roles and diverse opportunities available to the aspiring youth. In the end, I would like to congratulate the organizers, General B.K. Sharma, for making this annual feature, and we look forward to it every year. I am sure the festival will continue to grow with time, bridging the gap between India's rich military past and its dynamic future. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Our CDS mentioned about those lines from Subhadra Kumari Chauhan, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी. कल्पना कीजिए, पीठ पर नन्हे दामोदर राव, दोनों हाथों में तलवारें, मुंह में घोड़े की लगाम और दुश्मनों पर चंडी बनकर टूटती रानी लक्ष्मीबाई. और ये गौरव, ये इतिहास, ये समृद्ध विरासत होने का गौरव सिर्फ हम हिंदुस्तानियों को ही हासिल है. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, USI, under the able guidance of Major General B.K. Sharma, sir, the DG USI has been intricately associated with various accomplished authors and speakers, and many of these scholars have dedicated their lives to enhance the personal and professional growth of others through their discourse, books, and publication. Taking this legacy forward, USI has come up with few more publications, which will be released by our chief guest today. First, in the series, we have a booklet on Shaurya Gatha. This book, ladies and gentlemen, is a ready reckoner that gives the detailed description of Project Shaurya Gatha. I'll request the dignitaries to kindly release Shaurya Gatha. May I also request General Asit Mistry, sir, to kindly join us on the stage. Sir, please come.
Meghna.
Let's have another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Glorious moments. This book, ladies and gentlemen, gives a comprehensive account of for this new initiative that we have just seen, Shaurya Gatha, that readers shall really find immensely useful. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Next in the series, we have, kindly take your seats, sir. Next in the series, ladies and gentlemen, we have a book titled Valor and Honor, Indian Army Through the Ages. The book has been compiled by Center for Military History and Conflict Studies under the aegis of USI. And the book has been edited by Major General Ian Cardozo, AVSM SM retired. I'll request General Cardozo and Major General Jagatbir Singh, VSM retired. Sir, can I request the general officers to please come on the stage? It has been edited by I've been told General Jagatbir sir is not here. Come, sir. We have the publisher with us. A comprehensive history of Indian Army that aims to make our legacy accessible to braver audience. We have General Ian Cardoso, as we all know, was commissioned into the 1st Battalion, the 5th Gorkha Rifles, and has taken part in 1962, 1965, and 1971 wars. The gallant Gorkha, who lost his leg in the Battle of Sylhet, and thereafter commanded an infantry battalion, a brigade, and a division. Thank you. Let's join our hands together once again. Thank you. Thank you, General Cardozo, sir. Next, we have a report. We have a report that focuses on the experiences of disabled soldiers and cadets. May I call upon Sushri Meghna Girish for the release of this report titled War Wounded Disabled Soldiers and Cadets. Meghna ma'am, can I request you to please come onto the dais? Meghna ji has compiled this report under the Chair of Excellence established by USI and also War Wounded Foundation. She is a mother of a brave heart who led his quick reaction team to save lives of innocent families trapped in a terror attack in Nagrota. And the brave son made the supreme sacrifice. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The last notable publication, ladies and gentlemen, to be released during this festival is because of this history of the Indo-Pak Air War, December 1971. May I request Air Marshal Vikram Singh, PVSM, AVSM, VSM retired, to also join for the honors. Air Marshal Vikram Singh is a former fighter pilot. In an illustrious career of 4 decades, he has flown different types of aircrafts, including prototype LCA Tejas. A History of Indo-Pak Air War, December 1971. The book talks about the impact of 1971 conflict on our military strategy, where Indian Air Force played a vital role. दुश्मन को 2 हिस्सों में चीरता वो महासंग्राम जिसने दुनिया के नक्शे को बदल के रख दिया. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'll request the gentlemen on the dais to kindly take their seats. Thank you very much, sir. They say gratitude is the gateway to grace. May I call upon Squadron Leader Rana Cheena, Director, Center for Military History and Conflict Studies, for vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And it's my proud privilege on behalf of Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, members of the USI Council, and all members of the institution to thank General Anil Chauhan, the Chief of Defense Staff, for having spared his valuable time to grace this occasion. The United Service Institution is the only think tank in the country that's been working tirelessly for a number of years to promote the conservation and preservation of our tangible and intangible military heritage, both nationally and globally. General Chauhan, sir, with your keen interest in military history, you've been a staunch supporter for all our efforts. So we'd once again like to thank you, sir. Your support means a lot to us as it enables us to continue the work that we do in areas that are actually most necessary, but have often been neglected. And I would also like to warmly thank all the luminaries on the dais, the Deputy Chief of Army Staff, Strat, that's Lieutenant General Prateek Singh, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Tarun Sobti, the Deputy Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Tejinder Singh, and Ambassador Chhamb Saran, President of the IIC and our co-host for this event. Sirs, your presence continues to inspire and motivate us to continue to excel in our endeavors, and we look forward to your continuing support and guidance in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our inaugural session, I would request you to join me in a big round of applause for our distinguished luminaries in the panel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. They say tum samay ki ret par, miles to go before we sleep. Thank you very much, Chief of Defence Staff. We come to the end of this inaugural session. We shall proceed for the next session after the dignitaries on the dais and other dignitaries proceed out from this hall. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Okay. May I request DG USI to kindly present a token of our gratitude to the CDS and other dignitaries. Miles to go before we sleep. I was about to sleep, but then we still have miles to go before we sleep. The festival spanned over next 2 days would be a delight as the panelists discuss a wide spectrum of themes as our CDS brought out World War I to post-independence conflicts, cyber warfare, and Raksha Atmanirbharta. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. यकीन मानिए ये मौका बेहद ख़ास है क्योंकि विशेष हमारा इतिहास है और आज we all are fortunate to be part of this event. Thank you very much, sir. And sir, I would like to tell the CDS, the voice in the audiovisual was mine, so I also got an opportunity to enter into the historical pages of USI. Thank you very much, sir. May this historical festival inspire us all towards nation building. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ inaugural with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the inaugural session of this festival. It's उत्सव के inaugural session का यहीं समापन होता है. आपसे इजाज़त लेना चाहूँगा. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, Colonel Jindal. I would request our guests to be seated for the next session. The next session we'll continue with a discussion. We will be carrying on with the next session, so I would request our guests to keep seated here. Should everyone be seated, ladies and gentlemen? We would start our next session. पता नहीं सभी गायब हो गए ये तो समझ के अब नेक्स्ट सेशन हमें शुरू करना है। हाँ ये तो चेयर बैठवानी है। नहीं इनको रहने दो, मतलब इनको हटा दो क्योंकि इस सेशन में 2 ही हैं और उसके बाद वाले सेशन में तो ज़्यादा लोग हैं। इस सेशन में तो हाँ फिर वो वापस से हमको करवानी पड़ेगी। या तो लेकिन भी ये वाली एक्स्ट्रा जो है इनको हटा सकते हैं। नहीं बट मुझे इंटर्न्स में तो देना चाहिए। We are going to soon start with the next session. I would request everyone to be seated as fast as you can so that we can start the next session. But I'll tell you what, अभी सिर्फ इस सेशन में 2 जने हैं, but उसके बाद काफी सारे हैं. So you will keep shifting and बाकी बार-बार करते रहोगे आप. So keep at least 4-5 of them you can keep here. ये हटा दो, जैसे ये हटा दो, वो last वाली हटा दो. Yeah. So let this be. Yeah.
Memento for deputy staff.
I think they must be there. Somebody there behind will tell you. Yeah, she will tell you that mementos for deputy chief.
Hello. Hey, chick. Hello. Hey, chick. Hello. Hello. Hey, chick. Hello. hey, hey. Check. Hello, hey. Hello, hey, hey. Check. Hello, hey.
दो ही चाहिए आपको, तो बाकी हटवानी पड़ेगी। हटवा के रख देंगे, बाहर रखेंगे। नहीं तो आप ये चलेगा स्पीकर वाला चेयर, ये आप वही तो हटवा दें, है ना, लगवा भी देंगे, हटवा भी देंगे।
Multipurpose hall is agriculture, the other one is yes, this one.
Next session is yours. So I'm just waiting for people to come.
In 1970, elections were held in East and West Pakistan. The results were not acceptable to some of the political leaders in West Pakistan. The consequences of these actions were significant. This gave rise to Bengali nationalism in East Pakistan, who protested, leading to civil war. The martial law administration of Pakistan responded to the brutal crackdown in East Pakistan in March 1971, codenamed Operation Searchlight, on its own citizens, and over 10 million refugees poured into the adjacent states of West Bengal, Assam, and Tripura in India. The Indian political
अब ये बताओ
So how does it matter? उसके बाद फिर लगा लोगे फटाफट से ओके
क्या करना काम को इसको हटवा दो इसको हटा के उधर लगवा दो इसको निकाल दो इसको उधर रख दो ताकि फिर ये ना इधर चिपक जाएगा या तो एक काम करो खड़ा कर दो एक सेकंड
पर जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनको बहुत बुरा लगेगा ये ना कॉल कर लिए and I don't know the ones who are in the वाला session
मैंने जय अनुसंधान की
seated, and there'll be people joining in soon.
Cavalry.
So I'll request all of you all to be seated and put your phones on silent mode as I invite my guests. Moving on to the next session titled War, Conflict and Fiction. I'd like to invite Ambassador Navtej Sarna and journalist Mandira Nair on the dais. Ambassador Sarna will talk about his book, A Crimson Spring, a novel, with Mandira Nair, who's moderating. In the center? Okay. Yeah? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we have given a call and they are all coming. You want me to keep it here? Yeah, yeah. You want the chairs to be moved? Yeah. You want the chair? Yeah. No, because maybe the next session, we have. Yeah. Sure. So Ambassador Sarna has been India's ambassador to the US and Israel. He's been High Commissioner to UK and has stints in Moscow, Warsaw, Thimphu, Tehran, Geneva, and Washington, D.C. His book that narrates horrors of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre of 1919 is a powerful, unsettling look at the barbarous act of the colonizers against the sacrifices and heroism of ordinary men and women at that time, that leave no reader unmoved and unchanged. Over to Mandira.
Good morning. I think we have accurately demonstrated by moving the chairs what fiction can actually do with this thing, with, well, let's say the facts laid on stage. Yeah. There's always this clever maneuvering, and you can sort of, make your own story in a way, or clear out or add. And in some ways, I wanted to start off with that. There is, the book begins with this incredible quote by a Jewish essayist, right?
Yeah.
And it says, a people's memory is history, and a man without a memory, so a people without a history, cannot grow wiser, better. In some ways, I think that really encapsulates a lot of what the book really tries to do. It tries to rescue a moment in history that we all seem to think that we know, Jallianwala Bagh, a moment that is iconic, yet we don't, I think everybody's familiar with the poster, but not necessarily the granular history, or the backdrop of when it really happens. The First World War. It's been 100 years since, we've commemorated, but could you really talk about Crimson Spring, which really is in some ways resurrecting the memory in fiction for both the Great War as well. Sorry. No, don't worry. As well as Jallianwala Bagh, and essentially the scaffolding, which is real, but the people are somewhere in between imagined and reality, and on paper and fact.
Well, thank you, Mandira, and I'd like to thank the USI and all the organizers for giving us this opportunity of talking about a book which is already 2 years old. but it's always a pleasure to talk about your own book. So thank you very much, and for raising that question, because it really goes to the heart of historical fiction. You know, there's a lot of history out there, and you can choose whichever area you want to delve into. But then when it comes to historical fiction, it's basically what you're trying to do is put some life into history. And the only way you can put life into history, or anything else for that matter, is by putting human beings.
Yeah.
Who may be well-known human beings, in which case you have to handle them a lot more carefully.
Yeah.
Because things are known about them, and unless you are, you know, willing to do so, and I am not for that matter, you don't distort what you already know about living people. But a lot of things you don't know, even about well-known people. You don't know their inner mind most of the time. You have a name, you have Brigadier General Dyer, you know, in this case, so you have Udham Singh.
Yeah.
And there's only that much that you know what was going on in his head, what was going on in the gaps in the historical signposts. And then there are ordinary people who are just, you know, without whom history wouldn't be there, but that is the fate of ordinary people, that they are not remembered, or certainly not celebrated, or even explored in history. I mean, there is this whole thing of subaltern history, etc., but you know, that is only partial. So historical fiction actually comes in, and that's what the quote is about the people's memory, that ultimately, you know, 100 years on, there is the military history of the First World War, and a lot has been done to revive it, remember it at the centenary. But there's also the lived experience of ordinary people. So this book, in a sense, gave me an opportunity, not just the war, but, you know, around Jallianwala Bagh, everything else that was happening. And the war happened to be one of those things. Because that was the time when the soldiers were coming back, or had just come back. So, particularly since it was Punjab, and Punjab's contribution to the First World War was overwhelmingly disproportionate to the population. So all that goes into sort of bringing life into history.
Yeah, yeah. But it's also, in some ways, you know, you talk about ordinary people. And I wanted to take off with what the CDS said, where he said that there was a need for fiction, or a need for military fiction to come out, you know, military history, and, you know, it sort of to find its way through fiction. And I think in some ways, that's the only way to do the ordinary lived experience, to explore the inner lives of people who we don't necessarily see, you know, I mean, you know, whose heroism you remember, but you don't remember their lives at all. What I wanted to ask you really was that, you know, if you look at Jallianwala Bagh, of course, we see it as this point in 1919, but there was a backdrop of it, and it happened in Punjab. I think I remember doing a story on it, and somebody told me, you know, the question that you're asking is wrong. The question isn't that it happened. The question is, why did it happen in Punjab, right? A place where there had been, you know, where there had, I think, the largest proportion of people, of the soldiers, the first recruitment, the first people who go off to the trenches of Flanders are from Punjab. And so why does it really happen there? But there is a certain memory you talk about which exists in Punjab, but there's also a certain collective amnesia. You know, this was a war that even Gandhi supports. You know, Gandhi says that we will not exploit Britain's need for our own, what was it? I think for our own, sorry? Aims. Yeah, right. So again, you're right. And I wanted to talk about that, about the aspect of of a collective amnesia, even within, let's say Delhi. You know, it isn't only in Punjab. Not very far away from here is the India Gate. which is a memorial also of the First World War. So you have the landscape of memory, but you also have a collective amnesia of the First World War. How would you explain that?
Maybe, maybe some countries like India have too much history.
Maybe we do. Or maybe too many memories.
And we have too much history, and we don't have too much patience with history, unfortunately. In this particular case, of course, there was a lot happening in Punjab.
Yeah.
So I'll come to your point, but just to go back to what you said about Mahatma Gandhi, and what the thing was, the backdrop of Jallianwala Bagh is, one motivation for attempting this book is that, as I read more and more, you realize that it wasn't one discrete event, horrible as it was. But there were several things leading up to it. Now, Punjab in particular had become by then a kind of hotbed.
Yeah.
There was the Gadar, another forgotten chapter of Indian history. And a lot of the Gadarites were coming back to the Punjab in the 1914, 1915. Punjab also had one of the toughest and the harshest lieutenant governors of any province, Michael O'Dwyer. And the Punjab School of Administration was a metaphor for being the Mai-Bap School of Administration, that we know what's good for you, you let us do it, and if you go out of line, we know how to fix you. So there was very harsh administration. There was huge amounts of agriculture debt, which led a lot of the soldiers to go to the war. So there was a revolutionary spirit, there were problems, there was an awakening. The early satyagraha that Gandhi launched after the Rowlatt Act was in Punjab. And Jallianwala Bagh was preceded by the two major satyagrahis, Saifuddin Kichlu and Dr. Satyapal, being exiled from Punjab. But before that, there had been an expectation, which is when Gandhi said he would help in the recruitment. He told Michael O'Dwyer that I will become your recruit, he told the Chelmsford that I will become your recruiting agent in chief. Because there was this expectation that there will be a reward. The freedom movement still hadn't sort of given up hope in working with the colonial authorities. There was the idea that, dominion status could be one possible result. Of course, none of that happened. Unfortunately, unless you talk about it, these things have gone back 100 years. And so much has happened in this, India's partition, our freedom movement, the achievements, troubles, travails of independent India, that I think very few people have the time to actually go back there. And I must say, and this is rather unfortunate, that there was also a mindset in some people. And this, when we started the centenary commemorations a few years ago, a decade ago, we worked together with USI and MEA, and we discovered that there was a mindset which said, oh, these were not us, these were not Indian soldiers, or they were Indian soldiers, but they were not fighting for the Indian flag. Why do we need to commemorate them? Some people said they were mercenaries. Well, every soldier gets a salary, so you can't call him a mercenary. And the argument that we ultimately had to put forward, and which prevailed to a large extent, was that, listen, they fought under the flag that was. They fought for certain reasons. They fought for honor, izzat. They fought for a possibility of a reward. And whatever it is, why do you forget that the blood that was shed in Europe and other places was Indian blood? And here there were a set of European countries, besides Britain, of course, there was Belgium, there was France, there was Australia, there were other countries who were willing to commemorate your sacrifice. And you found sections of India saying, no, we don't want to commemorate. So it was an ironical situation. I think fortunately, for the most part, it was overcome. But that's part of the collective amnesia that you mentioned.
That they weren't ours, they were not fighting.
Yeah, it's a facile argument. It's a fundamentally flawed argument.
So I remember going to Flanders Field and seeing this space, and when you go past, you look at somehow, you feel as if when the soldiers arrived, they kind of felt as if this was somewhere like home. There was these big canals, it was largely agricultural. But what I found really moving and deeply distressing in a way was that there is, there are lines of names that exist, and none of us actually invoke them or take them or even remember them. So there is the idea of memory that we talk, whether we talk about military fiction, whether we talk about military history. How do you create a memory of someone who doesn't exist? So if we don't take their names, how do they exist? How do they have memory? And I wanted to ask you where did you find memories of the soldiers? And then I wanted to talk about the person in Kripal Singh, Kripal Singh, about, and how he, in some ways, is the Indian soldier that you've created, and he sort of represents the millions.
Yeah, you're right, because you see a lot of names.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've all seen them on India Gate, etc. But it was in Israel, frankly, when I was there, and I was approached by the people of Haifa, the city authorities of Haifa, that we want to commemorate Dalpat Singh, Major Dalpat Singh, who was called the liberator of Haifa.
Yeah.
And he was from I think he was the Bikaner cavalry. Jodhpur Lancers. Jodhpur Lancers. So there was the Jodhpur, the Mysore, the Bikaner Lancers, what is known as possibly the last cavalry battle in the world was in Haifa. So they wanted to raise a statue to him, and that was an effort. And in that process, we found the Haifa cemetery, which was maintained. I mean, we didn't have to find it, we knew it, but in the sense we discovered the Indianness of it, because it was a cemetery, of course, run by the Commonwealth Graves Commission. But when I actually went there and read the names, of course, there were, Hindu names, Sikh names, Muslim names, all from India. And the fact is, like most of the Commonwealth cemeteries in that area, it's not the people who are actually buried there. But it was sort of commemoration of a lot of people who had died in that area, and they were commemorated by various memorial stones. So then we worked with the Haifa people. We said, okay, let's make a collective ceremony. Let's make a ceremony for the princely troops, which were the Lancers, as well as the British Indian Army people who are commemorated here. And since, I think, 2010, or 2010, we started it, it's become an annual function. And similarly, then we mapped about 10 cemeteries in the Israel-Palestine area, and we produced a book with photographs and names, etc. So this is how, I mean, it's a small effort, but I think it's one way of sort of bringing it back to memory. And so Lansnaik Kirpal that you talk about, who's one of the 9 protagonists in the book, was actually a creation of, it's fiction. But again, it's not, again, I want it to be true in some ways to the landscape of history. So I actually looked for a regiment which fought in the places, and you have Tony McClenaghan and Rana Chinna, whom I badgered a lot in those days for, guidance. I wanted a regiment which actually went from India, which was recruited in Punjab, which fought in Europe, which spent time in Mesopotamia, and then came back. And the one as near as I could get was the 47th Sikhs. And it took a lot of reading war diaries to see that at least I got the broad thing. There may be a little bit here and there which one had to change. So again, Lansnaik Kirpal Singh is one of those people who was recruited in the first go. In 90s, sent on the first 2 big ships which sail out in 1914 and land in France, and then they go through France, etc. They suffer the travails of the European war. In a year or so, they are moved to Mesopotamia, and then eventually they come back to Punjab. Now, you know, somewhere where the fiction comes in is the disbanding, you know, and there you have to play with dates to fit your structure. So, but broadly, it is more or less as per actual happenings. So that's where I found Kirpal Singh, and that's where, you know, you try to bring the story of the Indian soldier going, being recruited, suffering, his motivations, his fears, and coming back and running straight into Jallianwala Bagh.
Yeah.
So that's...
And I think, so could you read a little bit about Kirpal Singh? Because I think in some ways the landscape is really about, as we say, war, conflict, and fiction. And in some ways, there is this war that he fought. There's a war at home, and there's a war that he fought back. So there's conflict. If you could read a little bit from there.
So you want the war part or the recruitment part?
The war part. And then we can go back to recruitment, or you want to do it the other way around?
Okay. So now Kirpal Singh happens to be at Jallianwala Bagh. He's when the massacre begins.
Yeah.
He is not meant to be there because he's not involved in the satyagraha or in the political meetings. But he's coming back from the war, he's got leave, and he's going to meet his father and his uncle in the Golden Temple.
Yeah.
So, and that, when he comes, and then on the way, he takes a ride on a bullock cart from somebody who says, okay, will you please take care of my bulls in the Jallianwala Bagh, because that's what was happening. And I'm going because it was the best. It was also the cattle fair of Amritsar. So, you know, I tried to bring things. I said, I'm going to get some money, etc. So will you please do that? So he is there basically on, you know, trying to do this guy a favor, and is lying on the grass against a tree, and he is watching what's happening. So that's when he sees the soldiers coming in. Huh? Sure? Yeah. So he sees the soldiers coming in, and he wonders, why are they coming in and lining up? Why are they kneeling down? Why are they going to get ready to shoot? I mean, these are soldiers I have fought with on the same side. So he says, he looks at them, and it says, a glance can take in a lot, sometimes much more than the mind can process. Kirpal saw not only the Gurkhas and the frontier men, but also a young British captain. Behind him stood a senior officer, his face half hidden under his solar topi, a commander's cane in his hand. With him were a couple of police officers and 2 sergeants, who appeared to be bodyguards to the commanding officer. Even from that distance, one of the bodyguards seemed strangely familiar to Kirpal. There was something in the way he swung his right shoulder as he walked, jerking it towards his chin. He had seen him somewhere not too long ago. The soldiers had their rifle butts against their shoulders. They looked ready to shoot. They want fire. Don't run, somebody in the crowd shouted. Kirpal heard the command from the senior officer, fire. The young captain repeated the command, fire. Someone blew a whistle. He saw the smoke rise from the barrels, and a fraction of a second later, he heard the volley of shots. Blanks! They are firing blanks, a man in the crowd shouted, his voice fading. But Kirpal knew that these were not blanks, but real bullets, like the ones he had fired and faced for 4 years of the Great War. You did not line up and take such careful aim if you were firing blanks. You did that when you wanted to kill. Instinctively, he flung himself flat on the ground and rolled over twice so that the tree trunk was between him and the soldiers, his mind black with anger. He had fought for the British king alongside soldiers like these, and now they were shooting at him. A screaming bullet glanced off the gnarled bark of the tree inches above his head. In a daze, Kirpal stared at the exposed chalk-white flesh underneath. What was happening was no mistake. The soldiers were firing to kill. The British officers were directing the fire. Impotent anger surged from deep within him and rushed through his veins. If only he had a rifle, he would get to them and stop them from firing. He had rushed 50 yards before. In a flash, he understood why the aeroplane had flown over the Bagh a couple of hours earlier. It had been a source of curiosity and much amusement to the crowd. They had all looked up, some lifting children onto their shoulders to show them the unique sight. But Kirpal had seen these planes before, in France. It all came back because the strangest things come to mind unbidden at the oddest times. A half-forgotten dream, a face glimpsed in a passing train, a tune that will never play itself out, a hillside thick with green shadows seen in this or perhaps some previous life. And with death at the door, you recall things you thought you had forgotten. That was what happened to Kirpal as the sun descended to the horizon and the soldiers took aim and the bullets began to fly and people around him began to shriek and fall and die.
So this bit, even though you've taken, Kripal is fictional, in the Bagh, when you look at the Hunter Commission report, there were soldiers who were killed, right?
Well, there were soldiers of duty.
Of duty.
There were soldiers who had retired. If you see the list of compensation given after Jallianwala Bagh or the lists collected by the Seva Samiti Committee, which was the sort of NGO of those days, which worked for months later to collect names, incomplete as it was, you find former soldiers.
Yeah. I wanted to take you away from here and then talk really about the aspect of what, of course, there is the military aspect of this, the conflict that happens. But there is also a social aspect of how the war plays itself out on the lives of people who didn't necessarily go to war, but suffered around it. And if you look at fiction across the world, you find that you hear about shortages. You know how creatively in fiction you have, through all the stuff that you've read, how the British dealt with the shortages, how, there was a shortage of sugar, there was this thing, you've read about protagonists dealing with it, you've looked, on screen there's Downton Abbey, for example, which looks at the same thing, of course, in a very binge-watched sort of way. And, yet there is absolutely no memory or no, in fiction, of what the ordinary Indian went through during the war. And we did, as India did contribute to the war, even apart from just manpower, right? And could you talk about that and why do you think we haven't been able to find that space?
Well, again, we haven't even fully explored the history of our military. So forget about the ordinary people.
Yeah.
But it does come out some places. For instance, there isn't much that's been written. There's, Mulk Rajanan's across the Black Waters. But you find a lot more, for instance, in Punjabi folk, verses, poetries, ditties, which talk about, as the disillusionment with this war set in, mostly from women's point of view, mostly from the Potwar region, which had the maximum recruitment, that, or don't take my husband away, or he's gone and there's nothing to eat, and stuff like that. Then you find a lot in the letters.
Yeah.
The David Omisi collection, which everybody here, I'm sure, knows. There are some letters, censored even if they are, which talk of, there are shortages at home, there's nothing to do, we've had to sell that cow, we've had to sell a buffalo, we don't have, the house needs repair, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And there is, I believe, I haven't read it myself, but I believe this similar literature in Urdu. I think Rakshanda has done a collection, and she mentions that there is some stuff in Urdu. But the fact is that, British India decided to make a huge gift to the crown. It was the richest of the colonies. And this is the huge gift to the crown for the war effort. And where did it come from? It came from the people. For instance, there was a war fund, there were war loans. If you just take Punjab, for that matter, I forget the national figures, but Punjab not only contributed men, at one stage, the ratio of recruitment in Punjab was 1 to 14.
Wow.
14 of the population, one person in the army, and where the national ratio was about 1 to 150. Punjab contributed in those days 2 crores to the war fund and 10 crores of war loans. Women gave their bangles, their rings, their earrings, and it was a genuine outpouring. And Michael O'Dwyer has, recorded it in his, India as I Knew It, as to what a great effort was put to Punjab. In the end, out of the 1.2 or 1.3 of people who fought, 500,000 were from Punjab.
Yeah.
So it also meant, and this goes to your first question, and why was there protest in Punjab? All the prices were war prices.
Yeah.
The sugar, the oil, the food prices, everything went through the roof because everything was being exported. The number of animals, if you go to London, you see the memorial to the animals who were killed in the First World War. The animals also went in large numbers from India. So, there was a huge impact.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that there was under complete repression. It was not a willing sort of, giving.
Yeah.
To a point it was, and
coerced,
then it was forced, and then there were quotas for recruitment.
Yeah.
For instance, the initial recruitment was voluntary, and then when Michael O'Dwyer wanted more and more and more, the Tehsildars and the various people were told, you get me so many men, otherwise your son is going in. So people actually began to run away. And this you see again in the Omesi collection of letters. That the people are just going away, vanishing, hiding, trying, particularly in the last couple of years of the war. So there was a huge impact. The Defense of India regulation was in application, was applied, and Rowlatt Bill was actually a peacetime form of the defense of, where no protests, no freedom of press, no legal remedy, no judicial remedy was actually left available. So there was political repression, there was economic exploitation, and there was difficulties in terms of economic survival.
And what I find interesting is that, while you've got all this and you know this as fact, I love the way you sort of craft it into fiction. So there's this one bit where Kripal Singh is going on the train in Flanders, and his, I think, in France, Hukum Singh is his Hazura Singh is his companion, and they talk about, he says he's dying to drink a cup of tea. And you said that that's a new thing. Earlier, everybody just had milk.
Yes, tea was a discovery.
Yeah.
In the villages, they didn't drink tea in India. It was, you drank milk, you took a glass of milk. So this tea was a bit of a British thing that rubbed off on the soldiers. And they also, the sheer amazement when they landed in France and they marched through, you see those famous pictures of Punjab soldiers marching through, and people used to sort of gather around the camps, and as they tied their beards or they tied their turbans, they would all watch, and so it was they were a novelty, and the French were a novelty for them. The freedom of women. For instance, one of these soldiers here says, "Oh, this is a land of fairies. Where have I come? I've come to heaven. This is the old fairies around here." So to watch white women freely dressed, freely interacting with men was an eye-opener. And again, that feeds into the political reaction back home. When they came back home, they were telling their people, why are we wasting so much money on funerals and marriages and gifts and this and that? We should educate people.
Yeah.
We should look at the way people live abroad.
Yeah.
You know, and this happened 25 years earlier or 20 years earlier when the first 6 soldiers went after the celebration of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee and went across to Canada and came back with their eyes completely open.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
But I also wanted to bring this up because, you know, in the morning, the CDS talked about photographs and how military, you know, in terms of paintings. And in some ways, the only memories that exist with World War I or in the Indian soldiers are these very romantic ideas of, you know, the Sikh soldiers, the Sikh, you know, this giving of flowers, this sort of, this sort of, them almost, I'm not exoticizing them, but certainly a certain idea of romance and...
you know, the romance is good.
Yes.
But what I'm, you know,
No.
I said this somewhere in England, and I think, you know, that the romance is good, but it's not only the romance.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of pain.
Yeah.
And so when you romanticize and you see it all with rose-tinted spectacles, that's nice for the movies, it's nice for the books, but there was a lot of reality, there was a lot of pain. Every soldier was, you know, not being given flowers by a French girl.
True.
You know, they were also dying.
Also dying,
Their
yeah.
bodies could not be recovered. They were rotting in the snow. They didn't know how to handle the trench rats. They couldn't handle the weather.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to use those new rifles. They didn't have time to train on them. So all that was also there. I'm just saying there's a balance it off somewhere.
No, I also think that when they first went in, I didn't think they were equipped with enough warm clothes either. They used Vaseline to keep warm. And I think...
You know, a European winter finished them, essentially, you know, and they had to be moved.
And even in the first, when the first gas attack happens in Ypres, they've been told that the only way that gas masks, then if they don't have gas masks, they have to dip hankies in urine and put them on their face, and that's what's going to save them. So, I mean, I think there is an aspect of the suffering or what the ordinary soldier went through that we really don't know very much about. But I would like you to read a little bit about the recruitment, because I think that there is, and then I want to talk about Udham Singh, because I think there is a dream. Do we have enough time? I think we do, right?
Yeah.
I think there is a dream that, or there was an idea of war. And Kripal Singh is a wrestler, right? And he is a very strong man, certainly a very skilled man. And there was a certain idea of war which that, you know, if you look at what the romance of going to war for the young British men that went, and, you know, there were so many that from every class that died. You know, the bloom, essentially, you know, the best of the crop. There was a certain romance of the Indian soldier that went, where they were sort of given a certain idea, and it was...
Yeah, and there's another idea, I'm happy to read that, but there's another thing. You see, a lot of the British soldiers from the proper regiments were deployed in Europe.
Yeah.
And to send, who was deployed in India instead? A lot of the others, for instance, the Territorial Army, or the equivalent, the London Cyclists Battalion, which again figures in this book because one of the protagonists is the London Cyclist soldier who's an ADC to Dyer.
Yeah.
And this is again factual.
Yes, yes.
His ADC was from the London Cyclist. Of course, I've created a life for him here. So they needed Indian soldiers to go. And this thing of being a wrestler has come into the book because, and sort of it, you know, it just came. And then I discovered that, I think it used to be Colonel Rattray. Colonel Rattray had recruited men by wrestling with them. He would actually get into the akhada, wrestle with the guy, and then say, this guy's good. he goes. This was earlier than the war, but I think 50 years or 40 years earlier. So here in this book, by now when he comes to the recruitment, Kirpal is already a young man who's learned wrestling as a kid and has become a good wrestler. So he's wrestling in this wrestling tournament in the Toba Tek Singh Tehsil, and he is being watched. So then, after the wrestling match, after he wins, this is the scene. A short, bald man, his mustache dyed a dark orange with henna, broke into the group. Everything about him spelt authority. His crisp kurta pajama, his traditional embroidered Punjabi jutti with its curled toes, and the register in his hand. Kaka, you fought well. You're a strong boy, a real Punjabi boy, he said, and stretching to his full height, patted Kirpal on the shoulder. One of the boys recognized the man. Tehsildar, Saab, 1,000 salams. My Sat Sri Akal too, Tehsildar Saab. The Tehsildar was rarely seen in the villages, appearing only on important occasions. Someone had pointed him out once to Kirpal at a Baisakhi Mela. Now he felt a thrill that the Tehsildar had been watching him wrestle. Come over there, near the peepal tree, all the winners, and even some who lost, as long as they are strong, are gathering there. You are indeed lucky. The Sarkar wants to meet you all today. The Sarkar? Kirpal's imagination exploded. Who was it who waited for him under the people? The deputy commissioner? Or perhaps the lieutenant governor, whom he had heard occasionally speaking on the radio from Lahore? Surely it was not George Pancham himself, dressed in brocade and gold, who had come to meet the wrestlers in the Tehsil. As they neared the peepal tree, the Tehsildar curved up in an obsequious posture that came to him naturally, ingrained by 3 generations of serving the British rulers. He began to step softly, as if walking on his toes, and signaled by a look and a downward gesture of his hand to the boys following him that they should quieten their steps. The Sarkar, the man who at that moment embodied the entire British Raj, sat behind a small table. The brass buttons of his military uniform glinted in the sun. He sat absolutely erect, as if he had an iron rod in place of a spine, and he looked each person directly in the eye. Kirpal could not look away from the eyes that bored into him. They were a strange mix of blue and green, and seemed to have golden stars drifting in them. When he did look away, his eyes fell on a poster that was pinned to the tree trunk, just behind the officer. A uniformed soldier standing legs apart, a rifle with an attached bayonet in his left hand, a smart turban on his head. A cupped pair of hands in front of him offered a pile of gold coins. Superimposed on the soldier's features was a question mark in bold black. Written below it in bold Urdu script was this: who will take this money, this rifle, this uniform? He who enlists in the army. The recruiting sergeant, for that is who the Sarkar was, spoke in the Hindustani of a British soldier who had spent the last 2 decades in India. We have seen the wrestling. This is the way brave men test each other. I am not Colonel Rattray. Otherwise, I would have come into the akhada myself and tested each of you like he did. All the boys he wrestled with are proud soldiers in the Indian Army, the backbone of the Sikh battalions. His Majesty will be pleased to take you young men into the army. You are true representative of your courageous race, the Sikhs of Punjab, whose valor and loyalty is well known to His Majesty. You will eat well and dress well. You will be taken care of. You will be well rewarded with pensions and jagirs. There is a war coming, and this is the chance to write your name in golden letters and win medals that your coming generations will be proud of.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah. And I think there's also these war recruiting songs that...
Yeah, the famous war recruiting songs. I don't know where it is. But
do you have a war recruiting song here? Right, I think you do.
I have it somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I find fascinating is that, you know, you've used aspects of what is, of what actually happens and then sort of spun it with like a silken thread and created this, this thing. So everything in it, the details are really history, but they've been spun into this completely different thing with fiction. So it reaches far many more people. And if you have a recruiting song, I would just want you to.
Well, there is a, there is the famous song which I think everybody here will know, which is the one that was being played on the new magic machine, which was a kind of gramophone. And it was written by a guy called Bhai Chhela Patialewala. So I think for effect, it's better to read out the English first.
Yeah.
And the Punjabi later if you want. It says, the recruits are at your doorstep. Here you eat dried roti, there you'll eat fruit. Here you are in tatters, there you'll wear a suit. Here you wear worn out shoes, there you'll wear boot.
Yes.
Want me to do the Punjabi?
Yeah.
Punjabi is better. It says, Parti ho jave, bar khade rengroot. Ethe khame sukki hoi roti, othe khame fruit. Ethe pame phate hoye leede, othe pame suit. Ethe pame tutti hoye jutti, othe pame boot.
Yeah.
So that
Really powerful stuff, that. But but the idea of the troops being, and the sensitivities of the troops, for example, were certainly looked after. So, you've got Kripal Singh talking about the different aspects of how, goats were halal. There was halal as well as jatka.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think you see the advantage, particularly at the beginning of the war, for the Indian soldiers who went, was their officers knew them.
Yeah.
So their officers knew India. Their officers were culturally sensitive to their demands. For instance, when they reached France, they record that, everything is fine here, they take care of us. There's jhatka for the Sikhs, there is halal for the Muslims. So I think all that, but what happened in the later stages was a lot of those officers died.
Yeah.
New people came in to look after them who didn't really know all these things. And slowly the sense of, early sense of euphoria that, we are going out, we are going for a while, we are going to get good money.
Yeah.
It was 11 rupees
Yes,
a month. And, we'll pay away this debt, we'll buy this, we'll buy. All that sort of faded after the first couple of winters. And there was a sense of that, we are in hell. That this is, this kind of war doesn't happen. And telling people back home in many letters that don't come.
Yeah.
Or send me somewhere where I can get leave. They had all sorts of odd ways.
Yeah.
One way was getting this, what was it, the indigo, there's an indigo, the dhobis have some indigo which would, if applied, would cause injury.
Yeah.
And it make the hand to swell, and therefore they could get leave on medical grounds. So all that, it sort of slowly went down. But yes, you're right. In the beginning, there was considerable cultural sensitivity. They felt comfortable with their own officers who spoke Hindustani and knew them, and But later on, this didn't last.
And also the trenches. I mean, they had never been on a trench thing before. But moving beyond that, I wanted to now talk about the other war. Okay, a war that became a personal war. which is Udham Singh. And in the preface, you talk about you say that you choose not to present him in Jallianwala Bagh because you say that you've taken this from his testimony, and however unreliable, I think if I remember you saying, narrator he is, he wouldn't have lied about this because it would have made his cause much greater. And can you talk about Udham Singh and the story that they say he also sees action, he's also been at war, and you create this inner life, and how do you create an inner life with very little and, you know?
Yeah. No, Udham Singh, despite being a real figure, was probably the most difficult guy to handle here. Because you know some things about him.
Yeah.
And he's such an unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
He is a shadow. He is a man who trained himself to live like a shadow. He's a man with multiple identities, multiple names. I mean, he was Udham Singh, he was Uday Singh, he was Sher Singh, he was Frank Brazil.
Yeah.
He was Ram Mohammed Singh, which was actually tattooed on his arm. So he was a man of multiple identities. He had trained himself to this shadowy figure. He was very difficult to track. And there have been a couple of attempted biographies which helped. But the early years of his life are completely. And one of the big questions, and people make their choices, a recent movie made the other choice, was he there at Jallianwala Bagh? Most people who have studied his life, have researched his life, can't find confirmation. I mean, the movie is given, the entire, as if he single-handedly handled the massacre of Jallianwala Bagh. But I couldn't find anything, nor could other biographers. And the only thing that you found and this has been, unfortunately, even ignored by biographers, but when I read his trial testimony, he says in as many words, he could have been lying. But man is going to hang, he knows he's going to hang, and if he says I was there, it makes him even a bigger hero, that I'm taking revenge for what I saw. But he says I wasn't there, I was in East Africa. So I put him in East Africa, going by his own testimony. He was in East Africa. He was in East Africa working for the Ugandan railway. Before that, he did go to the war. But that was all before 1990.
Yeah.
So he went to the war. He was, his whole thing, and this is a fact, his whole thing was that I want glory.
Yeah.
And he was an orphan boy. He grew up in the Putli Ghar orphanage in Amritsar. And I want glory. This orphan boy from Suman, this low caste, as he called himself repeatedly, it will prove that I am a hero. I want to do this. I want to do something big. And the war, he got no glory. He did some lowly carpentry work in Basra. He was a motor mechanic. He did some motor mechanic jobs. And then he came back under somewhat questionable circumstances. So he didn't get any glory in the war. But thereafter, he went off to Ugandan railway, where also he didn't work very long because he got in touch with the Gadarites. And he slipped away. He had a contract, but he slipped away 3 or 4 years before his contract was, I think it was a 5-year contract, he did 2 years, and he slipped away and got into the Gadar network, and then started doing jobs for the Gadarites. And from there on, he started his life as a, conspirator. And he had this aim of taking revenge on Dyer. Unfortunately, to his great disappointment, Dyer died. Out of natural causes. And probably a lot of mental anguish. And then he got Odwar. And he got him 21 years after the event. And it was a chase. And the records of that chase are absolutely amazing. If you, I mean, the way he eluded one intelligence agency after the other, the way he got passports, the way he got, traveled.
Man with a mission. Man with a mission, completely.
I think so. I think so. Again, the only thing you find where it is his trial and his letters. So there you see him. I mean, when he's in jail, what he's doing, the records of the jail. I did go to Pentonville prison in London. I actually went to the room where he was hanged. It's now an office. There are 3 guys sitting there having tea and things. But, I went to that, what was his cell. And I mean, the death cell and the cell and where the body drop was. And where they went and buried him in the little patch in Pentonville prison where most of the political revolutionaries were buried, including the Irish revolutionaries. And he was buried there from 1940 to 1974, unnamed. But the British authorities, the prison authorities knew exactly
where he was,
where it was. So when the Indian government in 1974 agitated this whole issue, that we want the remains back, it happened. And these remains were brought back in 1974, 34 years later, after his hanging and his burial.
You also talk about, I think once before we had this conversation, I think his revolver still exists.
I think his revolver is in Scotland Yard Museum.
Yeah.
It's still there. It hasn't been given away. It used to be displayed. I haven't seen it for a long time in, I think, but it used to be in Scotland Yard.
So can I ask you to read a little bit about Udham Singh, the last bit, about...
so why don't we read when he actually shoots?
When he actually shoots.
Michael O'Dwyer. Yeah. So this was, as most people here would know, this was in Caxton Hall in central London, where Michael O'Dwyer, he found out, was going to give a speech. There was a public discussion, some kind of hall like this, and it was a discussion on Afghanistan. And there were 3 or 4 speakers. Michael O'Dwyer was one of the speakers. And Udham Singh, he knew how to get around things. He could dress well. He could go in. He even acted in movies, by the way. 2 minutes? Yeah.
No, 5 minutes. She's just telling us what the time is.
So, he even acted in silent movies. So there are pictures of him, as an extra in the movies. So he was a guy who knew. He had a good suit. He had a nice hat. He had an overcoat. And he knew how to get by. So he gets into Caxton Hall by asking a lady to, will you, may I go along with you? And she looks at him, finds him a presentable person. She says, yeah. He goes in there and then separates, and he sort of goes and hangs around, the wooden wall on the side. He's leaning against the wall. And this is exactly what he did. I looked around. This is in his voice. I mean, this is the only part of the book which is in first person. I looked around. A clock on the wall showed 3 o'clock. A dais had been set up for speakers with a large map of Afghanistan on the wall behind them. I recognized Zetland, the Secretary of State. Seen many pictures of him in the newspapers. He was the chairman sitting in the center, the man who pushed India into World War II without asking anyone. The man next to Zetland started his speech and he wouldn't stop. Thank God I had enough sweets in my pocket, and I kept popping them into my mouth one after the other. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep, even standing up. But the man I had come for was not on the stage. Michael O'Dwyer was right there in the front parrot, just in the front rows, not parrot yet, just a few yards from me, one leg crossed over the other. He was listening attentively to the speech, and every once in a while, he would whisper something to his neighbor. Then his turn came to speak, and he went up to the dais. He was over 70 and retired, but the bastard still spoke as if he were Lieutenant Governor of Punjab. He looked like a real proud parrot with his chest all puffed up and his voice going up and down. I could see what a terror he must have been in Punjab, squeezing the poor for their last drop of blood. Go to the war, give your gold, give your young men, don't eat anything, we need the food for the war, and don't open your mouths, or I will have you whipped, flogged, arrested, exiled, hanged. Don't say the word Gadar, or you go to the gallows, or to Kalapani, or both. Yes, that was O'Dwyer. I wanted to kill him right then, but I had to get close. Finally, he finished and came back to his seat, and many people clapped. I too clapped. No harm clapping, I thought. At last, the meeting ended. O'Dwyer stood up. That was my moment. I took 2 steps towards the center of the hall and fired. 2 into O'Dwyer first. He was falling even as I was firing. Then Zetland got 2, and he too fell. 1 bullet each at the 2 other gents, and then I turned and rushed up the gangway, shouting at people to make way. A woman came in my way, and then a man jumped on me from the back, and I fell, and the revolver slipped from my hand. How did it matter? I was not going to run anyway. Several men grabbed me. A police sergeant searched my pockets and took out my knife and the box of revolver ammunition. He also found the loose bullets in my trouser pocket. There was chaos all around. People were picking up empty cartridges and handing them to the sergeant. An inspector of police came up and looked at me closely. "You speak English?" he said. "Yes," I told him, "but it's all over. It's no use." And my eyes pointed at O'Dwyer's body, blood all over. "Do whatever you want now," I wanted to say. "My job is done." This poor orphan has done a big thing, bigger than he could have ever imagined in his wildest dreams.
Thank you. And I think that's a wonderful way to end. I believe that we have time for questions. And we've got a hand right up there. So if you could give the mic, or do you want? I think your voice, you'll be audible, sir.
Okay.
Buland Awaz.
I'm ashamed at not having read my good friend's book, but outside. But I can feel the essence of the romance and the pain, more so the pain of Jallianwala, and also the civic hardship suffered by the people of Punjab more than any other part of the country, undivided Punjab. And but being from a regiment that fought very actively on many fronts in the First World War, in fact, the highest number of battle honors won in the Western theater, and then we fought in Mesopotamia as well. I'm looking forward, perhaps crediting Mahatma Gandhi with the wisdom and the foresight that had India not joined the war effort in the First World War and then subsequently in the Second World War, where I believe he was also party to the decision. Looking ahead, at that time, the soldier that joined, it was not his king, it was not his country. Na mera nishan si, na mera chanda si, but mera na ki si. मैं किदा नमक खाया सी ते उद फौज जाके ते मेरा झंडा केड़ा होना सी. So which was the chanda, whether he was 37th Sikh or Hodson's Horse or 1st Punjab or whatever it is, that has survived. Looking ahead, soon after the First World War, the first commissioning of Indian officers started. And by the time the Second World War came, we had very mature Indian officers, so much so that Field Marshal Slim said, my best 3 battalion commanders, Temaya, Thorat, and Bogi Sen, in the army in Burma, were Indian officers. Indians, they said at that time in the Second World War, you had Indian soldiers were the new principles of warfare. Again, sir, I'm looking ahead. At the time of partition, we had very mature officers, brigadiers, generals, full generals. So much so that immediately following that, we had officers who fought with great tradition and aplomb. 1962, well, 65, 71, and there. What would have happened if India had, the Indian people had held back and not joined the war effort? We would have been similar to a large number of countries where three stripers took over governments and coup d'etats. Today we have among the most mature armed forces cadres in the world. So I'm not giving credit to the British for the fact that they pushed us into the war effort. I'm giving credit to the foresight of our leaders who looked ahead. And if I may say, my regiment, post-1947, is among the most highly decorated in the Indian Army. So it's not the First World War where we won, it's the tradition, the respect, the professionalism that we have gained over the years. And I think, in retrospect, we should not have been awkward about commemorating the First World War, which we did with I think the Indian commemoration was the largest in the world, because I participated in the execution of it. So I think all around, the romance and the pain, Sir Navtejji, is remarkable, the manner in which you put it. And I go back to school reading Usne Kaha Tha, the stories of the Punjabi, the Sikh soldiers in France. So all in all, I think a most enjoyable hour we've spent with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. There's no question. I thought there was a question.
No, there isn't a question.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I think there's one.
There is one more? Sorry, I can't see. Here. Oh, gentleman.
Sir, congratulations for the book. So, in fact, there are very, very less number of fictions, especially on the war themes. So, this is the welcome addition. So, I have two questions, rather quests. Sir, the character Kirpal Singh, so when he came and when he went to Jallianwala, then so it is a kind of irony that the soldiers who fought for the empire and the same empire is firing ruthlessly on his own people. So my question is whether there was any impact of this on recruitment post this incident in the Indian Army. And my second question is that there were romance, there may be relations. So was there any marriage which took place where the soldier brought the bride to India? Because this happened in Second World War. So I am not aware of World War I.
I think on your first question, you know, the war was already over by the time 1919 happened. So no immediate impact on the recruitment. But I can say that a lot of former soldiers, you know, sort of got increasingly involved in the freedom movement. A number of them, you know, settled back into their farms. They got some money, they got some land, and went. But so on the second question, I believe there was one or two cases. I honestly have no detail of that. Possibly, you know, there would be others who would have this. Second World War, yes, but First World War may have been a bridge too far. Romance, yes. Bringing back a wife, I'm not sure.
No, not bringing back. There was one letter I seem to remember in Omisi where he says that, you know, I was forced. I mean, obviously he had a child, and he says I was forced, and the king forced me to get married. And I think this thing. I seem to remember that vaguely, but I don't.
Yeah, well, there is a bit of romance in Kirpal's life.
Yeah.
He does actually meet an Indian Muslim girl in Basra, but there's a brief exchange, and there's a It was a much longer episode before the book got edited. Ultimately, my editors thought that, it was a pet peeve of mine which could be kept for...
No, I think that would be nice. It's a short story.
Yeah, it's a nice short story. He actually meets a girl. There's an Indian sheikh who runs an Indian hospice in Basra, and it's based on my experience of the Indian hospice in Jerusalem. And he has his daughter looks after the 3 soldiers and sort of falls in love with Kirpal, and there's a brief interaction, and she writes to him, and he doesn't reply. So that's the sort of story, but that has been excised out of the book. I think we need to...
Yeah, we need to leave.
Thank you so much for this gripping discussion. And I think this needs a real good round of applause from everyone. And I would just request Mandira to hand over a gift of appreciation to Ambassador Sarna. One is for Mandira and one the other. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now changing track a little, now is time for the special screening of a film, Greatest War Ever Won, 1971. Stories from the Battlefield at Brain Trust India by Subroto Chattopadhyay by the Peninsula Studios. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, so stay where you are. Be seated. Keep seated.
Just a minute. What happened? No. Okay. प्ले करूं? एक मिनट रुको, एक मिनट. Sound? Just a minute. आ जाएगा.
यहाँ से मैं कुछ देखना पड़ेगा. Put down karo ekbar. Down karo pura ekbar.
क्या sound.
Recent states of West Bengal.
Why are you playing it online?
Are?
Locally because if your internet breaks,
It's not internet.
but then why is it playing in the browser?
Yeah, can you download it? Oh, Narinder, give me the memory stick.
Where is it? Is it done? Just copying here. Audio. आ गया मैं वो लगा रहा हूँ रुक जाओ वो मैं लगा लूँगा
Okay, let's go back. Will you give me the feed?
Yeah.
Oh. Max, hi. Hi, Vinny. Shall we start? Hi, sir. Shall we start? I'm really pleased today because 5 people who actually supported this initiative, it is their story, they are all here. And that pleases me no end. Respected veterans, serving officers, Major General Sharma, the leadership team at the USI, ladies and gentlemen. Our story, we believe, is about one of the most significant events in the history, the birth of a nation Bangladesh, substantially caused by the greatest military operation ever. Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, is back in news 54 years after liberation, so it is a good time to revisit 1971. In 1970, elections were held in East and West Pakistan. The results were not acceptable to some of the political leaders in West Pakistan. The consequences of these actions were significant. This gave rise to Bengali nationalism in East Pakistan, who protested, leading to civil war. The martial law administration of Pakistan responded to the brutal crackdown in East Pakistan in March 1971, codenamed Operation Searchlight, on its own citizens. And over 10 million refugees poured into the adjacent states of West Bengal, Assam, and Tripura in India. The Indian political leadership, upon deliberation, decided to restore order by military intervention. The Indian military fought its third war in 9 years in what is considered to be one of the most decisive victories in history, leading to the creation of Bangladesh. After the liberation of Bangladesh, the Indian military fell back to their positions in India.
I would want to dedicate it, first of all, to the people of Bangladesh, because this is really their story. They're freedom fighters, and most of all, to their women, who contributed a great deal and suffered the most. That famous photograph of a woman freedom fighter arriving with a gun in one hand and two children holding their hands to receive us after our heliborne crossing. And the kindest thing she did was she also brought a pot of rice for us.
So far as someone of my generation is concerned, the war is framed and limited by these two pictures, one of General Manekshaw with Mrs. Gandhi, and the other of the surrender ceremony in Ramana Racecourse, and I believe this does great disservice to a grand effort of what lies in between. So what we ended up doing is this, and we have these officers who actually fought the war tell the story of what actually happened. And this is narrated by a star cast of veterans, as you can see, from all three services. And each episode is a classic. We also included some material on the intelligence agencies and the diplomats who played a crucial role. These are their stories from the battlefield. And when we layered the events of the day on day, what emerged was a grandmaster playing chess. And the sheer brilliance of it convinced us that 1971 is the greatest war ever won by any military in history. This is our view. We added elements to contextualize the events leading up to the war to make sense of what happened. I must emphasize that we are presenting a very tiny sliver of an extremely complex operation carried out around the world. This episode for you has been edited from around 25 hours of recording. Let's start.
The greatest tribute that has been paid to India in the liberation war of Bangladesh is by Michael Walzer in his seminal book, Just and Unjust Wars. And he goes on to say that it is 20th century's most outstanding example of humanitarian intervention. He also says that the world was aware of it, the world chose to neglect it. India had no option but to go in, and they did an outstanding job.
This, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just go back a little bit.
They did an outstanding job.
The root cause of the conflict in Bangladesh lied in the institutionalized humiliation of East Pakistanis in matters of language, culture, economics by their fellow citizens in West Pakistan. In 1971, a nation united by religion was divided by language and culture due to majoritarian politics. The East Pakistanis revolted, and a professional army took sides and supported the interests of the Pakistan People's Party led by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, which lost the elections, and see what they did. The killings by the Pakistan Army began on 23rd of March under an infamous crackdown codenamed Operation Searchlight. According to an estimate by Justice Subhan, after 23rd of March, between March and December, at least 200,000 women were raped by the Pakistani soldiers. This is the picture of Malaika Khan. She's in Dhaka and I met her. She was the head of Bangladesh Guides Association and she led rescue missions in December 71, starting at Jahangir Gate in Dhaka. In an interview in The Guardian, she says, there were women completely naked, abandoned in bunkers, tortured by the soldiers during the war, many heavily pregnant. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the picture of Dr. Jeffrey Davis. He was a late pregnancy terminal specialist, an Australian who came in from UK, and he worked in Bangladesh in 1972 under the WHO. And I quote him, the Pakistan infantry would go in and begin to segregate the women, and then they would be put into a compound and made available to troops. He interviewed Pakistani officers who were prisoners of war in Kumilla, and the response was shocking. What's the fuss about? They said it was war, and we had orders, a kind of instructions from General Tikka Khan to impregnate as many Bengali women as possible. To help integrate these rape victims back into society, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman gave them a honorific called Biranganas, which means war heroines. These are the two honorable officers of the Pakistan Army, both 3-star. They resigned their jobs in early March, refusing to be a part of this abominable operation, and they went back to Pakistan and they resigned their services at the end of 1971. But that was not the case with many. On your left is General Tikka Khan. He was the architect of Searchlight. He went on to become the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan, Governor Punjab, and later a very high functionary in the Pakistan People's Party. Major General Khadim Raja was made the ambassador to Mozambique, and Major General Rao Farman Ali became the chairman of Pakistan Fauji Foundation. Bhutto repaid the debt adequately. But what was amazing is the story of Anthony Mascarenhas. He was a Pakistani journalist from Karachi who was invited by Tikka Khan on the 9th of April to come and see how well the Pakistani army had controlled the situation. What Mascarenhas saw was rivulets of blood in the city of Dhaka. The officers bragged about how they tortured the citizens and the kind of rapes they carried out. And he was taken to Jagannath Hall where he saw rotting bodies of students. He was completely shaken. And what he did was unthinkable. He picked up his family from Karachi and went away to the UK and met Evans, who was the Sunday Times editor, and who, upon verifying what Anthony Mascarenhas said, put out a 9,047-word article on a Sunday which said genocide, signed off by Anthony Mascarenhas. Actually, that was the first time the world got to know what was happening in East Pakistan. However, the silence from the White House and the State Department was absolutely deafening. They chose to look the other way, and it was both cynical and sinister. Nixon and Kissinger wanted to open a contact with Chairman Mao. It sounds very ironical today. And China, and the meeting was brokered by General Yahya Khan of Pakistan. For the record, Chow En-lai, in the middle of the massacre on 21st of April, sends a message through Yahya Khan inviting Kissinger or even Nixon to Beijing. That's real politics for you. But there were a few good men. Kenneth Keating was the US ambassador to New Delhi, and Archer Blood, the Consul General of Pakistan in Dhaka. Both of them kept sending cables, diplomatic cables from the 23rd night, speaking about the genocide and the refugee crisis emerging in India. But this was ignored and stonewalled by White House and the State Department. On the 6th of April, which is about 10 days after the killing started, the Dhaka consulate did the unthinkable. It fired a dissent telegram against the policies of their own government on East Pakistan, drafted by the entire team in Dhaka and signed off by Archer Blood. It is told that the White House exploded in rage at the insolence of the Dhaka team as the cable hit the circuit. But it stands as a shining example of what decent human beings should do, standing up for what is right, whatever the consequences and the price. Blood was recalled by Nixon on the 5th of June back to the US and sent on professional exile. His career since went sideways. On 15th and 16th of May, Mrs. Gandhi visited the refugee camps in Tripura, Assam, and West Bengal. She was shaken to the core, and she couldn't believe what she saw, and she resolved to set things right. On the 6th of July, Kissinger comes calling on Mrs. Nixon. Comes calling on Mrs. Gandhi, and not only did he refuse to visit any refugee camps, but he threatened India not to interfere in East Pakistan and treated as some pesky irritant. Mrs. Gandhi had made it a point to invite General Manekshaw for that breakfast meeting with Kissinger, and the story goes that when Kissinger asked her what she intended to do, the Prime Minister is told, whispered, if the US government and the US President cannot control the situation, I'm going to ask the chief, pointing to Manekshaw, to do the needful. On the 7th of July, the next day, Kissinger goes to Beijing from Islamabad, and that was the reason why the Pakistanis didn't kind of interfere. Ladies and gentlemen, just to put it in perspective, this war was about 200,000 women raped by the Pakistan forces in East Pakistan. 3 million Pakistanis were killed, and 10 million came in as refugees to India, West Bengal, Tripura, and Assam. And these three states, frankly speaking, never recovered since. Just for the record, on the 26th of March, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who was the head of Awami League, he was picked up by the army and imprisoned first in Faisalabad and then in Miawali in West Pakistan. He was in solitary confinement. This is the setting within which the war was fought. It was in this environment of extreme violence that the Indian political leadership led by Mrs. Gandhi, the diplomats, the intelligence folks, the police, the civil service, and the jewel in our crown, our magnificent military, stepped on the plate together, and how. The Indian Prime Minister had kept her word that she would interfere. It was a grand symphony, never heard before and maybe never since. For a decisive solution, every arm needed time to prepare. So while the political objective was to provide relief to the citizens of East Pakistan, there was also a difficult Western front to be taken care of. It was a solid two-front war with the threat of China across the Himalayas, a hostile US, and an indifferent and at best ambivalent international community. The war was understandably fought under intense pressure to wrap it up fast. All this makes it, according to us, the greatest military victory ever.
The government of India decided in April 1971 to go to war, to stop the genocide and to enable the refugees to return to their homes. However, General Manekshaw, the Chief of Army Staff, who later became the Field Marshal, had persuaded the government to postpone the offensive till the Indian Army was fully prepared. Thus, the preparations, including acquisition of equipment from Russia and other countries, development of infrastructure at the proposed launching areas, mobilization, training, dumping of ammunition, ordnance and engineer stores had commenced immediately.
In the narrative of the diplomatic engagement between India and the international community, including India's neighbors, there are two distinct phases during 1971. The first phase is from 1971 March till December 4th, which was the phase of diplomatic engagement before the outbreak of hostilities. From the 4th of December till the 16th of December, the focus was on the campaign on the ground, the military campaign, and the efforts made by some countries to bring a halt to this campaign before it could be successfully completed.
At the time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ramnath Kaur was the head of RNAW, Mr. Atma Jairam, the head of INB, Mr. Rustamji was the Director General BSF, and Mr. Majumdar, the head of BSF in the East. They led many officers and intelligence officials who were part of the operations and made seminal contribution to the outcome of the war, but we know very little about it. The role of our intelligence agencies are still under a shroud and very little is known, but their fingerprints are visible. On the 17th of April, which is hardly 4 weeks after the crackdown, a provincial government of Bangladesh was formed in Baidyanath Tala, a border town in East Pakistan, now called Mujibnagar. Here, the first cabinet was sworn in with a military and a diplomatic corps, along with a radio station called Betar Bangla in Calcutta. On 15th April, 2 days before earlier, Hussain Ali, the Deputy High Commissioner of Pakistan in Calcutta, was persuaded by these 4 gentlemen to switch allegiance to the incoming Bangladesh government in exile, along with the entire 70-member staff. Within 4 weeks of Searchlight, the Indian government had enabled a government in exile started operating from Calcutta. Between April and December, our intelligence agencies stymied the CIA and the ISI from disrupting this government in exile, and as the war commenced, they were in lockstep with the military. This is what the Eastern Front looked like. And before I talk about the commanders here, I've been told by many people, including General Nambiar, that we must talk about then Major General, later Lieutenant General Inder Gill. He was Director, Military Operations, would have been DGMO. Outstanding officer by all accounts. We know nothing about him except for a biography written by Mr. Subbiah in Madras. He looked after Gurdwaras after he retired. And General Arora was, of course, the Eastern Army Commander. Admiral Krishnan was Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Operations in Vizag. Second World War veteran, Air Marshal Hari Diwan. He was the AOCNC Eastern Command. And our story is about the legendary Lieutenant General Sagat Singh. He was the 4-Corps commander in Tezpur, and in October, he shifted his headquarters to Teliamuri, which is just behind Agartala, leaving General Malhotra to take care of the Chinese in case they intervene. But there's a very curious thing which happened. What at the time seemed extremely unusual and mysterious arrangement, a squadron of Mi-4 helicopters of the 110 helicopter unit, the flight commander is here in the audience, Squadron Leader Pushpaved, and they were based in Kumbhigram. This was attached to the army commander. Very, very curious when the war started, but as it unfolds, you realize why it happened. Let's find out.
And then we came to know that we would probably be in for a war with East Pakistan. And accordingly, our trainings was molded in such a way that we started preparing for heliborne operations, which had been briefed to our CO by General Sagat Singh. General Sagat Singh and 110 had a very close relationship right from the 69-70 period, because he was then 101 Com Zone Commander, and we did a number of heli lifts which were done by day in Mizoram, but those were only troop lifts. They were not in the true sense a heliborne operation. It was just lifted from one helipad to another, and they were done single aircraft at a time. But what was planned by General Sagat, as told to our CO, was he wanted an entire force to be heli-lifted to whichever place that he would designate, and he wanted our unit to train accordingly.
I wish I could have narrated this story and put it in, but we are paucity of time. There is evidence to suggest that the efficacy of a covert operation along with support for local resistance against a formal war is evaluated, but the might of the Pakistan Army ruled out that option. There's a fantastic story about the Indian Navy, where the Naval Intelligence under Captain, later Vice Admiral Mihir Roy, and Commander Samant trained Bengali frogmen in Plassey near Calcutta, who carried out operations from 15th of August using limpet mines causing havoc in East Pakistan. That's a story that I plan to record properly. Let's hear General Puri.
A Mukti Bahini had been raised from the officers and men from the East Bengal Rifles and other paramilitary forces, trained, equipped to wage irregular warfare against the Pakistani forces in East Pakistan. Now, at that time, the battalion was engaged in operating together with our Mukti Bahini colleagues across the border. And we were literally, wearing lungis and operating with our friends from the Mukti Bahini. It was quite a unique experience in that sense. And I make this point because I think those operations which were conducted before the actual outbreak of war were very significant in context of the fact that it firstly brought the Mukti Bahini and us very close together.
That brings me to the Navy in 1971. And the Navy demonstrated why dominating the seas is as important as investing in stirrups and saddles in the north. It was the force's finest star, perhaps, and 4th December is celebrated, as all of us know, as the Navy Day. There are great operations like Operation Trident and Python, but in this episode, we have cherry-picked the story of INS Vikrant. The aircraft carrier had not participated in the 65 operations, being confined to the south of the Porbandar parallel. Had she not delivered in 1971 or was sunk, it would have been a huge setback for the future of naval aviation and aircraft carriers of the Indian Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Navy was led by Admiral Nanda, as you can see, the Eastern Command by Vice Admiral Krishnan, and the INS Vikrant by Captain and later Vice Admiral Swaraj Prakash Mahavir Chakra. They were leaders of substance, fully aware of the grim situation. Vikrant is an absolutely marvelous story of turning a threat and disadvantage into an instrument of dominance. We have an officer who commanded the 300 Squadron tell the story.
I took over the White Tiger Squadron in January 1970, and whilst we were embarked on the ship developed a defect, a very major defect by July 1970, which necessitated her going back to Bombay for repairs, and consequently the squadrons were disembarked en route. Now, at that stage, we all thought we'll never get back on Vikrant again, for two reasons. One was the Vikrant's boiler, which was defective, could not be replaced in a hurry. By that time, the Seahawks that we were flying were also getting very old, so less and less flying was being carried out.
This is the story about the war that we have focused on. This is the nutshell. Lieutenant General Sagat Singh's 4 Corps had 3 divisions, 8, 57 and 23, commanded by Major General, later General Krishna Rao, Major General Ben Gonzalez and Major General Rocky Hira, and the 110 helicopter unit. They were fighting east to west. The first Marathas came down from Tura and linked up with the Paras at the Tangail airdrop, and then they marched to Dhaka. And the INS Vikrant dominated the Bay of Bengal, and there was the Indian Air Force. And all broke norms and went for the kill. We will start with the Western Front because that's where it started on the 3rd evening. And we start with the future Naval Chief who was here, then Lieutenant Arun Prakash, who you can see in the photograph. He was on an exchange program with the Indian Air Force flying Hunters with the 20th Squadron in Pathankot. He got a Veer Chakra for the 1971 operations, Admiral Prakash.
3rd of December, as you all know, Pakistan Air Force carried out a preemptive attack, so-called preemptive. They attacked 7 of our airfields. Fortunately, very little damage was done. And by early next morning, my squadron was launched into the offensive. As I mentioned, this Hunter fighter bomber had extra fuel tanks, so it could go very far. In fact, it could go even as far as the Canberra bomber could. So we were tasked with attacking Pakistan Air Force targets, mainly airfields, looking for their aircraft in pens and hangars, their radar stations, and a few targets of economic importance like oil refineries and so on.
I have to tell this story about his raid on Chaklala, which is a part of folklore. Amongst the assets he destroyed was the American Defense Representative of Pakistan, Chuck Yeager's aircraft. I heard a riveting ringside narration of this from Flying Officer, later Wing Commander Lofty Karambaya, who flew with the future Naval Chief on that sortie. Yeager was a bit of a celeb who had broken the sound barrier. He would later growl that Lieutenant Prakash's hit was the Indian way of giving Uncle Sam the finger. I'm sure it stung Nixon and Kissinger where it hurts the most. We now take you to East Pakistan. And now we are moving east to west. General Mehta.
The Battle of Akhaura, which is just opposite Agartala, in my view, stands out an outstanding example of what a brigade can do to a fixed fortified position of the adversary, all in a matter of 72 hours. It was an outstanding achievement of going around the objective and making the enemy flee under distress. That was the tactical level. The flight of the Pakistanis from Akhaura acted like a trigger for what happened thereafter. They ran, and they ran and went on to what would have been an occupied position by abandoning that.
The Vikrant, as we said, faced a real threat from Pakistan naval ship Ghazi, which was a submarine which was dispatched on the 14th of April from Karachi to sink it. Seducing Ghazi into believing that the Vikrant was in Vizag is a story of great deception. It's a fantastic story where she duly arrived. The Ghazi, however, sinks off the Vizag harbor on the night of the 3rd December with all 93 servicemen on board due to an underwater explosion. The 4th was a very busy day. The Ghazi out of the way, the mother, as the Vikrant was called by her pilots, was sails out of Andamans, where she was hidden. This is another fantastic story. She had been made battle ready by the Navy to dominate the Bay of Bengal and change the course of naval history. Let's watch.
Now, the first target that we had on the 4th of December was to air attack on Cox's Bazar, where there was an airfield and some aircraft parked there. Soon after that, the main target actually was Chittagong Harbour. Chittagong Harbour was the main port, Chittagong was the main port, and it had all the infrastructure that a good city would have. So that was the main target, neutralize that first.
I will narrate what was happening at Tezgaon that morning from, say, 6 o'clock till 3:50 in the afternoon. Okay. These formations I described to you. Thereafter, the Sukhois came, they attacked. Then again hunters came, they attacked. So we kept them busy. And the Pakistani pilots in their sabers kept coming up sortie after sortie to intercept. In the bargain, on that day, we lost 5 hunters and 1 Sukhoi aircraft. They lost 3 sabers.
So there was a stalemate on the 5th evening.
I led.
And the Pakistan Air Force was alive and kicking, impacting the movement of the ground forces. And further, the ceasefire resolutions being moved in the United Nations was creating pressure. The IF turned out to be a game changer on the 6th and 7th. Watch how.
The mission next morning with 4 aircraft with escorts. We flew more to the east, and then from the east, about 20 kilometers away from the airfield, we pulled up for the attack. And I got into dive with 3 aircraft training behind me for the attack on the runway. It was so quiet, so serene, so calm. In the dive, you could only hear the hiss of the wind passing the canopy and that monotonous groan of the engine. It looked ages, nearly in a vertical dive, as if you're suspended with a thread from top. And slowly and slowly, the runway, which looked earlier at 5 kilometers like a ribbon, started expanding. I could see the runway markings and all that. And at speed came 2 kilometers. I released the bombs. The guns had yet not opened up. It was during the pull-up after the attack that guns did open up. I could see the fire around me, but then by then it was very little time left to get out of it. I pulled up hard and climbed up, turning left to this. I saw where I had aimed about 400, 500 yards up the runway, my 2 bombs had dropped right in the middle of the runway. And then I saw number 2, number 3, number 4, all 8 bombs that we carried on 4 aircraft fell on the runway. As a result, the runway was created at equidistance and there was no space left for any aircraft to take off or land on that runway at that given point of time. And then I hear a voice from the flying control at Tezgaon from the Pakistani Air Force saying, "Good show." So I thanked this person, whoever he was, but he came up promptly. He says, "You got away this time, we'll get you next time."
The Pakistanis repaired the runway at night, so the Indian Air Force goes back.
Next morning, I led this 3rd mission onto that one. That is on 7th morning. And we put another 8 holes on the runway. Now, Pakistan Air Force was really grounded and no fighter aircraft of Pakistan ever took off or landed on that strip till the end of the war.
So when Tezgaon was made inoperable, the Pakistan Air Force flew its pilots out of Tezgaon in a helicopter via Burma and sent them back to West Pakistan. They were not taken as prisoners of war. That's a separate story. But when the skies were cleared of PAF, Sagat made his first strategic move, going for the kill. He carried out the special heliborne operation using the Mi-4s, which were for rescue and evacuation, and drop a battalion behind the enemy lines in Sylhet. There are 2 officers in this auditorium who participated in this operation, and you will see them.
So when I got there at 6th, of course, I joined the group. And then Sagat Singh decided we're going to take over Sylhet. So 7th morning, we were told to go to Kailashar. And Brigadier Quinn and Chandan Singh came and took Sandhu, and they showed where they wanted us to operate from. We picked a place called Kalora, which is just inside East Pakistan. And then the helipad we picked at Sylhet was about 15-20 kilometers from the town, so that is out of some small arm fire. So then they told us midday, 4-5 Gurkhas, they were the people we were going to carry to Sylhet, are going to be arriving at Kalora about midday. So you get there at midday. So that's what we did. We reached Kalora at midday. And 4-5 Gurkhas had been given a day off on the 7th of December, because they had gone through a huge battle, 3 or 4 battles, and they had lost even their 2 IC. They had lost quite a few officers and men. So about 2:45, I was the first one to get airborne. So I got airborne, and we were flying about 1,000 feet. And then direct line, there was no enemy problems on the way. And as soon as I saw the helipad, I landed, I dropped my load, and I got airborne. And the second person went, he did the same. I think it's by the time it was the 5th or the 6th helicopter, Pakistan Army started surrounding the field, and they were firing at us. But in the meantime, our soldiers are on the ground, and they started spreading out, and they were making the safe area much bigger than the actual helipad. So I came back quickly, picked up an next load. We had fuel for three flights each. Went running back again, dropped my next load, and second time when we went, the amount of bullets that are coming towards us, and tracer bullets. If you see a tracer bullet, it means there are 4 more bullets behind it. So we did total of 22 flights by now. And now about 6:30, 6:45, we told Group Captain Chandan Singh that we're ready to go again. And Group Captain Chandan Singh had been in an alvet overhead watching us when the operation was going on. So if we could see hundreds of bullets, he could see thousands, because he could see the whole lot. So he said, no, we're not going now. It's too dangerous. Helicopters are so low, so slow, anybody can shoot you down. And of course, Brigadier Quinn hit the roof because he was in charge of that operation. And he says, the war doesn't stop just because it is night, and we only dropped 250 of my soldiers there. And so they had a big powwow. And he says that if I send a helicopter and it gets shot down, I lose pilots, I lose the aircraft, I lose the soldiers, what do we gain? So after about 11-ish at night, he came and told me, Ved, you get 1 crew ready. We'll send 1 helicopter and see what happens. If it comes back, we'll send the rest.
the Corps Commander, General Sagat Singh, was wanting to be the first in Dhaka. And he said, I need to jump across the river, capture Sylhet and airfield. We were told that the link-up would take place in 48 hours. But unfortunately, the link-up did not take place for 8 days and 8 nights. We fought an overwhelming enemy. When finally the Pakistanis surrendered, they were shocked to learn that we were only half a battalion. But what probably saved us was the British Broadcasting Corporation. But BBC made a mistake. Instead of saying a battalion of Gurkhas has landed at Sylhet, they said a brigade of Gurkhas has landed at Sylhet. And we got the surprise of our lives because there were 3 brigades, 202, 313 and the Sylhet garrison. 3 brigadiers, 2 full colonels, 173 officers, 290 JSUs and 8,000 troops surrendered to 652.
When the veto took place, the United States re-attempted to bring its resolution because it wanted to stop the war in East Pakistan. It wanted to stop the losses that the Pakistani army were facing in East Pakistan. And on the 5th of December, it brought back another resolution. And this time it got countries like Argentina, who are on the Security Council, to also sponsor it. But again, it stopped short of calling for a political settlement in East Pakistan. And again, the same pattern of voting took place. The 11 sub-countries in the Security Council supported the United States and Argentina. 2 countries abstained, which was the United Kingdom and France, and 2 opposed, which was again Soviet Union and Poland. So again, this was the second veto on the 5th of December.
Now, after the Sylhet heliborne operations, it was a part of a larger plan executed by General Sagat Singh and General Krishna Rao, who commanded the 8th Div to pin down those 2 brigades in Sylhet so that they couldn't fall back on Dhaka. On the 9th, now the war started on the 4th, now we are talking about the 9th, having initiated his plans for Sylhet, Sagat turns his gaze to Dhaka and decides to heli-lift the entire 57 Mountain Brigade Division of over 6,000 troops commanded by General Ben Gonsalves across the river Meghna. Using these helicopters were meant for rescue and evacuation. He also carries out another audacious operation when he gets an entire squadron of tanks floated across the Meghna to strike Dhaka. Meghna is 16 miles wide. This is a swivel moment in the war because no one expected the 57 Div to change course. They were supposed to go to Kumilla and leap across the mighty Meghna. And this was really beyond imagination. They converged on Dhaka with the 1st Marathas and the Paras who had landed in Tangail, while the Indian Air Force rocketed the governor's house. The sheer brilliance of the operation added to his laurels, earning Lieutenant General Sagat Singh the sobriquet of being India's finest combat generals, and rightly so. Let's watch.
The bridge was blown in our face. The leading troops are about 400 to 800 yards away from the bridge. Now what happens next is a masterpiece of operational, in the operational language of any soldier. There is General Sagat Singh, who does not have the requirement to go across the river. He sees the bridge blown up. He sees the enemy on both sides of the bridge, trying to get back and occupy a position opposite in Ashuganj or Bhairab Bazar, and he decides what to do. A soldier of his reputation, who has been through these similar positions earlier, now finds himself standing at a Y junction. One part of the Y junction says, my job is done, the matter is over. The other part of the Y junction says, what can I do next? This I would call adaptive strategy, at which Sagat had a masterpiece control. And I would call it the master stroke of the 1971 operations. What does Sagat do? He gets hold of his Air Force commander, Chandan Singh, and asks him whether a battalion could get across on helicopters. Chandan's answer is yes.
The operation of crossing the Meghna was only a matter known to Group Captain Chandan Singh and General Sagat. But we had lifted over 600 already. So the army was very confident that we would be able to heli-lift this division, which was to be heli-lifted from Agartala across the Meghna.
I think on the 8th, that sometime he took a decision that it would be possible to cross the Meghna the next day. And about, I think, 1:30 or 2 o'clock, Elliott helicopter lands at the Brahmanbaria Stadium, and from it emerge my Division Commander General Gonsalves with his ADC carrying a pile of papers in his hand, and a handsome Air Force officer in his peak cap, whom I later discovered was then Group Captain Chandan Singh.
We lifted a total of 689 troops to Sylhet, and also lifted 6,011 troops across the Meghna to 3 different locations from Brahmanbaria, right across the Meghna, by day and by night. And along with these 6,011 troops, we also lifted artillery guns and the manpower for those artillery guns.
He gets to me and says, "Chami, what about your tanks?" I said, "Sir, I'll give it a try." When you have a commander who is as strong, as willing, as capable, no matter what order he gives you in battle, your answer has to be a yes, sir. I said, "Sir, yes, but I did not know how I would cross." Meghna at that point, to a young man, I was all of 27, looks like an ocean. I could not see the other side. Having said yes, it took some time to understand how I could do it. I said, "Sir, I need a helicopter to make a reconnaissance of the river and see where I can cross." He said, "Take it." So I marked on my map, flying in a helicopter, the islands that I would have to hit, because crossing it in one go was possibly not going to happen. I was looking for those islands where I will be able to then berth. Having marked the islands, we got into the river, we crossed, and wonder of wonders, by then I had captured 3 Pakistani PT-76s, whom we prepared for crossing, then took them along and also crossed.
Our commanding officer, Colonel Brar, they decided to send a note to the garrison commander of Jamalpur, who was the commanding officer of 31 Baluch, whose name was Lieutenant Colonel Sultan Ahmed. In those days, all of us commanded battalions as lieutenant colonels, even in the Pakistani army. Now, a note was sent saying that, look, you have now been surrounded. We have got plenty of air support. We have got artillery support. We have enough manpower to reduce your position. We advise you to surrender, and you will be treated in terms of the Geneva Convention and things like that. After a couple of hours, he returned with a note from that garrison commander, Colonel Sultan Ahmed, with a bullet in that envelope. And his letter, of course, said that all the troops that you have got, your artillery and air forces, are no avail. Let's get on with the battle. And he says, the next time we meet, I hope to see you with a gun in your hand rather than the pen over which you seem to have such mastery. In the afternoon, the battalion commander, on the instructions of the higher headquarters, the brigade commander and the general officer commanding of 101 Com Zone, Major General Nagra, gave orders for the attack of this position. And at about midnight, I think just before midnight, I got a call on my radio set from my platoon commander, who was ahead of me, informing me that the Pakistanis were coming out, their vehicles were coming out from the Jamalpur position along the road, and asking me for instructions as to what he should do. So my answer to him was, the moment they come within range, let fly. So as it happened, as the first vehicle reached, he opened up, and within minutes, there were about 4 vehicles on fire on the road south of the Jamalpur position. And then, of course, there was all, again, all hell broke loose. As it happened, it was a disaster as far as the Pakistanis were concerned. Of course, some of them did manage to get through the gap between the two companies. By then, it was about first light. The dawn had broken out, and we saw the massacre that we had managed to achieve. Because there were, later the count was 234 Pakistanis killed, 23 wounded. 62 of them surrendered in my company position and my colleague's company. And my battalion commander then, when he got this great news, he ordered me to take my company and secure the garrison. It was 14th when Air Headquarters in New Delhi got a message saying that a very important meeting convened by the governor of East Pakistan and attended by General Niazi, the army commander, and their cabinet and the bureaucrats is taking place in Dhaka. That I saw Group Captain Malivolin once again in his jeep waiting for me outside the office. As soon as I reached him, he said, "Bhoop, I want to give you a very important mission. I got a call from Air Headquarters that a meeting in the circuit house of Dhaka is taking place at 12 o'clock, where the governor is presiding and the whole lot of bureaucracy and the army brass and the diplomats are attending it." I kept quiet. We taxied out and took off. After takeoff, we were flying low. I pulled out that map from my pocket and tried to look it. Soon after that, my number 3 called up, "Sir, look at 11 o'clock to the left, 4 kilometers. I glanced to the left and I saw a huge open space with gardens and buildings. And the building resembled very much like our Raj building that we see in India with the dome, etc., like Rashtrapati Bhavan. I pulled up to about 2 kilometers of height, aimed at the bottom of the dome on the roof of the governor's house, which I thought that below the dome was the conference hall where the conference is taking place. As I reached the firing range, I let go 16 rockets. Those hit just on top of the roof below the dome. Big chunk of debris flew out with smoke and dust. Then I saw, after turning, that number 3, 4 and number 2, 3 and 4 were also firing in the same area. Now, what I am told that what happened after we rocketed the governor's house. When the rocket hit the roof, that made Mr. Malik take a decision. He decided to resign from his governorship along with his cabinet.
Having crossed, we are now sitting outside Lakshya River, linking up with 4 guards commanded by Lieutenant General later, but then Colonel Himmat Singh, CO 4 guards. We are carrying out operations across the Lakshya River when we hear some noises about ceasefire. But our battle was over. We are just across the enemy, across the, I think it was Adamji jute mills in the area. And from then on, of course, it was like driving into Dhaka.
So, what you have seen and more led to the Indian military forcing the surrender of a formidable Pakistan army. I don't think they rolled over. It was a very bitter war. It was a very tough war. On the 16th of December in Dhaka, taking 92,000 prisoners of war, which we are aware of. After 9 months in prison, on the 10th of January, Sheikh Mujib returned to Dhaka from his prison via London and New Delhi, and soon a new nation of Bangladesh was born. It was by all accounts an extraordinary achievement. However, I have to mention this since I'm at the USI function, that General Manekshaw, General Gill, General Arora, General Sagat, Mr. Kao, Mr. Jairam were amongst those who contributed significantly. And they have all got one thing in common. No one wrote a book or left an account of what happened in 1971. I wish they had. And that is why I'm deeply grateful to all these officers on this program for this narration in time. These are very, very, very precious, and we have 25 hours of recording. And over time, these will be of great archival value for anyone who wants to know what happened in 1971. And I firstly thank all of them who participated in this, and to you, the audience. As we come to the end, let's hear a story about rescuing the family of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, including Sheikh Hasina, who were under house arrest in Dhaka by the officer who led the mission.
I just took two men with me, that Jodha and myself with the operator. We moved toward Dhan Mandi. I didn't know anything. Nobody knew. Where there, what condition is there, what is happening there. Only was told, go and sort it out. I also thought it, my CEO also thought it. It will be like normal, some problem between these troops and all deployment. Go and sort it out. This was his order to me. When we reached about 100 yards short of that house, there was a big crowd. And I could not attack with two men on that house because I could see एक बंकर उसका ऊपर है, एक गेट के ऊपर है, एक पीछे तीन बंकर हैं जो ऑक्युपाइड हैं. मैं स्लोली बिना हथियार के किया. थोड़ी देर के बाद मैं आस्ता गेट की तरफ बढ़ा. जब मैं तकरीबन 4 से 5 गज गेट के बाहर था भी, तो ऊपर से आवाज़ आई, स्टॉप, नहीं तो हम आपको गोली मार देंगे. फिर मैंने उनको बोला कि मैं आर्मी अफसर, इंडियन आर्मी अफसर, आपको प्रॉमिस करता हूँ कि मैं आपको सही सलामत जो है आपके हेडक्वार्टर पहुँचा दूँगा और वहाँ से आप पाकिस्तान जा सकते हैं, फैमिली को मिल सकते हैं. तो उन्होंने सरेंडर होने को तैयार हो गए. मैंने दरवाज़ा खोला, सबसे पहले मिसेस शेख मुजीब रहमान थी, उन्होंने मुझे गले में लगाया और बोला आप मेरे बेटे समान हैं और आपको खुदा ने हमें बचाने के लिए भेजा है. The real lessons out of what happened in liberation of Bangladesh, where we went in and did humanitarian intervention, must not be only seen from the angle of the soldier or soldiering or what Mukti Bahini wanted or what Mujibur Rahman wanted and got delivered. I think there are 4 or 5 tenets that must not be lost sight of. At the end of the day, it's my view that it is the victory of democracy over military rule. That's the first part. The second part is, and this is important for soldiers across the world, that this is the victory of humanism over barbarism. The third, and this is where I go back to Sagat, this is where I go back to thinking, that is the victory of maneuver over attrition. And last but not the least, liberation over occupation. The soldiers with a soldiering instinct, democracies with a purpose should not be forgotten. And for our younger generation, who as I talk to you now, may not have even been born then, that India is invincible if Team India operates like Team India.
Thank you. I think we're running late, so there won't be time for questions. Am I right?
Thank you so much, Subroto Chattopadhyay ji, for this lovely film show, and hope everyone enjoyed this film loaded with a lot of history, and it was really hair-raising to see what all happened during this course. I'll take this opportunity to just present a token of gratitude and respect to Chattopadhyay ji from our side. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's take the day forward now, ladies and gentlemen, and pull you back to another live session of discussion.
Just take this. Let's go.
So the next session which we are going to delve into is under the topic New Age Warfare. I invite Dr. Mrinmay Bhushan, Lieutenant General Rajiv Sabharwal, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele, Lieutenant General Dr. Anil Kapoor, AVSM, VSM, and Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, PVSM, AVSM, SM on the dais. We take this opportunity to formally release the book also, named The Silent Weapons, Deadly Secrets, Unveiling the Bioweapon Arms, in the presence of our esteemed panel. You Dr. Mrinmay? Oh, please come. Where should I sit? Anywhere, I mean, anywhere. Your book has to be released, no? Anywhere. Wherever you go. I would also invite Admiral Arun Prakash, PVSM, AVSM, SM, V Chakrat to be part of the book release. Where is the book? Yeah. This is the book release of Dr. Mrinmay. The name of the book is Silent Weapons, Deadly Secrets, Unveiling the Bioweapons Arms. We'll request you to put your hands together for this release. Thank you so much. Now, this is about 3 books and an expert. From bioweapons to disruptive and quantum technologies, this panel will delve into the cutting-edge advancements that are reshaping future weapons. Dr. Mrinmay Bhushan will delve into the hidden world of bioweapons. Lieutenant General Rajiv Sabharwal has written a book named Disrupt or Get Disrupted, Exploitation of Disruptive Technologies. Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele has authored the book Quantum Technologies and Military Strategy. Lieutenant General Dr. Anil Kapoor has led digital transformation and net-centric programs for the Army. And Lieutenant General Kandare is presently Principal Advisor at MOD, has served as DG Defense Intelligence Agencies, who will moderate. Over to you, General Kandare.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start this session. We are behind schedule. So what we'll do while Mrinmay, your slides are being loaded, I'll ask General Rajiv Sabharwal to actually give out in about 10 minutes the essence of his book, very relevant, and when we talk of new warfare, actually it is the current warfare and moving into the future realm also. So Rajiv, what made you write this book? What made you give this heading? Quite relevant, I would say, but just for our knowledge, about 10 minutes of your thoughts.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, let me thank USI for having invited me here. Now, in the course of last, say, 10 to 15 years, disruptive technology has become a very, very cliched kind of a word, if I may say. Let me not, today, this time, I'm speaking at a military heritage festival, so let me go back to a little bit on the history part of it. If we start from Industrial Revolution onwards, and do not go behind that, and take the relationship between technology and warfare, you will find that technology was driven primarily through the needs of warfare. Let's just take World War I, World War II. If you see the radio sets, you see microwave, you see radars, you see U-boats, submarines, you see nuclear bomb, whatever. Technology was primarily driven by warfare. And this continued till the time the industrial age structures, etc., continued, say, till about late 80s or end of Cold War or something like that. And then there is something which took place, what we call information age or information age warfare, which is now moved on to digital age, cognitive age, AI age, etc., etc. And there we find suddenly that warfare was getting driven by technology. You take any new warfare concept of this age, whether it was network-centric warfare, information warfare, cyber warfare, cognitive warfare, whatever you take of this warfare, you will find it was primarily driven by technology. The thread between all these warfares was technology. Today, since morning, I've been seeing lots of veterans are here, and there are very few serving officers and people over here. When we got commissioned, and by the time we retired, most of us, at least the veterans, saw only one technology. If we saw ANPRC 25, most of us from our commissioning to retirement saw ANPRC 25. If we saw SLR, from our commissioning to retirement, we saw SLR. But just look back in last, say, 15 to 20 years, what has happened. From 2010 till 2024, iPhone has changed 16 times. Today, my wife just bought iPhone 16. And every year you will find iPhones changing. You find AD, you find artillery, you find Air Force, you find Navy. I mean, the change of technologies has become so rapid. It's not that in World War I, II, the disruption of technologies was not taking place. But the pace of disruption was very slow. If a disruption took place, that lasted for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. The nuclear disruption continued in the complete Cold War era. The deterrence of the nuclear kind of thing, that is kind of disruption it took. But today, if we say some new weapon has come or some new technology has come, that gets disrupted within no time. It gets disrupted within, I would say, anything from 5 months to 5 years to 2 years, something like that. So what has happened? these disruptive technologies are available to our conventional forces. They are also available to our non-conventional forces, or asymmetrically it's available to both the sides, to state actors as well as non-state actors. A non-state actor can exploit disruptive technology and gain asymmetric advantages compared to a conventional state. You take Hamas, you take Hezbollah, you take Israel, you take Houthi rebels, you take anyone, ISIS or anyone. Anyone can exploit disruptive technology today and asymmetrically gain whatever it is. Then I saw that whatever has reason in the last 3-4 years, what has happened in the Indo-China borders, we saw skirmishes taking place in Galwan, Doklam, etc. And there is a huge technological threshold difference between China and us. The only way we can overcome this asymmetry between our this thing is if Indian armed forces exploit disruptive technologies and try and bridge this particular gap. That is the fastest way we can bridge this asymmetry between our nations. Otherwise, for manpower-wise or other conventional-wise, we will not be able to, at least in the foreseeable future. Then I also wanted to write a book on everything you wanted to know about disruptive technologies, but didn't know whom to ask, or didn't know where to write, or where to read. So I compiled the entire thing in one single book. Now the book is divided in something like 6 chapters. The opening chapters delve into what is disruptive technologies. I mean, there are hundreds of emerging technologies which are coming out every day. How do you identify what is a disruptive technology, what it is not? Every technology is not disruptive. Most of the technologies are sustaining technologies. Some are revolutionary technologies, but very, very few are disruptive technologies. How do you recognize them? After having recognized, what do you do about it? How do you get it into the armed forces? So I have dealt with the initial chapters, 1 to 2 chapters deal with this. Then I have taken few technologies, 7 to 8 disruptive technologies, which Indian armed forces can exploit. So you have AI there, you have 5G systems, you have Bitcoins, quantum technology, and you have several technologies I have dealt with here. Now, technology is one aspect. The major thing what Indian Armed Forces required is an innovative culture. There has to be an innovative culture within the armed forces to exploit these technologies. Otherwise, technologies will come and go. But if the armed forces have an innovative culture, you will always welcome a new technology. You will know exactly what to do with it. So I have spoken of, in this book, how do you imbibe that innovative culture? How have the rest of the world imbibed this culture? So I have taken examples of US, Russia, China, and Israel, and dealt in detail as to how they have got their act right. Most of you must have been reading about Israel in the last, say, 2-3 months now, if not earlier. And you would have seen that the complete asymmetry between Israel and all its neighbors, friendly neighbors which it has like us, has been bridged only through technology. You saw the examples of pager, you saw the examples of walkie-talkie, and you saw several other examples. This asymmetry, he has been right from 47, 48, since Israel was born, till date, he has bridged this asymmetry purely on disruptive technologies. He always disrupts his adversaries through technology. He launched attacks on Iran, went into their airspace, the complete Iranian space was jammed. How he did it, etc., is all part of disruptive technologies. So having seen that part in the book, then I have dealt, where are we today? Where is the Indian Armed Forces? Where are our industry? Where are our academia? Where are our procurement procedures? Where is DRDO? All that, I've analyzed the complete state. And in the last chapter, I've included all the recommendations, what we should now do. Should we disrupt, or we should be ready to get disrupted? That is my last chapter with all my recommendations.
Thank you, Rajiv, very well said. Mrinmay, will we be ready with the slides, or? I think they are. Okay, fine. Till then, Dr. Ajay Lele, let's hear your views about what you've written and what are the takeaways, because what you've written are the technologies that we'll be seeing, and when we talk of the national vision till 2047, is this the way forward, or is this the only way forward, or there'll be further transformation? What crystal ball gazing do you see?
Thank you so much, sir. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me over here. In fact, just now, sir had mentioned about the entire range of disruptive technologies. So what I have done is that I have just picked up one technology out of it. The reason behind is that there could be multiple reasons. But I was reading somewhere that once some chickens were standing at a corner of a road and they wanted to cross the road. So they said that how Newton will view this. They said that Newton will say that a chicken which is standing steady will remain there and rest of the chicken will cross the road. But how Einstein will view it? They said that Einstein will say that is chicken crossing the road or road is crossing the chicken, because it is a frame of reference which is changing. So when you see the entire gamut of a science and technology, when we are coming to the quantum, there has been a tremendous amount of a confusion. Because before this book, I had done a book on quantum disruptive technologies, where I realized that I need to slightly dig more into the realm of a quantum, because I just can't devote one chapter for it, but there is much, much more to it, and much, much more is happening. Quantum is a very confusing subject per se, because if you see the type of a physics, there's a classical physics and there is a quantum physics. I'm not getting into any sort of a technological jargon over here, not because you will not understand, but because I will confuse myself while I'll speak about it. So I'll keep it simple, that if there is a staircase and there is a ramp. Ramp is a classical physics, staircase is a quantum physics. That's the way one has to look at it. Why quantum has become important? Because you all know that your digital infrastructure basically is a game of zeros and ones. So it is not difficult to actually filter it out and get into the domain of a cyber attacks and cyber warfare. So you need a technology which will be beyond these things, where that sort of a filtration will not be possible. You can undertake, you can ensure that cyber attacks are not of relevance, because you got a new technology which will actually be a hack-proof technology. So under those circumstances, all over the world, much of a research is happening. And I looked at my book at 3 to 4 levels. One level where I classically looked at what is happening in the domain of a technology per se. That means when you talk of a quantum, the offshoots are quantum computing, quantum cryptography, quantum communication. Now people are talking of quantum internet also. So I have chapters which are basically looking at these issues slightly from a technical perspective. Then subsequently, I'd started to look at how the entire global landscape is there as far as investments into these technologies are concerned. Because a couple of years back, maybe during the period of a Cold War, one can say that all technologies were getting developed into a military domain. Whether it is your computers, whether it was internet, everything was a byproduct of DARPA, and subsequently it came into a civilian domain. But that phase is over. In the era of Industry 4.0, most of the technologies are getting developed into a civilian domain, and subsequently they are getting juxtaposed into the military domain. So I thought that it is important to look at it how countries like US, China, UK, Australia, these are the actually torchbearers of these quantum technologies. They have made a huge amount of investments. So I just had a look at how their structures are there, what sort of policy documents which they have come out. Because trust you me, right now, there is much talk about a quantum. But actually from a technology perspective, quantum communication and quantum cryptography are achievable things, but much, much needs to be done. So from that point of view, I looked at the broader canvas of how all over the world it is happening. Then subsequently, I looked for the military utility. You see, to put it very simplistically, as far as quantum technologies are concerned, it allows you tremendous amount of a speed. That means if I'm talking of a quantum computing, what my supercomputer of the day may require 1,000 hours can be done in minutes if quantum computer becomes a reality. So as far as armed forces are concerned, right from your modeling and simulation exercise to your actual combat drills, you can have tremendous amount of a speed into the system, and that will help you much, much more. And the other aspect of a quantum technology is associated with basically the accuracy part of it. So there are issues like quantum navigation and various other aspects which are there. Right now, if you try to juxtapose the quantum into the existing military architectures, I can say that no hardcore quantum technology is been put in place by any of the major powers also. China has got a very interesting program. China has launched a quantum satellite also. Their program needs to be looked at very deeply, one can say, because their investments at one hand are much, much more than what India is doing, and their achievements in this region are also good. As far as quantum satellites are concerned, they have been smart enough. They found Austria is developing these types of techniques, but they don't have the money, so they just grab that technology. So this is the way the progress of countries like China are happening. So I have looked at various aspects of a quantum technology from a military perspective, right from military radar or quantum radar onwards to quantum communication, cryptography and all that. And in the last chapter, I have taken just a holistic view that where the technology stands today and what should be done for the future. So as sir has rightly pointed out, if you are looking at 2047, I think still we have got around 2 decades in our hand to actually make these technologies workable. And that only will be very befitting as far as armed forces are concerned, because to have a hack-proof communication, to have a hack-proof cryptographic systems, to have a hack-proof internet, you require these technologies. But more than that now, people have already started working on post-quantum technologies also. So this is the way the developments are happening, and my book is taking a very broad overview of all these things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you so much. Subsequently, we'll come to you, and I would like you to, in the next part, you can reply. You know, when the entire country moves towards quantum technology, everything starts from schools. So where are we in terms of schooling? A new education policy, how does it look at that? Because it's a whole of nation approach. It cannot be, because we are from the armed forces doesn't mean that we look at it only. So in your next part, you can explain that. Dr. Mrinmay Bhushan, you can start your presentation.
First of all, thank you very much, organizers, for inviting me for this event. And I would like to officially thank General Khandare sir for writing a foreword for my book and being a huge supporter and inspiration for me to work on this domain as such. Before I answer your question of why did I write this book, I think just as a backdrop, let us look at a small presentation video so that it gives the context that is required. My book talks about the poor cousin in the elite group of NBC weapons, also called as weapons of mass destruction. It is also dubbed as poor man's atom bomb. Over the years, many nations have chosen these less expensive and non-attributable options to degrade adversaries for military, economic, or international political advantage. Historical examples tell us not just the traditional adversaries, but also the so-called friendly nations have been arm twisting other nations. The mere existence of Biological Weapons Convention doesn't guarantee any deterrence, as this disarmament and non-proliferation treaty has such large gaping holes that a train could pass through it. So there is a need for situational awareness of the historical events which have shaped current geopolitics and the futuristic threat landscape. Relevant to today's panel discussion, let us look at the new age weapons first, and then let's go backwards to the history which has shaped today's global geopolitics. Emerging technologies have brought in groundbreaking innovations for the public health. However, their dual-use nature must not be forgotten. This new age Sagar Manthan has also brought in tectonic shifts in this threat landscape, resulting in both halahal and amrut. Let's look at the new age weapons and dual-use research of concern fueling this arms race. Genetic engineering is editing the DNA of a microbe, whereas synthetic biology is constructing a microbial DNA from scratch using a recipe of a DNA sequence. The dark side of this technology has potential to threaten human, animal, plant or crop health, thereby leading to disease outbreaks, threatening food security and economic warfare. Genetically edited biofouling and biocorrosive agent weapons may be deployed for degrading military materials, such as degradation of metals of weapon systems, aircrafts, paints, coatings, fuels, and runways. These modern disease agents and the inbuilt suicide kits would ensure absence of any attribution. Such six-legged autonomous drone swarms for precision delivery are no more part of science fiction. When one deep dives into patent databases, It gives us insight into the innovations for explicitly offensive designs of novel bioweapons, and these are toxic mosquito delivery systems. During COVID-19, we have seen vaccine hesitancy, particularly in the Western world. Such dual-use technology innovations are being developed for mass vaccination of populations even without their consent. As we can guess, the same technology can be repurposed for preemptive defense or offensive purpose as well. And when the United States has achieved this milestone, then China would have definitely achieved it. Cyber biosecurity is the intersection of cybersecurity, cyber physical security, and biosecurity. Cyber attacks impact the manufacturing industries, governments, health infrastructure, patients, and the bioeconomy at large. Cyber biosecurity threats include bioinformatics security, cyber security in biotechnology research, biomanufacturing facilities, and biosecurity of digital biotechnologies. It also includes espionage, theft, misuse, and sabotage of information on sensitive biological agents or industrial intellectual property. The frequency of such attacks is so high, it is almost 500 attacks per minute. The electronic health devices are vulnerable to hacking by injecting a malicious code into nearby pacemakers or insulin pumps. It has been demonstrated that it has potential to compromise an entire diplomatic summit's worth of electronically enhanced hearts. Neurowarfare is weaponizing the human brain by either enhancing or degrading the function. These American publications warn the entire world regarding the neurowarfare, and also China and Pakistan's joint strategy of the lift and drop and downstreaming of biochemical weapons via their terrorist networks like Lashkar-e-Toiba. And now, China's competition with the decade-old American cognitive weapon programs since the LSD days is reaching a pinnacle. Warfare, known historically as covert non-kinetic warfare, is quietly merging with kinetic warfare strategy by developing the modern Sammohanastras. Now, I will share a commercial perspective with you. Global biodefense market is consolidated with few players from the West accounting for majority of the market share, with 41.5% of global market revenue in 2020. At a conservative CAGR of 7%, the market is poised to hit $31.4 billion by 2030. And one of the key drivers of this market is creating awareness. How do you create awareness? I will give you a simple example. When someone wants to sell a fairness lotion, they create awareness by showing a dark face. These emerging threats are not hypothetical possibilities. These concerns feature regularly in the international non-proliferation discussions for over a decade now. Policy analysts have been urging the policymakers for more stringent biosecurity regulations for not just the conventional biological agents, but also the emerging dual-use research of concern. The elephant is already in the room, people. How did we reach here? The lack of awareness and any credible literature with cohesive history of bioweapons arms race, particularly with Indian perspective, made me research and write this book. Now I am sharing with you many questions that I faced during my research. Dual-use scientific developments and global arms race go hand in hand, and it has trickled down to terrorist organizations over the years. After the Second World War, unlike the Nazi war crimes, the enormous bioweapon programs of Japanese Imperial Army's Unit 731 and the horrific war crimes against Chinese and Russian civilians and POWs were kept secret. One wonders why. The world was kept in the dark about the dark innovations such as this modified Type 50 porcelain Uji bomb, which used to carry 30,000 plague-infested fleas with a rat for in-flight meal. The Japanese war crimes were as horrific as any conducted by the Nazis. However, the plausible deniability of biological warfare was utilized to the hilt this time. One wonders why there were no Nuremberg-like war crime trials against the Unit 731 apart from a small Soviet Khabarovsk trials. What happened to the Japanese bioweapon designs and the related weapon technology? Did the United States nuke Japanese twin cities due to the fear of a biowar on American soil? To Biopreparat, the Soviet bioweapons program, when Ken Elibek, the individual who headed Biopreparat, defected to the United States during the dissolution of Soviet Union. In spite of International Scientific Commission reports, did Indian political leadership of that time fail to assess the American biowarfare claims during the Korean War, even though India played a big diplomatic role regarding the POWs? Is this historical denial of justice for Chinese citizens fueling today's arms race and the second Cold War 2.0? Now that Bharat is writing new chapters of diplomacy in global South, can we revisit those historical milestones again? And isn't it intriguing that during the same time as the Korean War, the US Army was funding biowarfare experiments on Indian soil? I was amazed to find a 50-year-old particularly interesting set of documents, Parliament Account Commission reports of 1975-76, which led to the first adjournment motion in the Indian Parliament. These PAC reports strongly recommend an interministerial committee led by a scientific advisor to Ministry of Defense to address the nation's biosecurity and biodefense agenda. It's been 50 years now. This is where you can find answers to such intriguing questions. Please read the book. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Bhushan. So what I want to basically, I will go to General Anil. He's been a driver of technology incorporation into the armed forces. But before I go to him, I want to leave a question with all three of you. What is the way forward for all of us? What is the action plan that you would suggest for us, whether it is in the armed forces or beyond the armed forces? So while you decide on that, I'll request General Anil about 5 to 8 minutes, whatever you decide.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to thank USI for this opportunity. I'm putting together some thoughts on the future of truth, because I think in times to come, identifying truth will be a big challenge if it is not already so. Because the new tech world order is about 4 Ds and a Q. I've been talking of 4 Ds, I'll add a Q to it. Data, digitization, digitalization and disruption, and now I add to it quantum, with a good reason. And there are two implications of what I've just said. While data is being touted as the new oil, technology is the new oil refinery. And if you look at the bandwidth of data, it is from single source of truth right through to dark data. And when I say dark data, it could be planted data for disinformation. So that is one end of the spectrum. When you look at technology, technology has a huge bandwidth again, right from big data analytics, that means every type of data that is crunched, through to artificial intelligence, which takes you into the predictive realm. So when you put all this together, I think what we are trying to achieve in the future is credible disinformation. And that's something which is not only catastrophic for us in the uniform, it's equally catastrophic for those who are in the CV street. So that much to the future of truth to start with. Now, this gets further compounded because we are sitting in an era where whatever can be clearly defined, I'll say again, clearly defined, can be precisely designed, developed and deployed. And like General Sabharwal brought out, the gestation is rather low. The latency is very low. You define today, you could get your solutions very fast. And therefore, with this new adage, I think the challenges of getting to the truth is going to be more. And more importantly, if an adversary decides to pulverize disinformation, it is easy because, let me get to the second fact, social media, which is so prevalent today, is actually a powerful weapon of mass destruction. Gone are the days of CBRN. Let's look at social media. CBRN is a fairly regulated area. It's on everybody's lookup display. There is ethics behind it. But social media, sorry to say, has neither regulation nor ethics. And therefore, this weapon of mass destruction actually becomes a catalyst to disinformation campaigns. And for all of us, in times to come, you could actually give the commander the kind of GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, to take all wrong decisions at the right time for wrong outcomes and create a very catastrophic IFF, identify friend and foe, at the wrong time. So therefore, I think if this is the new reality of future of truths, we need to get prepared for it and get prepared for it in a yesterday mode. And therefore, I would recommend 4 pillars on which we could work to maybe manage the future. The first is the quantum ICT convergence. That means we have to quantumize what Dr. Lele brought out. Quantum is a compulsion today. And why do I say so? The reason is, while you and me speak at the speed of the thought which gets generated, which may be very fast, but the speed at which I can deliver it to you, and therefore that's a very finite timeline. The future is about machine-to-machine conversation, M2M, which is speed of light. And the quantum of data, I mean, a very simple data today, if I were to just take an example of ADAS, which is there in the vehicles, you're looking at 10 lakh pieces of data being transferred every minute. And such data can get transferred only if you have 6G, quantum, and AI thrown in the same convergence. Because that's when you will be able to make sense of this game. So really speaking, the first pillar we need to master is the convergence of all this. The second is sensor and software and semiconductor. When we say semiconductor, we're looking at IoT and sensors of all kinds. And when we talk of semiconductors, softwares, we're looking at artificial intelligence and big data analytics. So really speaking, the second pillar is about management of sensors and softwares. That's going to remain a very relevant in all times to come, and miniaturization is therefore the norm. When we look at the third pillar, it is automation to autonomy. The digital world brought us to automation. The quantum world is going to take us to autonomy. And when we talk of autonomy, we talk of autonomous systems, unmanned autonomous systems. They are already a reality. They'll be in the worst form in times to come, given the technology gallop. And therefore, I call it the physical AI. So we all have heard ChatGPT and Gen AI. I think autonomy is going to be a physical manifestation of AI in the future. And the last pillar, which I want to recommend, is that information is the 6th dimension of war. We have land, air, sea, space, cyber. I think information will have to be handled with huge alacrity. And therefore, that's the 4th pillar in which we'll have to look at it, because information is the future firepower. Information is the future mobility, and information is the future protection for all those of us who like to hear firepower, protection and mobility. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. And I just want to read out what has been given to me, and very well written. First, control the human greed. I don't think anyone can disagree with that, because whatever we talk of, it is driven by this. And sir, in the end, sir. Sir, in the end. Okay, sir. Sir, please let the session go on, sir. I have read it out for you, sir. Please sit down. That's all right, sir. Please sit down. And here I want to bring the panelists again to talk about this. And one of the part which can be covered by Dr. Bhushan is the part about the philanthropic greed. And this is the particular factor which puts developing or underdeveloped nations to a great deal of disadvantage. And for the silent kind of weapons, more often than not in poor countries, these are no more silent there. So you could cover that when your turn comes. I'll start with Dr. Lele, your second round, and you can keep it brief.
Thank you, sir. I think India has got a quantum mission. Around 8,000 crores have been already allocated to it, and people are working on it. So there could be certain pluses and minuses of this mission. The point which was raised by the chair about going to the schools to teach the technology, I think these are too early days. The technology is difficult to master. So let's not push everything at a school level, because if a technology is a high-end technology, let people first get educated in their normal sciences and then reach to the level where they can understand this technology. Other aspect which you said, that what could be done and all that. I think the basic flaw which at least I can see is that when you talk to the people in CSIR, DST or DRDO, the problem with Indian mindset is that there is no takers for the failure. When you're investing into a technology, just don't presume that everything will be a success. So I think right now, right from the government policies onwards to the policies of the smaller laboratories also, there is very less appetite for the failures. I think until and unless we don't get out of that sort of a system, we will not grow, because we learn more from the failures, and that needs to be accepted. So when the projects are given, one should understand that just because money is given, you need not necessarily look for a success always.
Is it possible to look at the syllabus of other countries which are racing ahead, whether it is Israel or China? What do they have at school level or college level?
Sir, at college level, quantum science has been taught for many years, and in India also quantum science has been taught. Now the question is not knowing the science per se, mastering the technology. And that's why I'm saying that will only happen into the major laboratories where people reach to a particular level of expertise. Then only they can handle it. And that again, there a problem comes up is that if a project is given and if the scientific community gets a failure, they're generally not been accepted.
Thank you. General Sabharwal, your thoughts briefly on way forward, and possibly you can also comment on the Atmanirbharta part in this.
Okay, I'll take off from my first part of the briefing when I was giving. And I was saying that disruptive technologies are changing extremely fast, and there is no way the armed forces should run after technology. I have been saying this for a number of years now, that we should not run after technology. Whatever is the technology of the day, we need to exploit it, and exploit it towards an operational end. Before 2006, there was nothing called cyber domain. We only had information domain by then. But by 2006, cyber became the most sexy thing going around, and we had cyber domain. Now we have EMSO, electromagnetic spectrum operation, we have cognitive domains. So every day you will get a new domain, not only warfare, but you will get different domains of warfare. These days we talk of multi-domain operations, and the moment our joint structures are complete, we'll be fighting something called MDO, where the physical and the virtual domains will be fighting together. This is all a function of technology. Today we find 3 virtual domains, tomorrow we'll find 3 more. Therefore, what needs to be imbibed for the future is the innovative culture. If it is the organization culture within the armed forces should be such that whatever is the technology of the day is imbibed, understood, recognized, and exploited towards an operational end state. We should be working towards that. In this pecking order, I find Navy has done pretty well, then Air Force, and somehow the Army is lagging behind in this particular thing. Now, a step like Navy has taken that they will take all officers as BTech. Air Force followed it after a few years. It's a right step. The naval ships, submarines, warfare, etc., they call for it that everyone needs to be an engineer. Something like this is a disruptive way of addressing that particular thing, what Navy has addressed. Now, in armed forces, what I have seen, our job is to define an operational requirement of what weapon I want, what AD gun, artillery gun, what etc. I want, write down the specs, and after that, my job finishes. Nowhere in the complete cycle is either the guy who is procuring for me, is the guy who is bringing in the disruptive or the normal technology into this thing answerable to me. Neither the academia is answerable, nor the industry, nor the DRDO, no one. How will you account for all these disruptive technologies to move in? Let me give you a small example of, say, USA. You have UARCs, University Affiliated Research Centers, answerable to the 3 services. FFRDCs, Federally Funded Research and Development Centers, answerable to the MOD as well as answerable to all the 3 services. You have Army Future Command, answerable to under Army. You have ONR, Office of Naval Research, answerable to India, US Navy. AFRL, Air Force Research Laboratory. Similarly, Marines also have. All these things are under command the 3 services. So they dictate what kind of technology will be inducted, how will it be recognized, how everything will be done. Why can't Indian Armed Forces have a disruptive technology command? I've used this name for want of a better name. You can give it any name you want. If we can have a command for training, why can't we have a command for induction, exploitation, and everything of technology within the 3 services? It could be a tri-services command, which dictates what kind of technology, current technology needs to be imbibed and exploited by the 3 services. Something like that, we have to be disruptive in our thoughts, action, and deeds. Only then there will be difference. Otherwise, we will discuss disruptive technologies in every seminar. Every VIP will come here and in his opening narrative or opening talk about disruptive technologies, and nothing much will happen on the ground.
Did we hear you voicing your second book? Okay, Dr. Bhushan.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to respectfully beg to differ to
Yes,
what...
I knew it was coming.
So when we talk about CBRN, we look at it only from the nuclear point of view. I would strongly recommend all the policymakers to separate the CB and RN to look at it as far as preparedness is concerned. Otherwise, it happens that it's a poor cousin of that elite group. It never is getting that kind of attention which it demands. And as it is, we are at least 50 years behind the schedule as far as preparedness is concerned. So I would strongly suggest and recommend and request and beg that please give due attention that is required for this threat landscape. And don't treat it as a poor cousin. I hope the decision makers will look at it with that due respect that it demands. And as far as preparedness is concerned, one fact that we have to understand to begin with is public health and biodefense cannot be separated. They are completely intertwined between the two, and you have to be looking at public health as the first line of defense and not separate it from biodefense. Because otherwise, as Sir mentioned about the philanthropicapitalism, philanthropy happens big way in public health, but is it a sleeper cell of, I don't know, ... So we need to look at that. We need to look at that very seriously as it was recommended by the PSC Commission reports 50 years ago. It was a scathing criticism of functioning of our defenses. And not just Ministry of Defense, but all the departments which are part and parcel of this stakeholder landscape. If you go through those reports, they are completely eye-opening. You won't be able to sleep at night once you read those reports because they are 50-year-old, right? So when we look at biopreparedness, we again need 3 pillars of preparedness: legislation, surveillance, and execution. When I say execution, then capacity building is very, very overdue. And for this, we need a comprehensive preparedness plan in place. Unfortunately, there is no quantum mission for this. There is no cybersecurity agency for this. There is not a single body who looks at biopreparedness. When I say biopreparedness, it's biochemical preparedness, because again, with all the convergent technologies, the 2 fields are already merged. You cannot separate. And when we look at neuro warfare, it is not upcoming. It's there. It's already present. It's for us to look at it and be prepared for that. So I sincerely request all the decision makers and policy makers to look at this threat landscape very, very seriously. It's not yesterday kind of urgency, it's 50-year-old urgency. Thank you.
You've been interacting with the armed forces.
Yes, sir.
What more do you recommend?
I recommend a first inter-ministerial platform to start with, so that we have interdisciplinary cross-fertilization of ideas, because the scientific and medical domain, they are not aware of the security requirements. Similarly, for the security requirements, security agencies need to look at the scientific developments that are happening. Otherwise, we'll keep on discounting the threats. So we need to look at the threat landscape first, map it properly, look at all the stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? Starting from the students, though they were sitting at the back, to CDS. Everybody is a stakeholder here. So because this threat landscape is so broad, it should not happen that we are missing out on the threat and a sheer quantum of that threat. So I really am keen to look at the comprehensive preparedness from the top, driven by the top, rather than doing it from the bottom.
The comprehensive preparedness always gets stymied because of lack of resources. Do you see Make in India as a major game changer in this?
Absolutely, sir. Our own industry has so many technology platforms which can be utilized for the defense preparedness, even for security preparedness. But unless we reach out to the industry and ask for those solutions, they wouldn't know what is required of armed forces. So we need a platform sort of like IDEX for biopreparedness and biochemical preparedness and Atmanirbharta.
Anil, any thoughts?
So just to look at the new age warfare, I have 3 parting shots. First is, if I remember the name correctly, Poonam Pandey created a virtual death. Everybody believed, nobody saw the body, but she saw the reaction of the whole world to a small event that she did. That's the future of truth in times to come. Somebody moved around with a wheelbarrow on a road with a number of mobiles which came on, and Google showed that there's a huge, huge traffic jam. That is the future of truth in times to come. The second is that when we look at autonomous systems, please look at them from outer space to underwater as autonomous sleeper cells which will wake up for kinetic or non-kinetic actions on call. So that's the future new age warfare. And the last is what China has mastered, and we need to do it sooner than later, is called C7I2S2R. Command, control, communication, computer, which we all know, cybertronics, cognition, and combat. So they've brought in that paradigm of combat with cognition through artificial intelligence into this game. Information, intelligence, security, surveillance, decision support system. So I think when we are looking at integrated theater commands, when we are looking at tri-service flavor, I think this is a compulsion and no longer a choice. If we have to look at a tri-service or an integrated real-time situational awareness and a common operating picture, nothing short of this will work. Thank you.
Madam, would you allow one round of questions, say maximum about quick 3 questions, one after the other, and the panelists will answer? Is that okay with you? One question, that is too strict, but anyway, no, women empowerment, I'll agree with you. Okay, one question whoever has, or a comment. Yes, please, there.
I might sound a little skeptical, but we talk of technological prowess in India. My problem is, probably we have peaks of excellence, but if I go to a bank and ask for a passbook being updated, I'm told that this system is down. As a horizontal proliferation of technology, we find a major problem. Second, we talk of technologies being imported from abroad because we are at a particular level. My problem with that is, if we are seeking technologies from abroad, technologies that we need might be denied to us.
Correct.
Technologies which would be available would be so costly that we cannot buy them. And technologies which would be given to us would be perhaps of no use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very valid comment. Madam, with your permission, one more. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding human assets, which are not required, which are very much required. Without human assets, you cannot do anything.
Absolutely, sir.
You see how much our human assets are going down. Young boy, girl, 5, 6, 8, they are having specs. How many heart cases are happening? Just a boy of 20 years, just walking, he is falling down. One is becoming just blind immediately. My question is to safeguard the human interest. Due to any reason, what is being done?
Okay, sir. So, valid question. I think you made your point. Okay. This is the same aspect which we have been stressing, that even if we have a youthful population, if they are not healthy and they are not skilled, both things are not valid anymore. And I will tell you, from the Ministry of Defense point of view, we are pushing for wellness rather than curative thought. Even if you go to any hospital, you will first be told that we bought a machine worth 200 crores. That's not the answer. The answer is, am I looking after the human assets by giving them the best possible diet, exercise and regime? If I am not doing that, we are not doing what we should be doing, and that is being tackled. I will not be able to tell you more than that. Thank you so much, sir.
Just 5 seconds. Whatever thing we are buying from market, from anywhere, either it is a fruit or food or anything, within 24 hours it is getting spoiled.
Agreed, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I think, Mrinmay, you had one final comment. You wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say that as far as preparedness is concerned, there is only one quote that I'll leave with you because there is not much of a time. So I will just share one quote. That is, if you're not at the table, you'll probably be on the menu.
On the menu, right. Thank you so much. My compliments to the panelists. Excellent thoughts have been left, and I think it is very unfair on them to have been asked to complete everything in 10 minutes. I think their books, they would have spent years together. So whatever they have said, please join me in applauding their effort.
Thank you so much to my panel. I would request to honor and felicitate, and a small token of gift from our side to all of you. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we move on to the next session. Next session is on post-independence conflicts, voices from the margin. For that, I invite on the dais Major General Arjun Muthanna, Colonel Ajay K. Raina, Sena Medal, M.R. Narayan Swamy, and Brigadier Narendra Bari. Are they here? Yeah, 1 hour. Yeah.
Overshot by.
Sure, 1 hour.
10, 12.
Yeah, because the panel is 4 people, so 1 hour is justified.
Sorry.
Welcome, sir. So this session will be moderated by Brigadier Narendra Bari. Often when we read about conflicts and operations, we overlook the personal stories of soldiers involved. Major General Muthamma has authored IPKF Undying Be Their Memories, a collection of personal stories from Op Pawan, India's peacekeeping mission in Sri Lanka. Colonel Ajay Raina has written Kargil 99. Beyond strategy, this book delves into the emotional and psychological resilience of our soldiers. The third one, M.R. Narayan Swamy, is a renowned journalist and author of the book, The Rout of Prabhakaran, besides his 3 other books on Sri Lanka's ethnic conflict. Now, over to Brigadier Bari.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The audience is thin, and we are starting about 15-20 minutes late. But nevertheless, I can promise you some very exciting moments ahead. After this historic thoughts like quantum physics and etc., let's get back to some blood and guts and courage and devotion stories. We have 3 excellent books on the table, and the authors are here to tell you what motivated them. And I won't take too much of time. If at the end there is some time, I'll pass some comments. We'll take about 12 to 14 minutes each, and 15 minutes for questions. There are some veterans of IPKF I see here, so there are bound to be some questions, so we'll take those at the end. So to start with, may I request you, Arjun, to...
Thank you, sir. I actually am honored by USA having decided to select one of the books that I compiled and edited. I don't claim to have authored it. What was interesting about it is that it became a race a couple of years ago when a chance remark from a friend who is now a publisher. I was happening to go through a set of books which dealt with personal experiences of the 1971 war. And I mentioned to him, why don't we do that for IPKF? And he threw the ball right back in my court. And he told me, why don't you do it? And that's when I started this. And that, of course, led me to this group of IPKF veterans. I have two of them here, Colonel Kochar and Colonel Nair, who are, Ravi Nair, who are so enthusiastic about the whole thing. The whole issue was that the IPKF, I can say, experience has to a large extent been forgotten in our country, especially amongst the youth. Those of us who have been through it, or it happened in our prime, do know what it is about. So I today work in a company, in a corporate job, and I happen to ask these youngsters, there were about 10, 15 of them, all in the mid-20s, if they knew what IPKF stood for, or whether they knew that India had sent across a set of soldiers, sailors and airmen to Sri Lanka, and very sadly, they didn't know anything about this. So, however, a lot has been written about the IPKF by all the major players in the game, starting from the General Officer Commanding, the Ambassador who was involved, and so many other people. And of course, here we have Mr. Narayan Swamy, who as a journalist has also written about it. We have a few other journalists who have given very balanced views. We have people from Sri Lanka also who have written extensively about it. But what was actually missing was the personal accounts, what happened to people, what they did, and what happened from the perspective. So the topic itself talks about voices from the margins. I would say it should be voices from the middle, because these guys were in the middle of all that was happening. So we started calling out to people and asking them to share their experiences or share articles about what they felt and what they went through. And very soon we were flooded, and the flood, of course, turned from what we had planned to do one book, it ended up being 5 books. And then that was a huge challenge of, putting them together, seeing which one went best with the theme that was there or the thread that was running through. So this is the book which we are talking about now, Undying Being Their Memories, personal accounts of IPKF veterans. And Undying Being Their Memories actually is a portion of the epitaph that is there, strangely, in Colombo, in the memorial that has been instituted and being looked after by the Sri Lankan government. So much so, there is a separate memorial there which commemorates the nearly 1,200 soldiers, if I use that word very broadly, who laid down their lives to try and bring peace, some sort of peace to Sri Lanka. So this book, I was asking Rana Chinna as to who picked the book, because there were 5 of them, and why did they decide on this? Well, I couldn't have a long enough discussion with him as to why he picked it. So what I have tried in these books is to try and bring out personal accounts which will give people a different perspective about the same incident. For example, one very contentious event that happened in the IPKF was the advance into Jaffna in October of 1987. There were many who claimed that it was hurried, it was rushed, it was not fully planned. People undertook to complete the operation at great costs, at great casualties. So in this particular book, we have accounts of the advance into Jaffna by about 5 different people. And there is a battalion commanding officer who writes about how his battalion advanced, what tasks they got, and how they went about it. There's an officiating commanding officer who also says what happened, and what is not mentioned in the book is that he was later on sacked for what his boss felt that he was dragging his feet, though he looked at it and his justification was very different. He says, I can do the same task if I can do it a little slower and at minimizing my casualties, which is also a command responsibility of mine, I still achieve that task. We have a staff officer who was in the thick of it, a G3 who was officiating as the brigade major, who talks about how they went about it as a headquarter and what they did. So it is very interesting when you read all different aspects of it. And then, of course, we elaborated to try and bring in accounts by different people. We tried to bring in the Air Force accounts, some accounts by the Navy, what they were doing. Because while it might have not been completely integrated, but there were a lot of supportive actions to each other which helped the IPKF to conclude its mission. I've been just reading Narayan Swami's book, what he had to say about, he was written a very interesting book. So there are different views whether IPKF completed its mandate or was IPKF forced out of the island. Or those of us who were there, we felt that we walked out or we moved out with our heads held high, with a very planned de-induction, which Brigadier Nico Bali himself was a major architect of. And it wasn't something like what the Americans did in Afghanistan, where they literally abandoned their allies, leaving everything, including their weapons, equipment, and transport. In our case, when the IPKF de-inducted, it was lock, stock, and barrel, not leaving anything behind. And of course, what followed was another 20 years of misery for the people. So in this book, again, we talk about, there's a young soldier who you know, as a light machine gun detachment commander, went through his experience. I mean, as how he dealt with a situation where his patrol was ambushed, how they responded, and how his actions helped mitigate, you know, the situation or bring it under control. This is something I feel, not only these, but there are so many more stories. There were more than 1 lakh of soldiers who were deployed in IPKF, and I'm just going by sheer statistics. There must be more than 1 million stories, because each one of us had multiple experiences and have multiple incidents to explain. If you're looking at it from a level of analysis, well, that could be different, but then analysis would require facts. It would also require, you know, the validated corroboration. These are actually just personal accounts. They could be colored, and they could also be tailor-made to suit the author. A key to this whole thing is not letting the nation forget the sacrifices of the entire Indian peacekeeping force. No doubt there were sacrifices. The people, the local populace of Sri Lanka did suffer, because conflict always brings, I would say, misery. But all that notwithstanding, here is a group of soldiers, officers, men, sailors, airmen and soldiers, who went on a mission as ordered by their government and to the peril of their lives. And in the peril of their lives, we lost 1,200 comrades. They say the figures vary for different reasons, more for our own bureaucratic reasons, because if you die of a fall in Sri Lanka, you may or may not have been counted as a battle casualty. So there are figures that vary as to how many actually were killed in action. 3,000 were injured. A very dear friend, a coursemate of mine, had his leg blown up. And then how he coped with it is also an account that is written in one of the books, where he says, I'm not disabled, I'm just a person who thinks differently and who continues to work my life. The key issue of coming out with this book, as I said again, is to drive home the fact that we should not forget. There were certain mistakes made in the way the initial operations were conducted in Sri Lanka, especially I would say in the first 3 to 4 months, where troops were inducted, they were sent in pell-mell, there wasn't sufficient command control elements, the logistic support was not adequate. And then we again see in a later operation, which we had in 1999, where again for the first 2 weeks, there was this similar sort of a situation, till of course, you know, more sensible commanders came in, people who paced themselves, and then made sure that the missions were successful. Sir, if I might, I'd just like to leave one aspect with the audience. I think as a nation, we celebrate 2 Vijay Divases. I find that a little funny. But then, of course, one is for our victory in the 1971 war, and the second one is for our victory in the 1999 Kargil war. While these are victories, but then surprisingly, we don't commemorate the sacrifices of our soldiers in other major operations, 2 of which are the 1962 war. We might have been hammered in some areas, in many areas. We did fight, we fought very hard and fought well. But then that does not mean that the sacrifices of those people who were put there on the line and face the bullet should ever be forgotten. Similarly, the IPKF operation also, I feel, should not be forgotten, and there should be a system in the government where there are days to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives and their limbs, and in many cases, possibly their sanity, and it should never be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
What General Muthanda has not mentioned is that he was there himself in Sri Lanka doing a splendid job with his Garhwali battalion. Right here, I would like to add a few points. The background to the problem of Sri Lanka, the ethnic problem of Sri Lanka is long, and I don't have the time to delve into that. But we must remember that there was an accord in 1987, 29 July 87 to be precise. And thereafter, President Jayawardene invited the IPKF to Sri Lanka. The task was to help implement the accord. And thereafter, a different president, 3 years later, requested the IPKF to leave Sri Lanka, which we did. So we didn't barge in uninvited, we were invited there. About the progress of operations, since he's mentioned a few details, I'll take a few minutes. We went in like a peacekeeping force, all spit and polish and very nice and polite and everything. And soon it became an overground warfare, open on the streets, capture of the fort, etc. And then it turned into a counterinsurgency for a long period. What did we achieve? We all have experience of Nagaland, 20 years, 30 years, incidents, Mizoram, Manipur, everywhere. And there are stories of Vietnam, Afghanistan, years and years of effort and no success at the end of it. In Sri Lanka, in the 3-year period, we restored normalcy to the extent that all schools, colleges were functioning, all housing was built, repaired, temples were repaired, railway line was repaired, normal railway line, Jaffna to Colombo was running, and elections were held. Against much opposition, elections were held with British MPs as observers to certify these were fair. Elections to the Parliament, elections to the North East Council, Tamil prominent area, and elections to get Mr. Premadasa in office. And he's the one who then requested us to go. So there's a very large measure of success, and perhaps a little more time was needed to achieve normalcy or near normalcy. And it wouldn't have been the tragedy that the third author is going to describe to you. There was one assessment at the end of the violent phase, and before the LTT was driven into the Bhuwania jungles. There was an intelligence assessment that from a total strength of about 6,500 LTTE, it was reduced to 600. 2,200 or 2,800 were in our custody, black. Why I know the figure is that I had to sanction money for their upkeep, and because we dare not send them back to India, we could not hand them over to the Sri Lankan authorities. So we had to establish a prisoner of war camp with the Assam Rifles, and for the women LTT, of which there were a few, we had to get the CRPF Women's Battalion also involved with the IPKF. And so about 600, it was assessed, were left over in the jungles. Of course, new terrorists are born every day with a highly motivated population. So the measure of success is something to be proud of. I'll add a few points. I think at the end I'll add something. I'll now request the second speaker, Raina, to...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to General Sharma and Team USI for giving this opportunity. And thanks to the chair. I'm a student of military history, written about 28 books. And out of 28, 23 of them are basically based in and around Jammu and Kashmir, the place I belong to. So for I don't call myself a historian. I reiterate, I'm a student of military history. So for any person who's interested in military history or any kind of history, when you look back 25 years, 30 years, you have a very big benefit, which probably people that time who were into it, on the middle of something, probably didn't have. So when this 25 year of Kargil was happening, I thought of bringing out a book. And I was very aware of the fact that right from then Chief of Army Staff down to company commanders who were fighting the battle there, many books had come out. There was no point reiterating or writing again about the battles per se, because learned audience and readership, why should they waste money on something we already know? So I picked a few things which are essentially part of any war, and such things, though very important, get overlooked. So I had the fortunate thing to be part of that conflict. And how it happened, how we were watching a movie, my regiment had just come back from Kashmir after 3.5 years of tenure, and this thing started suddenly. And we were told, we were sitting in UP, Raiwala, and we were told, okay, since you guys had tough time and you come out of valley, you guys are going to stay back, and rest of the formation, Army Reserve Division, will move into Jammu and Kashmir. So it was during that particular night, we were watching a movie in a place called, outskirts of Haridwar. There's one place where there's a theater, I'm forgetting the name. And then we get a message that we are moving tomorrow. Myself, my wife, and 2 youngsters were there. So on our way back to Raiwala, we were crossing bridge over Ganga. And I told my youngsters, ऐसा सी लड़ने जा रहे हैं, वापस आएंगे कि पता नहीं, डुबकी लगा के चलते हैं गंगा जी में, because it's our belief that it helps when you move on. So my wife, as the ladies are very particular, she said, we have only 5 hours left and we need to pack. You need to leave in the morning. So time given to you 2 minutes. So we said, okay. We took out our wallets, gave it to my wife, all 3 of us, we gave our wallets, and we just walked into the river with everything on. Of course, 6 months later when we came back, my car seats were all gone, all torn, and because of the moisture which was there in the car. So what I wanted to bring out in the book is that much before the war starts, and much beyond the battlefield, there are a lot of things which happened. And then how we moved from there to Kargil, that itself, I'll not, of course, if I start telling the stories, then of course it will take hours. So a lot of interesting things happened. At the same time, I also wanted to include perspective from other side. How was it seen from other side of the line of control? So there's a Pakistani officer who's now settled in Canada, a very sensible person. He was a major that time. He later on left and moved on. So I got in touch with him. He had written a very beautiful article. So that article is also part of this book. And that article is my salute to the soldiering. When, as a soldier, you rise above certain things. You all know that we had Pakistani bodies not claimed by Pakistanis, and we did the burial and gave them honorable burial. So this is what soldiers is all about. So there's something about that. I also felt that probably it was spoken about that time, but was not really discussed later on, that why didn't we use Air Force the way it should have been used? Because if, say there's a Kargil thing happens again tomorrow, hypothetically. So are we going to send our youngsters again up the slope to fight against odds where one LNG is on top of a mountain spur can hold on a battalion for hours together? Is that the way of fighting war? Like I said initially, today we have the benefit of that looking back and analyzing. That time, of course, circumstances were different. So that aspect, of course, in a very kind of balanced way, I've tried to cover, because unless until we record these things, we tend to forget. And we commit the same mistake. And that brings me to another point of this book is, those veterans, of course, will remember, there was a time till 1991, we had 2 divisions worth of army plus a brigade in Ladakh. And then Kashmir started getting heated up. So one division was moved from Kargil area into Kashmir. It remains there even today. So what happened thereafter was, a huge gap was created in 91. While we all know that 99, that gap was exploited and then people came in, Pakistanis. But probably people don't know is that between 91 and 99, a lot of things happened on that stretch between Kargil and Zuzila. There were IED blasts, there was an ambush where 27 guys were killed. But somehow our focus was so much on Kashmir that we treated all this as something very, very localized affair, and possibly ignored the fact that these small little threats, which are happening every 6 months, 1 year, in an area which is outside Kashmir, will probably then roll ball into something like 99 conflict. Now, when I say we don't take lessons and we forget, now you look at Galwan. Similar thing happened. Galwan happened, so the troops which had kind of less active areas under their control in Rajouri, Poonch districts, they were plugged from there and moved into Ladakh. Of course, that was a need of an hour, but that vacuum was not filled for almost 1 year. And result of that, we saw what happened in Rajouri and Poonch last couple of years. So this book, when I wrote, that was the aim that we must write where we probably went wrong, so that something similar happens next time. We have something to, like, if somebody reads it and it hangs in the mind of somebody, it helps. Then an officer, sapper officer, had a crib book, small little book, scribbling notes. Somehow I was lucky to get a hold of that book. I requested him, and his handwritten notes, small yellow Parchivali book, along with photographs. EME support services we generally tend to ignore in war. And there's a chapter on that. How difficult was casualty evacuation? Getting a guy who's been shot at that height, getting back down to the roadhead and then to hospital. So all these little things I've kind of created and added my own bit in this to make it a very light read, but also to record certain things like what Jana Muthanna was saying, that people who are in the middle of it and they get ignored when histories are written. So in fact, most of my books are written that way, that I try to get into to the people or to the sources who got left out of the battle. When it came to writing, they were in the battle, but when it came to writing of history, they got left out of the battle. So this is how I'll sum up my books, sir, and later on we can take on more.
Thank you. Two comments on Kargil. As a layman, I wasn't there in the war. One is well known that it was an intelligence failure on our part, and you had a study group after that to look into our weaknesses. In some the second point, in some quarters, there has been a divergent view about, we laid down this limitation of not crossing the line of control. By laying that down, we impose very heavy penalties on our operational planners. We could not adopt the indirect approach, go for the soft targets. And eventually it leads to higher casualties when you have to go uphill in the high altitudes and go face to face and evict the enemy. But it is the courage and the leadership at the junior levels which gave us victory, and a resounding victory. I now call upon the third speaker. Anil Swami, I know the name. I find, I'm sorry I've not been able to read your book entirely, but I find that a very interesting title and whatever little I've read. And after you have spoken, I'll see whether some of my impressions are correct or I'm wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. I must first again thank the USI for inviting me here. I have been a journalist since 1978, and more pertinently to the subject matter of the LTTE and Sri Lanka, I have been covering the story almost since the time the insurgency started in 1983. And as we all know, the war went on for a quarter century, almost 25 years. Prabhakaran and LTTE were smashed up by the Sri Lankan military in May 2009. But the remnants of the LTTE, hundreds, I think probably thousands, managed to escape from Sri Lanka. They are scattered all over in many Western countries. What the book that I have written, The Route of Prabhakaran, I'm sorry I have not brought it here, I can't show it. The book is actually, oh thank you, sorry, thank you. The book is actually a post-mortem of Prabhakaran, his politics and the LTTE. Why did a man who at one point of time controlled 2/3 of the Sri Lanka's winding sea coast and 1/3 of Sri Lanka's land territory, who had the audacity in 1987 to take on the might of the Indian Army. Why the Indian Army quit the Sri Lanka is a different story altogether, when some of you who have taken part would know. Now, how did this man end up finally being confined to a small little area less than the area of a soccer field? And eventually a person who said he will not stop until an independent Tamilam is established, he disappeared, he was crushed, his entire army was crushed, and a community which he claimed his interests he represented, they have been left in a complete limbo. 15 years down the line, 15 years after his death, 15 years after the decimation of the LTT, comprehensive decimation of the LTT. Another interesting thing that happened in 2009 is an estimated 12,000 LTT guerrillas surrendered to the Sri Lankan military. A group which claimed, my men and my women fighters will never give up, will never surrender. If necessary, they will bite the cyanide vial and they will commit suicide. But 12,000 people surrendered. I have spoken to some of them over a long period of time. And I can also tell you there is tremendous amount of resentment in the Tamil community in general over what? Over Prabhakaran's politics, his decision to wage this war in an almost endless manner, and his, I would say, arrogance that he was a virtual sun god who could never be put down. This was the huge miscalculation he did when in 2006 he decided to take on the Sri Lankan military, which turned out to be was the last time, and within 3 years the story of the LTT was over. My book is actually a very harsh post-mortem of the LTT. Obviously, hardcore LTT supporters spread around the world are not going to like the book. They anyway don't like me. And I have also authored in 2003 a biography of Prabhakaran, an unauthorized biography, which again the LTT didn't like. It was after authoring that biography, I'll tell you the reason why I'm digressing, is when I first met Mr. Eric Solheim, who was the primary Western face driving the peace process in Sri Lanka from 2002 onwards. I met him at the Norwegian embassy in Delhi, and we had a chat just among the two of us. And he said, I have read your book of Prabhakaran's biography. The only area where I like to disagree with you is that Norway feels, you think that the LTT cannot be brought around to peace. We feel the other way around. We feel we can bring around the LTT to sue for peace. I still remember what I told him at the end of 2003. I told him, I wish you all the best. I hope my assessment is proved wrong. Your confidence is proved right, that you're able to bring around the LTT. But my decades of experience of dealing with the LTT and working on the subject tells me that most unfortunately, I'll be proved right and you'll be proved wrong. The reason I say most unfortunately is, if I'm proved right, there will be war again. I must credit Erik Solheim, Norwegian politician and diplomat, because in 2006, after the war resumed, the last phase of the war, he called me one day and he told me, I wish I had taken you seriously at that time. Honestly, I took you as another Indian who, because the Indians had suffered enormously in Sri Lanka, I thought you were also speaking on the same lines, because the Indians failed, nobody else could succeed. But now I realize the LTT of a different kind, different kettle. People from the LTT who are now in Sri Lanka and to whom I have spoken to, many of them are now convinced that Prabhakaran committed a huge blunder by not coming to an honorable agreement, which was the concessions which were offered by Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, and at that time the Indian government. That would not have obviously fetched him Tamil Ilam, but that would have fetched him a solid foundation on which he could have built on. But by taking a nihilistic line, a totally militaristic line, and subduing the politics of Tamil Ilam, he destroyed himself. I don't want to speak too long. I'll finish in 2 minutes because I think we should leave the area for questions. Last November, when I went and I spoke to one of the members of the LTT intelligence unit, who was very close to the then LTT intelligence chief, Pottu Amman, and also Prabhakaran, he told me that shortly before the LTT got decimated, which was either the end of, this happened in May 2009. So he was talking about a period of end of April 2009 or probably the start of May 2009. When he said Pottu Amman, the LTT intelligence chief called a few of his closest confidants, which included the man who spoke to me in November last year. He told me that the reason why we are now in this precarious position, and I don't know what is going to happen, there are 3 factors. 1, our decision to kill Rajiv Gandhi in 1991. It was a colossal blunder. 2, our decision to drive away all the Muslims, lock, stock and barrel, with nothing you can take from Jaffna except the clothes that you are in 1990. It was a colossal blunder. The 3rd colossal blunder we committed was our decision to forcibly recruit thousands of Tamil children, mostly from impoverished Tamil families and mostly from eastern Sri Lanka. This was one of the biggest blunders. My question when I discussed with LTT people was, who was responsible for these blunders? Not the cadres, the leadership, Prabhakaran and Pottu Amman, 2 people, if you could name them. In other words, finally we realized the lack of politics and a totally militaristic line led one of the most powerful insurgent groups to completely disappear, lock, stock and barrel. My book is a post-mortem of the LTT. I'll stop here so there is time for people to take answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Very illuminating. Just two comments. I think Prabhakaran, from an underground terrorist force, guerrilla warfare, came overground too soon. Established his headquarters at Kilinochchi, if I'm right, and he thought he'll take on the Sri Lankan might, and unfortunately paid for it with his life and the lives of so many others. The Sri Lankan attitude can be judged from a little anecdote I'll tell you now. In 87 at Trincomalee, Mr. Vijay Ratne, the Raksha Mantri of, Defense Minister of Sri Lanka, he and I had some conversation, and we were on our way out. So he says, I'm glad the IPKF is leaving because they can never solve this problem. So I told him, why do you think that? He says, because the IPKF can never knowingly kill an innocent man. So that gives you an insight into their thinking. They kill the LTT and all the citizens and the follower, women, children, everyone. Clean sweep from Kilinochchi to Mullaitivu. The other piece of conversation was, he had a very set routine. He used to leave his official house, go to his mother's house, touch her feet, seek her blessings, go to Parliament. Same timing, same route, same car. So I told him, please vary your timings, vary your routine, don't make it easy for the others. He won't. He was blown to bits at Colombo, just a year or two later. Now I think it's time for us to field some questions. If there are any questions from the audience, yes. We'll take 2 or 3 questions and then answer them in one go.
Thank you, sir. It was enriching. The entire day has been enriching. For someone who's born in the 90s, probably I'm not aware of Prabhakaran's activities much than whatever those old video footages that are there. The incident of the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi being attacked by a baton and the diplomatic events that led after. Can you just take us through how tough it was to negotiate at that point when a sitting Prime Minister is physically attacked, and when we are on the sides of resolving a situation, because currently across the global theatre there is a lot that is being focused on India, or India and Prime Minister saying something, or India being in the center of negotiations. And if something like that, retaliation kind of happens, physical, verbal, or anyway, because we see hostility around us, how will the response be different than what it was in 87?
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, please. Yes, please ask your question.
My question is specific to the Jaffna University helidrop, and there is multiple stories around it that there was intelligence failure, there was prior information to the LTTE. If you could just give a perspective of what happened and what happened after, which when it took us a long time to in fact take over Jaffna with the sending off the commandos and the armored platoons, that bit, please.
Later. Any other question? The one relating to the LTT.
Yeah. You asked about the attack on Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. The first thing we need to understand is, although there was an agreement between two governments, India and Sri Lanka, the India-Sri Lanka Agreement of July 1987. Let us admit that the popular mood in the Sinhalese areas, who of course constitute the majority in Sri Lanka, was not for the accord. And whatever may have been our motives, our intentions, the deployment of the military in Sri Lanka was not really well liked by the overwhelming majority of the Sinhalese people. And because there was always a war going on for a long time, there was most unfortunately a thinking of us and them, and we were seen, Indians were seen that they were with them and not with us. And the fact that there were several provocations, when you look back now, things are much more clearer. They were not clearer at that time. The LTT wanted to exploit this situation, and it did very successfully. We must give credit to Prabhakaran for that. So the Sinhalese naval rating, who attacked Rajiv Gandhi with his butt, and he was very lucky to escape, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, he represented that thought process, the Sinhalese psyche. How dare a foreign leader come to our country with his troops and deploy his troops in my country? I, a patriotic Sinhalese, patriotic Sri Lankan, I'm going to teach him a lesson. This psyche, now, your question was little larger. Can something similar happen? And, I think finally it all depends on how you study a situation, what you do. And as he was mentioning, Muthanna earlier, these books are all important because, particularly of the IPKF experiences, that you learn from the mistakes you have committed. You might not have realized that you were making a mistake at that point of time, but in retrospect, as they say, man is always wise. So there are things which can learn from, and I'm sure if you learn from history, there are fewer mistakes you will commit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think what the miscalculation took place, just to put the timeline in place, is that the accord had already been signed and Rajiv Gandhi had already gone there. And there were other issues as to why India was keen on having this done. There was a Tamil, we had a huge influence in Tamil Nadu itself. So there was a keenness to resolve it because we had a vested interest from that angle. But the bottom line was India had made it very clear to everybody, including to Prabhakaran, that we do not want a division of Sri Lanka the way Prabhakaran envisaged it, of having a separate independent Elam, as they called it. So that was a bottom line. But I think the miscalculation is what some of our decision makers at that time did not comprehend the angst and the anger and the lack of confidence an average Tamil, when I say an average Tamil, I'm talking of the citizen on the street, had about the Sinhalese, I'm again using that word, the Sinhalese government agreeing, to treat them at par or as equal citizens. So an average Tamil did not, ever trust anybody there. So here was Indian government, possibly because of a lack of information, thought that they could at some stage get Prabhakaran to, agree. And Prabhakaran, if you read the book, Narayan Swami's book, has time and again mentioned that I will not agree. He was coerced, he was blackmailed, whatever happened. But the man's condition was that he didn't have a weak spot. Other than his family, he didn't really have a weak spot. So there was very, very little leverage that the Indian government could bring against him. So an attack on the leader, I think at that stage didn't really, stymie the agreement, because it was an agreement that was signed, and there was no impact that way. But of course, there was a feeling within India that how could this guy, how could an average sailor try and attack the head of our nation? The dynamics were different. We were fighting in Sri Lanka. I have met LTT fighters, if you can call them, who had been wounded by us, who went to Tamil Nadu, got treated by Indian doctors, by Indian nursing staff, and came back 4 months later to fight us again. It was crazy. Actually, I don't know. Luckily, I think most of us didn't have PTSD or whatever. We didn't even know the term those days. But we were shooting, guys were putting up a type of poster in Jaffna, and when I landed in Chennai or Madras then and went out to Tambaram railway station, the same posters were plastered all over the place. I mean, there was some sort of a completely dissync between what we were doing in Sri Lanka and what Tamil Nadu people, if I can say that, or maybe the powers that be there, were doing and supporting LTT. And as Narayan Swamy said, I think the biggest mistake LTT made, and the biggest mistake, was taking on Rajiv Gandhi, because that ensured that all support from India dried up. I'm just thinking, had that action or had that support been stopped when we were fighting the LTT, possibly we would have resolved the problem maybe in a couple of years or so. The fact of the matter was that they were still dependent on support from the Indian mainland and from Tamil Nadu for money, for whatever reasons, maybe just loyalty for the underdog. Coming to your question about the infamous university operation, well, I haven't covered it in the book for reasons, for different reasons, because there were so many dynamics, and the principal player there, basically, Major Virender Singh, is no more with us. The issue was that there was a sense of urgency to get into Jaffna and resolve issues, because there was a feeling, as an assessment at the very highest levels, that they were just a small force, not very, very easily they could be defeated by a professional military force. What people, I think, didn't understand then was the sense of commitment they had and the freedom of having reached a level of military professionalism. They were so driven, and the young guys who were in the LTT in those days, many of them were graduates, college dropouts, intelligent people, committed people with an extremely high sense of motivation. Very, very innovative. I mean, the type of innovations, we could actually write a whole book about how innovative they were in dealing with any issue militarily. I mean, they refined the improvised explosive devices, the use of the improvised explosive devices. They really, I mean, were fantastic. So when this initial assessment was that it's going to be a cakewalk, and there was a decision that, you'll stage forward the infantry into the Jaffna airfield, and there were issues. Not airfield, sorry, it was the university grounds. The ground was ringed by buildings, and there wasn't sufficient helicopters to move the force. Like you saw what happened in 71 war, those of you who saw that, where you moved 6,000 odd bodies in helicopters. Here you didn't have that many helicopters to, rush in that sort of a force which could have taken over the entire playground plus the buildings around it. So the troops were landed. There were the para-commandos who were landed, who were of course trained and equipped properly. They had to move on for another mission. So they landed there. The infantry platoon under Major Virender, advanced elements of his company were landed. They were ill-briefed, ill-prepared, literally, from the boat into the helicopters and into the ground. Colossal errors at the tactical level, at all levels. There's one issue about leadership, I'll revisit that. So Major Virender landed up there with about 30 men, and he was supposed to hold that playground for the follow-up troops that were to come. And the para-commandos also were there along with him. Sadly, what happened was Major Virender got out of communication with his base because his radio was destroyed and his radio operator was injured. The para-commandos offered him the radio, but he could not get his CO on that radio, so he could not talk to his CO. So when the para-commando said, we have another mission, we have to move out and we will progress on our mission, and they told Major Virender, you are in a very vulnerable position, why don't you move out? He says, how can I move out? My task is to hold this ground landing zone till my unit fetches up. And he says, I don't want to be in a situation where my unit fetches up here and I'm not here to have secured the ground. So those guys fought on through the night, knowing that they were facing, absolutely unbelievable odds. And credit to them to have lasted out and fought back and not just surrendered. There was a chance. They were told repeated times by the LTT to surrender. They didn't opt to surrender. You can call it foolish, you can call it whatever it is, but I think immense bravery by Major Virender and his team. Very sadly that they all lost their life. So this one point, sir, this thing about leadership I was saying, In my book, we talk about different battalion commanders who dealt with their orders to advance into Jaffna in different ways. Most soldiers, if you're given a task and you're told that you have to execute it, especially in a combat situation, saying no can be looked as cowardice. Saying no can also be looked at that you are not participating or you don't see the larger picture and you're not willing to make that sacrifice to complete that mission. You saw that in the 71 war, in the movie, those of you who saw it, when Major Shami Mehta was told that, will you cross the Meghna River in your PT-76s? And he says, how can I say no? You're in a war situation and I have to, complete that mission. So that was the thing. I think the Jaffna University was a tragedy. You, as soldiers, you try and look at both sides of it and see what best you can evoke out of it. And I think decision, I don't know, if I was in that situation, how would I have reacted? And I all credit to Major Virender and his team for having stuck it out there. Sad end, but then that's the decision they took.
Thanks. I have a minute or two. Quick comments. When you have ambitions of doing great things overseas, then you must build up the capability for it first. 200 nautical miles between Madras and Trincomalee or KKS, Kakesunturai. We didn't have the right shipping. The Navy did their best hiring merchant ships, but the draft at KKS is 8 meters. No ship could go there. And Trincomalee had not a single crane. They used to suck wheat out of ships and grind it into flour and give it to the whole of Sri Lanka. So there's no infrastructure, there's no shipping. So you can't have ambitions of overseas operations without first having the capability. We had the capability up to the Second World War and thereafter, but that was the British Navy. They took us. My battalion fought in the First World War and the Second World War and everywhere. But the Navy that was there was the British Navy with whatever was required. We need to create assets. I'm talking of our overseas capability. We must create assets on the mainland which have dual purpose. You can't have white elephants waiting for a war to happen. But you must have facilities on land you use during peacetime, and when required, they are quickly converted to war use. Just to give you a small example, in our 3 years there, we could not hire a single building at Madras. The rules were such, the financial limitations, even Southern Command couldn't do it. We just couldn't hire a building. I would like to think that IPK was perhaps the beginning of our thinking in terms of joint warfare, Army, Navy, Air Force. The Army Chief did project for an integrated kind of headquarters, a joint headquarters. The Navy was not too keen on it. The Air Force gave a component, but then Air Force was led by the ACS House was a man of the caliber of Denzel Keeler, late Air Marshal Denzel Keeler. He said yes before even he could think of the consequences. And that saved the day. The Air Force played a marvelous role, but the Air Force is very expensive. You want to carry a kg of potatoes into Sri Lanka by air, it costs 8 rupees a kg. You buy it at 2 rupees, the air freight is 8 rupees. And the Navy didn't have that. You could hire large ships who can carry potatoes for 6 months, but they'll rot before they reach the other end. So those capabilities and all that you have to build up before you do that. My last little anecdote is, talking of the Sinhala Tamil factor and all that. When the IPKF came out to Madras, There was one person to receive it, the governor, Mr. Alexander. The state government boycotted it. The Prime Minister, Mr. VP Singh, wanted to come. I think that was the gupshup. But he was told, don't come, you will not be received. So 2 days later, 4 IL-76 aircraft, and this is the truth, carried 1,200 IPKF soldiers to Palam to be received by the Prime Minister, had a cup of tea, and flown back to Madras. So that is the factor. It is the truth. I organized this airlift, and that is the truth. That is the kind of local sentiment on our end of the sea. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. I was going to ask for a round of applause.
Thank you so much for that enlightening session, and we'll request you to stay put. For a token of appreciation, a small gift from our side to you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. A group photo, okay. So now we're going to delve into a rather interesting and a more humane session named Soldiers and Society. For that, I would like to invite on dais our panelists Ambreen Zaidi, Meghna Girish, Major General Ajay Singh Chauhan, Shaurya Chakra and SM, and Lieutenant General Asit Mistry, PVSM, AVSM on the dais. Video form? Film form? PPT. Did you give to her? Is it to be shown? No? So before your talk or later? Midway through mine. Midway through your talk. So I think let me just ask her. In the meanwhile, you sit. I would just ask her in presentation. So where is Ajay? Quickly. Why don't you take your seat? My presentation is this. Your presentation. So you've given it to me, and they'll play it accordingly. When is it to be played? In the end. Okay. So before you speak or after you speak? When I speak. When you speak. I hope they know it. So to introduce my panelist, Ambreen Zaidi is a distinguished columnist and author. Her book, Soldiering On, is a tribute to our soldiers' resilience, courage and determination. Meghna Girish is the co-founder of Akshay Girish Memorial Trust and mother of a braveheart, Akshay Girish. Her book named War Wounded, Disabled Soldiers and Cadets is a report on the lives of soldiers and officer cadets injured in the battle. I think that was done in the morning. That book was released by the, Major General Ajay Singh Chauhan is presently the MD, Managing Director of Army Welfare Placement Organization, mandated to facilitate placements of veterans, widows and their wards. Lieutenant General Mistry is an infantarian who's been part of UN peacekeeping. Over to you, General Mistry, for the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Notwithstanding the late hour of the day, the dwindling strength of the attendees, and a little bit of drooping eyes, I think this is one of the most important sessions of the day. And as the MC initially said, this is about the human aspect. And this session, the soldier and the society, it's probably the most important because it is the interface of the soldier and the society. And when we say soldier, it is a generic term, includes the officers, men, JCOs of all armed service, all three services, and genders. And to correctly reflect the society, if you notice, even this panel has got appropriate gender balance. Now, what General Rakesh Sharma said in the morning, that unless you quote something like Clausewitz or something, you will be called an unpad. So I must match, try and live up to his challenge. Even when Clausewitz talked about war, he talked about a trinity of three elements that was essential to understand and study war. And he defined the trinity consisting of the state or the government, the military and the commander, and the third element was the people or the society. And therefore, it's not possible to study the whole phenomena of war without understanding all the three elements. And when you talk of soldier and the society, there are many dimensions, there are many stages. The first important point is that it is a two-way kind of an interface and interaction. The soldier does a lot for the society, from the very fundamental fact of preserving and securing the society, ensuring its existence, upholding its values, creating an environment for its growth and development, and so on. And in return, the society respects and honors the soldier, or ought to be doing that. The question is the society doing enough? Now, when you come to stages, again, you need, if I can divide in terms of activities, you need support of the society pre-hostilities or when you are raising and sustaining your forces. That means the society must play its part in providing the right material to create your armed forces. During hostilities, the society must continue to support the soldiers so that the morale is kept up. And post-conflict, or as the soldier finishes the active duty and has to reintegrate back into the society, again, you need the support of the society. And it is this third stage is what this discussion is going to focus on. And as already introduced, I have a very experienced and a very unique panel. Each of these panelists brings their own individual expertise and understanding of this very complex subject that affects all of us. But what is common among all of them is that at the core of their heart, the welfare and well-being of the soldier, their families, and their dependent is at the core of the heart. And when we talk of the third stage, when the soldier has to finish his active duty and go back to the society, a number of us may not be fortunate to go back in one piece. Some of us, unfortunately, make the ultimate sacrifice, so you leave behind an army of widows. Some of us lose their limbs or part of their bodies and go back disabled. The society needs to show empathy, understanding, and take care of these soldiers, and not only the soldiers, but their families. And therefore, they face a large number of challenges. Even those who are not, permanently impacted, they are hale and hearty in mind and spirit and body, even they need to be facilitated back into the society for a second innings. To discuss various dimensions, we have a very experienced panel, as I said, and we start with my view with Mrs. Meghna Girish. And those of you who do not know, she is one person who, without wearing uniform, is more uniform than all of us. She is daughter of an army officer, married to an Air Force officer, and mother of an army officer who is a brave heart. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. At the outset, I'd like to thank the War Wounded Foundation and USI for tasking me with what is a study on our war-disabled soldiers and officer cadets who were disabled during training and boarded out of various training academies. Without that, I don't think I would have learned so much over the process of 2 years that it took to complete this study and prioritize all the gaps and challenges and come out with recommendations. A number of people have been part of this effort. I cannot claim this to be mine, although I led the study. And I'm very happy that some of those young, motivated people who helped with the survey are in the audience today. So are families of soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice, both men and women. So I think that part of society is already in this hall. Coming to this report, why this study in the first place? Because this entire day I've attended sessions on bravery, wars, battles, various things to do with war. But the two categories of people most affected by bravery, courage, valor, and war are soldiers who give their life, killed in action, and soldiers who were injured during the course of these battles and wars, and who became disabled for life. What happens to them after the war? What happens to their families as well? That was something that nothing like this had been done before. And this study actually is a nationwide study which looks at 3 categories. One are veteran soldiers, disabled, 20% and or greater, up to 100% disability. They may have been boarded out immediately after disability and treatment because they can no longer serve, or they may have continued to serve and retired either voluntarily or at the end of their service. The second category is those who are disabled, again 20% and upwards, and who are continuing to serve in the Indian Army. And the third category is cadets who, I always like to think of the brightest, bravest, most committed youth only would have attempted to get into the forces. And they would have gone through a strict medical examination before they are even allowed into the training academy. So those cadets who entered with that commitment and who, because of injury and disability during the period that they were in the academy, were then boarded out because they don't make the cut to actually serve. What is their ground reality today? So when we look at ground reality, what is their status? A lot of personal information in that as well. And what is their awareness of policies, benefits, entitlements? What is their access to all of that which is on paper? What are the gaps? What in terms of percentages? And what are the most, the biggest challenges, like we've tried to prioritize, because some of these gaps could be individual, but overall we looked at what encompasses all of them, prioritize those gaps, and then make recommendations to bridge those gaps so that all our soldiers who were disabled and are leading a life of disability can lead a life with dignity and comfort, because the least that a nation can do is look after those who've sacrificed for the nation. So this broadly is what the study encompasses. And I do have a very brief presentation on this. I don't know whether you would like me to make it right away or...
If it is ready, we can do it right away.
Yeah, it's ready. So, you know, there's a lot of data, a lot of tables, diagrams. I really can't do all of that in the 10 minutes that I have. But if I could just read out some of these major gaps. Sorry. Just to get an idea. So there were some significant findings which I tried to summarize. And it said how many received ex gratia after disability? 33%. Both serving as well as veterans received. Only 33% said that they got their complete ex gratia after disability. Then what was their level of education? You know, only 6% were beyond schooling. Though I must admit here that 97% of our respondents are below officer rank. So only 6% had gone beyond schooling. And were they employed or, you know, after being boarded out or retired? Only 13%, 13% are employed. And what becomes very significant here is that they were disabled between 19 and 30 years of age. So they're very young when they are out and without a job. And anybody who got any petrol pump or gas agency, any other agency for a livelihood, less than 1%. Was there deterioration since their last medical board in their, you know, in their medical deterioration because of their disability? 32% said yes. And do they have access to free medical treatment? Even here there's a gap, 87%. Although all of them had ECHS, the gap is because it's too far for them to go, where they live is too far, so they just have to go in for private, whatever they can manage, transportation, everything is a problem. Are they able to claim fee reimbursement for children? Only 40%. Have they got any kind of train or flight concessions? 26%. Is their unit regiment in touch? Are they supportive? 63%. Do they want their children or grandchildren to join the armed forces? 89%. So the level of motivation is so high, but the gaps are major. And it starts with an awareness gap. When there's no awareness, then of course after that, it comes to the access gaps. How do you apply for various benefits and entitlements? And some of them said they applied, nothing happened, didn't come back, they can't pursue it. You know, a disabled soldier has an average of 3 dependents as well. And they are also around, mainly having to take care of the soldier himself. So what about employment, continuing education, rehabilitation, post-traumatic stress disorder? Did they get treatment? It covered a lot of all of these in the study. I'd like to take just 2 representative studies to explain what it means. Could I have the next slide, please? So the first is on a war-disabled soldier. He's a war hero, Naik Dhigendra Singh, Mahavir Chakra in the Kargil War. And he continued to serve after his injury, but he found that the disability was worsening, and after 5 years, he wanted to leave voluntarily. And then the problem started. Suddenly, the war heroes, you know, leaving voluntarily meant that he was not getting the war injury pension. He was getting the ordinary disability pension. He went to court, had to fight for 5 years, and before it was granted to him. And also the Kargil package, you know, there was land from the government and certain other benefits which was part of the Kargil package, like an agency. They denied all that to him, saying, "Nini, now that is all over. It's 5 years later." So again, he had to fight before that was given to him. So to treat a war hero in this manner, that litigation becomes the way to get your entitlements and benefits, is really very, very sad. Especially when, you know, speaking, he would say, "Kal bhi agar ladai hui, and if my unit calls me, I will go back and fight." Because that is the commitment they have for the country. And then to be treated this way, I think it's a very sad reflection. The next is of a 100% disabled officer cadet, Shubham Gupta. He had an injury during the swimming training when he dived, and his head hit the edge of the pool, and spine down, he cannot move. He is on, he's like a quadriplegic, 100% on with an attendant. His parents are doing everything they can to look after him. But then even his 2 years of BSc in NDA was not considered when he was boarded out. He had to again go back and do a complete BA online. And what are the job opportunities for a boy who's so bright in his mind and brain? I've visited him, spoken to him. With assistive aids, etc., aren't there any jobs that can be given? He has a good wheelchair now. That also became a big issue. On social media, when he actually applied for another motorized wheelchair, and Army said, no, you're not an ex-serviceman, so you can't get it. And then Janved Malik took up for him. This came up on social media. Vikas Manhas is here, I am here. We all wrote about it. And then then Chief Minister was Captain Amrinder Singh. He said, okay, Government of Punjab will give it to you. And in 48 hours, the Army had delivered him that wheelchair. So why this gap? What can be done? Why is it not done? This leaves a very, sad status of what's happening. And I think to be made to feel a burden when you've actually committed to serve your country, that is very wrong. And I think we as a country are rich enough and able enough to support these 400 odd disabled officer cadets who are outside. And not all of them are so bad. Many of them are well settled, but those who are so badly disabled, something seriously needs to be done at the policy level. Can I have the next slide, please? No, the previous one. Yeah, so these were the gaps and challenges that were prioritized, starting from not coming under the Disability Act, which is a very protective act for all citizens of India, but armed forces soldiers are called combatants and therefore left out of the act because by nature of their work, they have to be fully fit. So a lot of benefits are not available because of this. Right from being boarded out to promotions to better working conditions, allowances, etc., etc. So the need is related to that. Similarly, all the other lack of recognition. People say, oh, if you're killed in action, at least, you get your family gets a lot of benefits, get a lot of recognition. Those who are disabled, they're not even part of victory celebrations or felicitations. Did we not sacrifice for our country? So that lack of recognition also hurts. Similarly, there's no treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder, not enough counseling, helplines. It's not recognized as soldierly enough, I think, but a lot of them have been suffering, and many of them have said that they have not got treatment for it. So I've just tried to prioritize whatever are the major gaps, which leads to the recommendations that have been made. Can I have the next slide, please? So these were the recommendations that have come forward. The first is, how do you minimize disability with the earliest, best possible medical care? So enhanced battlefield surgery itself within that first hour of injury to minimize the disability. The next is a specific disability act for armed forces personnel. If all citizens of the country have a protective legislation, why are the armed forces left out of it? So let it be modified accordingly as per their need. The third is we don't have proper updated data. I found it very challenging to, come up with numbers. What are the number of war disabled in all the 5 wars and in various counterinsurgencies. So these are very approximate figures that we have. And details like contact details, numbers, etc., many of them are not available. Those which were given to me also, the numbers had changed. Some of them had already passed on. The family members were also, they said, oh no, he's already passed on. And an important thing is that every person who was surveyed in this study, they were very happy to speak. Initially, some of them were hesitant, and my volunteers said, ma'am, wo baat nahi kare, they're saying ye scam hoga, who are you to be doing a study like this, etc. So USI did give us those letters saying this is for this purpose and it's for advocacy. Once that initial hesitation was over, they had lovely stories to tell us about their whole experience, their injury, what happened. Some very positive stories as well about how much support they got and how they thought they'd die, but then they became okay and that they could continue to serve. So both positive and negative stories we got. But the data itself, we don't have a proper data bank which is updated. Also, the entitlements that they are getting, like ex gratia, now has been enhanced to 8 lakhs. Earlier it was 2 lakhs, before that was 1. It's a pittance compared to what should be given. There should be much better entitlements and benefits with much more awareness. First of all, if they're not aware at the unit level itself and they're not guided, how do they get access? The next is what happens once they're out? Employment is a huge gap. And they're very young. Many of them were not even married, or some of them married with young children. And to not have a job after that is very sad for the entire family. So there is no lateral employment policy as of now for the war disabled, whereas the Disability Act takes up for the disabled in other government jobs. So the recommendation is for lateral employment. Ex-serviceman status or some sort of ex-cadet status at least for disabled cadets, because there's no recognition of their commitment to serve. Some of them completed 2 years, 2.5 years, even 3 years before they were boarded out. And suddenly, other than a small ex gratia, they don't even get ECHS. Free medical treatment is also not part of what a disabled cadet gets. And parents will look after as long as they're there, but what is the country's responsibility? And war disabled as a special category, like killed in action, so that they get the kind of respect, recognition, and status for having sacrificed for the country. That's it as of now that my study covers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very enlightening. Round of applause, please. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll go to the next panelist. We'll reserve the questions till then, discussion and questions, and then we'll come back to that. Our next panelist is Mrs. Amreen Zaidi. She's again wife of an army officer. And in her case, she's written 2 very important books. The first is called The Warrior Widows. And I must draw your attention to the title. She doesn't call them war widows. I think she has found a more appropriate term, warrior widows, because for those ladies, the war continues at a different front line, but it's a war. Her second book is called Soldiering On. And this book is about the remarkable spirit of those who've been disabled, but yet continue to persist and strive and overcome their disabilities. If you read this book, it is straight from the heart. It's very interesting, very easy to read, but carries a lot of meaning. And I'll request Mrs. Amreen Zaidi to share her views and thoughts, please.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, I would like to say, when I started to write this book, I wish I had a study like Mrs. Girish had done back then, because we had no data, no study, no case studies whatsoever at that point of time. But then Forge is a family. One soldier led to the other, one disabled cadet led to the other, one lady led to the other lady, her struggles, and that is how this book is here. And the book is right now in the government libraries on a running order of 7 states, because the Ministry of Defense, especially the Defense Minister, he thought that these stories must reach the masses. So he got them translated into Hindi, Josh, Jazba and Junoon. But when I met these soldiers, I felt so little. I felt so hurt. I felt, what are we doing as a society for people who've given their limbs, their body parts for us, for protecting us? There is absolutely no awareness about them. They don't exist in a way. So I felt I need to write this book and put it across as many platforms as I can so that it reaches, people get to know about them. So I must tell you about this very interesting thing. This book has changed my perspective on life in a very, very big way. Can you imagine this book of 80,000 words is edited by a soldier who's 100% disabled, who needs help even to breathe. He's got a machine fixed here to help him breathe. And he doesn't give up. When I went to visit him, I couldn't enter his room. I saw him through a glass panel, and I told the person who was accompanying me, I said, let's not disturb him. He's resting. He said, no, ma'am, he's waiting for you. I said, I can see it. He's resting. Let's not disturb him. We'll come tomorrow, maybe day after. So she insisted. And the moment I entered, and I'm greeted by a very bright-voiced, good afternoon, Amreen Zaidi, ma'am. It's a privilege to have you here. And I was so pleasantly surprised. And this was this officer lying straight on his hospital bed. And as I told you, he was breathing through this machine. And yet, that Josh that you call was still there. And we were talking, and he knew everything about me because I write, and I have been writing for years. So he knew about our postings also. He told me, man, in that year, sir was posted in Pune, and this year you were in Bhopal, Jodhpur, everything he knew. So I said, you are a smart officer. And from then onwards, I started to talk to him like on a level playing field, as if he's also like all of us and not a disabled person anymore. I said, in 2 days' time, you've dig out so much of information about me, you better help me edit this book. And that glow on his face, कि मतलब मैं भी किसी के काम आ सकता हूँ क्या types. I can never forget it. I said, why not? When you can dig out so much information about me in few hours, why can't you edit this book? So, in his own very sweet, Fauji way, he said, it'll be an honor, ma'am. So, a person who needs help, 2 caretakers even to lift his finger, 3 people to help him eat, it was a big, big deal. And he is still under heavy medication, so he used to be awake in the nights and sleep during the daytime. So I scheduled my work along those lines, and my book was edited by him. And finally, when the editing part was done and it was to go to the publishers, so I had given him a tribute my editor, my pride. And just like that, I don't know, yeah, because he was a good part of my book. So I just wanted him to have a look at my book before I send it to the publishers. So I said, just have a look at this, Colonel Prakash, and I'm sending the book to the publishers. And he wanted me to remove that chapter. He said, ma'am, please don't do this. Please don't write my editor, my pride. I don't want any publicity or anything. I've not done anything, ma'am. I said, but you have worked hard with your condition and everything. He said, ma'am, the stars were put together by you. I only put the brasso on them and, brightened them up. I've not done anything. Please, if you want to include me in the book, please include me as a normal chapter like other brave heroes who are featured in the book, but not as a separate chapter on me. And uske baad, I told my publisher, we are not going to change even a comma in this book. So they all agreed. And at this time I felt that the launch of the book will not be done by any politician, Neta or Abhineta or anyone. I went back to him. I spoke to his doctors, his parents, and got my book launched by him. And that was my moment when I could feel the happiness on his face. It was very difficult for him, even for the inaugural part, to sit on the wheelchair. Imagine the condition. Yet he did this work and he was so happy with it. And last week I got a message from him, ma'am, what's next? So never give up spirit, the soldiers that they have, is something that I've learned from this book, from this journey, this beautiful journey that I have.
Thank you. I think all of us had goosebumps and probably a couple of tears in the eyes listening to that. Very inspiring. That's the story of Lieutenant Colonel Chinmaya Prakash. If you read this book, you will find majority of it brought out very, very, very nicely in this book. As I said, the soldiers are a great asset to the society, and a large number of us finish our active duty and rejoin the society in some capacity or other. On an average, at least 50 to 60,000 soldiers retire from the army, and a proportionate number from the Air Force and the Navy. Over 90% of them are those who are NCOs and below. That means they are around the age of 40 plus minus. So they have a huge productive life still left and pending. And this very potential human resource must be capitalized by the society. They must become part and parcel of the story of growth and development of our country and contribute as meaningfully in their second innings as they did in their first innings. To help them do this in some form or other, the Army has created an organization known as Army Welfare Placement Organization, or AWPO. We have the Managing Director of AWPO with us, General Ajay Chauhan. I'll request him to share his thoughts of what opportunities are there for second innings and how his organization has been helping the soldiers find viable outcomes in life.
Thank you, sir. The chair, the learned panelists, ladies and gentlemen, indeed a proud privilege to be here and speaking to you on this extremely, extremely important, very, very sensitive matter. I can't hold myself, taking permission of the chair, what Mrs. Jayadi just explained. I want to give you another example, sir, if you permit. Sure. I have a course mate of mine from the Gurkha regiment. This officer is commanding a regiment, RR unit, standing on the roof, conducting an operation in J&K. He gets bullet shot.
he gets a bullet shot, he falls down. His unit is there, his boys are firing, there's a crossfire taking place, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting to hear, very difficult to explain. This boy falls down. There is a crossfire still going on. His body is not able to be recovered. It is flashed in the news. Officer is no more. The commanding officer of a unit. He was pulled by his soldiers, kept in a vehicle, taken to the base hospital in Srinagar. And what? And he's narrating now, after about 4 or 5 years. And he says, चौहान जब मेरे को लगी थी ना गोली और मैं बैठा था, इधर एक जवान था और इधर एक जवान था, दोनों ने दबा के रखा था मेरे को और कहते हैं सर आप सांस लेते रहो और he is telling himself, he said, I told myself, I've worked in this organization for 25 years. Collected a lot of money to marry my daughter. सुनना बहुत आसान है. These two ladies explained. मैंने अपनी डॉटर की शादी करनी है. How can I die? He had grenade pellets in his body. He was taken to the base hospital, and the best part was he survived, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the courage I wanted to bring out here to all of you. Well, the next part which I am going to speak to you about, a soldier retires at what age? Today he starts from 35 years. He's still got 25 years of productive. If I take it 60, it's only armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, where people retire with the rank and in the order of his rank. Where in the government organizations today, people retire at the age of 35. Can you imagine? He's retiring at 35. His one daughter is 2 years old and a son is 5 years old. Where does he go after it? And that is where we have to think to give him a resettlement, a proper, honorable resettlement. And that is the requirement of today, ladies and gentlemen. And here I am to speak to you about the second innings. It is not that everything is gloomy. Things are very good. Our soldiers, I will just explain and prove it to you that they are doing exceedingly well, including the wounded and the disabled people. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'll use this pointer. Just give it to me. Okay, this is the Economic Times talking of our ex-servicemen. Why ex-servicemen folks in demand? What we do is we look at the strength of others. Please, ladies and gentlemen, look at your own strength. आप में बहुत जान है अभी. And what are the things which they are looking at? Leadership, people management skills, teamwork, integrity, very important, moral courage. These are the things which corporate and other organizations require from us. This is another example how veterans make an impact outside. All these corporate, the big wigs which we call, whether it is Amazon, by KPMG, Infosys, all are looking at the veterans. And I just happened to go to Citibank recently at the headquarters in Bombay. And I was myself, surprised to see about 60 defense officers working with Citibank. So that's a very beautiful story for you to understand. Next slide. Veterans in corporate India, the GCCs. These are the global companies which are looking at veterans. And this is the latest in June 24. And see the importance of veterans. So therefore, don't sit down and think, yeah, retirement aa gaya hai. You have another, innings to go. And take it as a first innings and not at all as a second innings, ladies and gentlemen. Next slide. So having said that, after Kargil, the army realized that we must have an organization in the army. Now I think I can sit down because I'm very emotional. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, after Kargil, the army realized that they require somebody who should have an intimate support to the people who are retiring. And therefore, they had an organization, created an organization called Army Welfare Placement Agency. Now, this was a placement agency, a small organization with one brigadier and one colonel and a small office. And they sat down and in 2010, it became an organization. And today, I am very proudly, mentioning here that it is one of the largest organizations in the armed forces, which has got about 17 outlets covering length and breadth of our country. And every year, I will show you here, and what is my charter? Sorry, I'm skipping. It is to assist ex-servicemen, widows, and all dependents in seeking suitable placement. So I have not only the ex-servicemen, it is also the widows, wards, dependent, ladies, anyone. And we look at that kind of, the products and the resources which are available. And this is how we are panned out. We have a website called exarmynaukri.com. You may like to take a look in that subsequently. And of course, these are my initiatives. I will not waste time. It's just a... So, what are the opportunities today and how we have placed people? Till now, in last about 14 years, we have placed approximately 2,300 officers. Extremely difficult to connect an opportunity with a job because every individual who retires, he talked about 60,000 retiring, everyone has got his different requirements in-house. We have placed approximately 1,32,000 JCOs and other ranks, approximately 1,800 widows and dependents in the organization. Empowerment, these are the milestones which we are also doing. We are also empowering them so that they can get into a better, organizations on the lines of what NSDC is doing. But this is the difference between us and the other government organizations is that we provide the last mile connectivity. We are into solar, we are into drone technology, we have empowered people in the e-vehicles, the food preservation, digital literacy. People don't prepare themselves, unfortunately. That is the biggest problem. And if they understand what is the strength in them, they will be able to do it. We extended our outreach even to the foreign countries. We recently sent about 10 people in Japan. And this is a live photograph recently taken in Japan. They are working at the Tokyo airport. So veterans for every industry, it is not only, do not consider, I hope there are some employers sitting here, do not consider any veteran for security. No, he is a comprehensive package today. Unfortunately, we are keeping them in silos where they are only given one task. He is absolutely an expert on multitasking. You give him an event like this to organize, he will be able to do it. I have just listed out certain opportunities and the sectors where the veterans can, establish themselves or they can reach. There are many other, opportunities and sectors where they can go. Just to talk of education itself in the education sector, I've just highlighted the schools where our veterans are doing. General Lalotra, he's one of the pioneers as far as the education sector is concerned. He's the guru for us. He's been in Mayo College, he's from Lawrence School, Sanar. So these are all army officers which I'm showing. It's a magazine which is published from Bangalore, Brain Feed, and these are all people who are into the education sector itself. Sorry. One more impact which has made, our ex-servicemen have made is 112. All of us have seen Delhi 112. This is the emergency response support system vehicles. It comes on emergency. In Bihar, they approached AWPO, the Bihar government, where they said that you are the one, we just provide me ex-servicemen, and you will be surprised that 4,000 ex-servicemen today are driving, and it is a matter of last 2 years. And what is the result today? Yesterday I spoke to one of the officers there. He says, people have got so much of confidence कि अगर 112 को ring कर देंगे तो गाड़ी जरूर आएगी. Whether it is village or whether it is a city. I'll just talk of the agriculture sector. Next, just can you play this video for me? Thank you. He's a Colonel Saab. He's a Sainik School, Kunjpura. Just play this video. Just click on the video from the center. So I think, yeah. Yeah, just play this. Can you, yeah, just play this, please. Volume. Now, this is the story of Nayak Shivaji Dole, and he's one of the, he's an ex-army from the Jawan from the Corps of Signals, and he's now in Maharashtra. Now, this gentleman came on from PM's Man Ki Baat. And this guy today, he's got almost 600 acres of land from the government. He's employed about 70,000 ex-servicemen. The previous videos, unfortunately, did not run. He's Colonel Deswal. He's the Carrot King of India. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I wanted to highlight here is that the veterans have made a major impact in the society today. As far as the Mrs. Jedi and Mrs. Grish talked about the wounded, there is an institute called QMTI.
Yeah, we've been there.
Yeah, so in QMTI,
शामराव डोले जी, मैंने जय अनुसंधान की बात की थी। मन की बात में आज बात एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की, एक ऐसी संस्था की जो जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान इन चारों का ही प्रतिबिंब है। ये सज्जन है महाराष्ट्र के श्रीमान शिवाजी शामराव डोले जी। शिवाजी डोले नासिक जिले के एक छोटे से गांव के रहने वाले हैं। वो गरीब आदिवासी किसान परिवार से आते हैं और एक पूर्व सैनिक भी हैं। फौज में रहते हुए उन्होंने अपना जीवन देश के लिए लगाया। रिटायर होने के बाद उन्होंने कुछ नया सीखने का फैसला किया और एग्रीकल्चर में डिप्लोमा किया। यानी वो जय जवान से जय किसान की तरफ बढ़ चले। अब हर पल उनकी कोशिश यही रहती है कि कैसे कृषि क्षेत्र में अपना अधिक से अधिक योगदान दें। अपने इस अभियान में शिवाजी डोले जी ने 20 लोगों की एक छोटी सी टीम बनाई और कुछ पूर्व सैनिकों को भी इसमें जोड़ा। इसके बाद उनकी इस टीम ने वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव पावर एंड एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग लिमिटेड नाम की एक सहकारी संस्था का प्रबंधन अपने हाथ में ले लिया। ये सहकारी संस्था निष्क्रिय पड़ी थी, जिसे रिवाइव करने का बीड़ा उन्होंने उठाया। देखते ही देखते आज वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव का विस्तार कई जिलों में हो गया है। आज ये टीम महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका में काम कर रही।
Yeah, so this was one which came in the PM's Man Ki Baat, and one more. She talked about the disabled soldiers. The major discussion was on that. So from Q&A, I just had a webinar. I attended a webinar where one soldier, he was told by the doctor, injured, from Paras, 3 Paras, he's from Agra. He was told by the doctors कि तुम अगर ना बिस्तर से वॉशरूम और वॉशरूम से वापस आ जाओगे तो वो बहुत है तुम्हारे लिए, उतना ही करना तुम. And ladies and gentlemen, today he started with aloo pyaj ka thela, and he's taking contracts in countries like Nepal, in Bhutan, on road construction. So अगर कहते हैं ना जज्बा है अंदर, तो आप चांद को भी नीचे ला सकते हैं. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We have questions for the audience? 5 minutes? Yeah, okay. Since we are running short of time, I will not pose any questions to the panelists, but use the time for the audience to ask any questions if they wish to. None? General Cardozo wants to ask a question.
It's not a question. I would just like to share some of my experiences as a battle casualty. Firstly, let me thank Amreen, General Mistry, General Chauhan, Meghna, for this wonderful presentation. Charity begins at home. All these wonderful things which are happening today, they didn't happen in my time. I say this with a heavy heart, but I think we need to state facts. Otherwise, I'm amazed, General Chauhan, at what you're doing. It's absolutely fantastic. Nothing happened like this in our time. In fact, I was 9 months in hospital. Not a single uniformed officer visited us. Not a single service officer, except Admiral Ronnie Pereira, who was a DEPCOM in NDA. He came, he talked to each and every one of us, officers and soldiers, and then invited us to the NDA. So, charity begins at home. When I tried to convince Army headquarters that we are not that useless, we can contribute to the service, we can contribute to the country, give us a chance. It was an uphill task. It was only Sam Manekshaw who said, I will appoint a committee to see how these battle casualties can contribute to the armed forces and to the country. I'm sorry to say, it didn't work out. The day Sam retired, this committee was bound up. After I was discharged from hospital, I was put on half pay. I was put on half pay because I was in hospital for more than 6 months. The bureaucracy of India decided to throw this rule book at battle casualties. You have stayed in hospital for more than, as though we were playing marbles when we got wounded. Why does this happen? This happened to Vijay Oberoi, 65. It happened to me, 71. It happened to Kargil. It took 40 years for Army headquarters to sort this out, to cancel this order. Why do these things happen? I'm glad to see at least one Lieutenant General from the serving sitting here. I hope he'll take this to the others in Army headquarters to tell them, have a heart. Don't look at us as though we are parasites, for God's sake. We can contribute, as you have rightly said, General Chauhan. I'm amazed at what you're doing. Thank God. God bless you. But I know Amreen and Meghna for what you're doing for us. A lot has happened. If the glass is half full, it is also half empty. There's much more to be done. And I don't know what you have not mentioned, the plight of cadets who get wounded, injured in training. It's a shame the way we are treating them. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe things have changed, I don't know. But they need your help, General Chauhan. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are running short of time. So I'll give a minute each to, okay, we have one journalist friend, so we might as well give him a say, please. But a short, quick one.
Yeah, smaller, nothing to say much. Because I once met an officer, he had got almost the bullet marks on his body. I said, you've got a bullet marks on each part of your body. He said, these are not the bullet marks. These are basically the medals for serving my motherland, India. Haar nahi manuga, jeet ke hi thanuga. Because when you were talking about, ma'am, Josh Jazba Janoon. So I'd written few lines about this thing because I want to end upon the motivational note. हार नहीं मानूंगा, जीत के ही ठानूंगा, रूठे रब को मना के ही मानूंगा. दुआओं में शक्ति है, गर ऐसी भक्ति है, मान जाएगा यार वो, आखिर बख्शनहार वो. बस थोड़ा धैर्य धर, हिम्मत तहार शुर्यावर, इम्तियाज खत्म हो जाएगा, फिर से फौजी उभर कर आएगा. And that is what actually the disabled Fauji is doing every day. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 minute, please. Yeah, quick.
So since our panel discussion is called Soldiers in Society, I'll just share a small incident with you. There was this aircraftsman called Mridul Ghosh. He had a spinal cord injury in the line of duty. He was, जब उसका सारा treatment वगैरह हो गया, he was boarded out of the service. He went back to his village in Assam. वहाँ पे चला तो गया किसी तरह से, उसके brothers, sisters, cousins किसी तरह से ले गए, but he was not able to function. He was not able to move around because it was a little hilly area. There was no place कि वो अपना wheelchair ले जाए या कहीं move around कर पाए. And somehow they got in touch with his unit and people, his seniors. उन्होंने कहा कि वापस भेजो, यहाँ पे PRC है पुणे में, वहाँ पे भेजते हैं, देखते हैं क्या हो सकता है. उसको PRC में पुणे में भेजा गया. He saw disabled soldiers playing volleyball. There was a flying officer, MP Kumar, who's a legend, writing articles, holding a stylus with his lips and on a modified computer, but he was not liking anything at all. He was in a deep depression because he was sent back from his own village because of lack of facilities and things that a disabled person would need. And he wanted to be with his own people and do something there. And he was in a very, very dark place. And he would go for counseling, come back, cry, see all these people. And then there was a workshop on painting by some group in Bombay, and suddenly he realized, maybe like Flying Officer MP Kumar, I can paint. I cannot write, so maybe I can paint. So he started holding the paintbrush with his lips and started to paint. Then the officer there, the officer in charge, hired a painter for him to help him paint. And now today, as we speak, he is a member of Foot and Mouth Painters Association, which is headquartered in Switzerland, and he gets a monthly stipend, a good amount of money in euros from there, and he right now has 8 other soldiers whom he is teaching. So somehow life gives you, very hard times, but it also gives you some ways and means to go forward. Now, he's made a house for his brother. His parents passed away due to shock and losing their son to disability. So he made his brother complete his studies. Then he had a younger sister who wanted to study. And he helped her study. He kept sending money home. घर भी बना लिया. बहन को भी खूब पढ़ाया. जब तक बहन पढ़ना चाहती थी, he helped her. और अब इतने फख्र से कहता है, मैम आपको पता है, हमारा गांव में, हमारा पूरा कम्युनिटी में मेरा सिस्टर जो है ना, सबसे ज़्यादा पढ़ा लिखा सिस्टर है. And that happiness on his face. So they give you inspiration and they want you to do more and write more and create more awareness about this subject so that the countrymen, the people in power are more aware and do things which should be done for the disabled soldiers. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you. I'm having very mixed feelings right now because I do have fantastic positive case studies as well, but numbers don't lie. And the fact is that only 13% of the war disabled soldiers are in any kind of a job. This is a recent study. So I am very impressed, General, with all that you are doing, and I will only request you to prioritize the employment of the disabled soldiers. Because there are, they are capable of fantastic things, but there are issues that prevent people from giving them jobs. So whether it's work from home, work closer to home, or work for a family member, I mean, how do we prioritize? This is what society needs to think about. Otherwise, I also have Naik Gurmail Singh, one para, lost an arm in IPKF operations. Very motivated person, took up a job in some private company, security guard, store manager, sales, but his salary never kept moving up the way his responsibilities kept moving up. Finally, he got so tired, he left that company, started a mesh weld company of his own. Today, he has 40 employees. He, his products go across the country. In fact, I was called for some superstar singer reality show, Shaheed Divas, they start looking out. Acha, kaun hai? Mata family ka kaun hai, bulao. So I was called and I said, I was in the middle of the study. I said, please, mere badle, आप एक ऐसे मैं आपको किसी और से connect करवाती हूँ, आप उनको बुलाइए. So I connected them to Naik Gurmail Singh. He and his wife were flown down to Bombay, very well looked after, 2 days hotel में घुमा फिरा के in the talent show, etc. So a lot of positive things have happened through the study. That person's son has again gone back to the infantry. The motivation of our war disabled is just, I know, something which stuns me. And I really feel I'm sorry if I'm being passionate and negative, but I really feel we need to do a lot more than what individual success stories are. Because there's a boy from my son's unit, again I got to know through a volunteer, ma'am, Akshay was 51 engineers. I said, हाँ, एक survey form में ना 51 engineers लिखा है. Lance Naik, Onkar Singh. So I said, ठीक है, let me also speak with him. When I spoke with him, he in a mind blast has lost vision, thoda bahut jaw, facial injuries, mind blast, matlab multiple. Lots of them have multiple injuries. It's not just one limb gone or something like that. Young man, 2 young children, all the time in touch with me. So and why this person was referred to me, his form was, everything was positive. Our unit bahut achhi hai, army bahut achhi hai, everyone has been very supportive, whereas many of them said, oh no, I've been forgotten, now nobody is visiting me, no one cares, etc. Then I haven't been able to get him a job. I have tried. And people reach out saying corporates mein hai, they prefer ex-servicemen, they prefer, okay, war widows refer karo. I have managed to get war widows a job. I have not succeeded in something which suits his disability and his requirement. So I really think we need to prioritize this issue much more than what we think sitting in this room. Individual positive stories are fine, but the value of this study will only be from the outcomes that it generates at policy, legislation, and actual society. What can society do? Please reach out, recognize, respect them, call them for victory celebrations and felicitations. Start looking at their needs. What is the need? Unko chahiye job, ya wife ko, ya bacche ko, ya, whatever is the need, respond to that need. That is what society can do. This is what I wanted to say, and I'm sorry if I've been a little,
Absolutely. You can, something positive has to come out of all of us discussing and, narrating such stories to the environment. Very important. I take it that, thanks to USI that I met Mrs. Girish and Ms. Zaidi, of course. So I will definitely, we take this forward, and let's see in a limited time frame, we should make a kind of a difference, and I will put my level best.
Thank you all for your patient hearing. I have 2 small points to make. First is, as far as the system and the organization is concerned, while a lot has been done, a lot will continue to happen, but what is required is a change in attitude. You need more empathetic approach to look after your own people. The biggest litigant against your own war-wounded people, please find out, go to the Google and find out who's the most largest litigant. So you need an attitudinal change. And as far as the society is concerned, there is not enough that the society can do for the kind of cost these people have paid. The society needs to identify itself with these people by supporting them for its own good. To quote the indomitable Colonel Chinmay Prakash, in his interview for AFMC was asked, why do you want to become a doctor in the army? He said, we as AMC doctors, we would be treating soldiers who would be sick, wounded, hurt. So he said, if we cannot support them when they are weakest, we do not deserve them when they are strongest. So therefore, we all as a society need to support them when they are weakest to be able to deserve them at their strongest. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much to the entire panel for such a, I mean, this was the most enlightening and informative session of the day, although the last one. So again, I will request my colleague to felicitate you with a token of gratitude. And before this session gets to an end, and today's day also gets to an end, I would just want to inform people present here that there's another special session going on upstairs in the seminar hall. So all those who are interested can move up for the session. And after the session, we are going to have a band, army band performance outside. So I'll request all of you all to stay put and do enjoy the band performance. It's a very unique, the army band performance is a very unique one. So we expect all of you to be around to witness that. Thank you once again for being here.
Can we have a picture with some of our volunteers who were part of the study? Another session. They did my survey. Delhi wale ho gaye. All over. Yeah, we covered 23 states and union territories. So I think that's quite a bit.
Maybe, but yes, in case you find it.
Check. Hey, hey, hey.
Check.
Hey, 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 hey.
चार चाहिए हमारे, दो, एक दो पीछे और आगे, तीन आगे, एक और
with us. I now call upon RJ Akriti from 92.7 Big FM to share her thoughts about the Heritage Festival.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank each and everybody who's present here. एक बार आप सब इधर देख सकते हैं? आप सबका attention चाहिए. थोड़ा सा दिन लंबा था, आप लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत करी है, लेकिन अभी जो परफॉर्मेंस आपके लिए होने वाली है, आप enjoy करेंगे. मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ. सबसे ज़्यादा धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल का कि हमें एक बार फिर से मौका दिया कि हम इसका पार्ट बन सकें. लास्ट ईयर पहला साल था जब हमने शुरुआत की, हम लोग साथ में आए, कोलैबोरेट किया, और ये दूसरा साल है. ये जो एक्साइटमेंट है, पिछली बार यहाँ थी तो इस बार यहाँ है, एंड आई नो कि ये बढ़ती ही चली जाएगी. आप सबकी मेहनत की वजह से दिस डे हैज़ बीन पॉसिबल. और ज़्यादा टाइम ना वेस्ट करते हुए मैं दो लाइंस कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारी दिवाली में रोशनी इसलिए है क्योंकि सरहद पर अंधेरे में कोई खड़ा है. तो ये जानना समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है. जो सिविलियंस और मिलिट्री के बीच में जो एक गैप है, उसे भरा है इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल ने. क्योंकि देखिए, आज रेडियो के माध्यम से सुबह से लेकर अभी 7 बजे तक सारी अपडेट्स, जितने प्रेस्टिजियस गेस्ट यहाँ पर आए हैं उनसे हमारी जो बातचीत है, सारी अपडेट्स 92.7 बिग एफएम पर गई है. तो ये साल भर में जो एक मौका अब हमें भी मिल रहा है, एंड सिर्फ इंडियन मिलिट्री हेरिटेज फेस्टिवल ही नहीं बल्कि और भी जगह, जैसे कारगिल विजय दिवस में 92.7 बिग एफएम कोलैबोरेशन में था. हम लोग गए, हमारी पूरी टीम कारगिल गई और वहाँ से हमने शो होस्ट किए, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट था. इसके अलावा एयरफोर्स के साथ भी हम लोग कई बार साथ दे चुके हैं, उनके साथ काम कर चुके हैं. इसी तरह से चाहते हैं कि जो साथ है हमारा आगे और बढ़ता रहे. ऐसे ही फेस्टिवल्स हम बहुत सारे करें, और सिविलियंस और मिलिट्री के बीच में जो छोटा सा ब्रिज है, जिसे हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बांध के रखें इन दोनों चीज़ों को, ये हम करते रहें आपकी 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 सबकी मदद से. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीबडी, एंड एंजॉय द परफॉर्मेंस. माय नेम इज़ आकृति. आई होस्ट द शो ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार. अगर आप दिल्ली से हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कई सारे लोग बैंगलोर से आए हुए हैं, किसी और स्टेट से आए हुए हैं, तो शाम को 5 से 9 मेरा शो आता है जिसका नाम है ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार. मैं दिल्ली एनसीआर की सड़कों से शो होस्ट करती हूँ. दिस इज़ द ओनली शो पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, या कहूँ पूरी दुनिया में, एक लौता शो है जो सड़कों से होस्ट होता है, जो कि लोगों के सामने से होस्ट होता है, उनसे बातचीत करके. और मैं जितनी भी चीज़ें दिल्ली एनसीआर में वो दिखाती हूँ. बट वंस अगैन थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू एवरीबडी, एंड हैव अ वंडरफुल डे एंड एंजॉय द परफॉर्मेंस. थैंक यू.
Good evening, everybody. The last session is still in session, so I think everybody's got a busy schedule. Now, music has always been an important component of military heritage. So it's very appropriate that the USI chose to include music performances by bands of the three services last year and this year as well. I'm delighted to introduce today the band of the ASC Center Bangalore under the baton of Subhadar Day, who will present to you a selection of international and Indian music. Some of it is reminiscent of wars of yesteryears, and some of it is pop. So sit back and relax. A word of caution, it's a brass band, full of gusto. It's a small hall, so the decibel levels will be a bit high. So you'll have to face the music, literally. Thank you. Sab, carry on.
Thank you so much, all of you. I hope to see you all again tomorrow. We'll start with a new range of sessions which will be there at Multipurpose Hall as well as upstairs. And not to forget that we'll have 2 band presentations tomorrow. One of the Navy band presentation that will be from 1:30 onwards, and the second one in the evening, Air Force band presentation, followed by this closing ceremony. I look forward to meet you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.